Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Oh man, it's 8 o'clock. Hey Victor, download Discord and go ahead and set up an account with your email address. Good morning. Hope all is well with everyone.
Good morning, and all is well.
Just kind of hanging out here. Everybody seems to have dipped off and went to bed. I guess they're waiting for the morning shift to come in. Morning crew has not yet arrived. I didn't go to sleep. I was talking to a couple of people, though, and I left for a minute. When I came back, it was pretty silent in here. Oh, gosh.
You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet will stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa. I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing look like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a pin, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves around all our heads? You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settles down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believing up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. It's gravity, then why the shit still bounce, shit still bounce. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa. I seen the pic took from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay, cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now. Because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
All right.
Ali.
Ali.
Whatisworld.com.
In a world.
2, 1, 0. All engines.
Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You don't have to be 3 standard deviations higher than the average Asian to see someone's pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch 'em. Lessons to smash and crush 'em. Weapons of mass destruction. Itching to gas and flush 'em. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with a pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball. You have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Ain't it amazing? Amazing how the sun can shine so high. That's what they told you. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That explains everything. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Wolves in sheep's clothing have pulled the wool over our eyes. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale of astronomical proportions. We have been taught a falsehood so gigantic and diabolical that it has blinded us from our own experience and common sense, from seeing the world and the universe as they truly are. Through pseudoscience books and programs, mass media and public education, universities and government propaganda, the world has been systematically brainwashed, slowly indoctrinated over centuries into the unquestioning belief of the greatest lie of all time. David Wardlaw Scott said, "Children are taught in their geography books, when too young to apprehend aright the meaning of such things, that the world is a great globe revolving around the sun, and the story is repeated continuously year by year till they reach maturity, at which time they generally become so absorbed in other matters as to be indifferent as to whether the teaching be true or not, and, as they hear of nobody contradicting it, they presume that it must be the correct thing, if not to believe, at least to receive it as a fact. They thus tacitly give their assent to a theory which, if it had first been presented to them at what are called years of discretion, they would at once have rejected. The consequences of evil teaching, whether in religion or in science, are far more disastrous than is generally supposed, especially in a luxurious, laissez-faire age like our own. The intellect becomes weakened, and the conscience seared. For 500 years, an elite cabal of sun worshippers has propagated this nihilistic, atheistic cosmology and cosmogony, unquestioningly believed by the vast majority of the world. We have been taught, contrary to all common sense and experience, that the seemingly motionless, flat earth beneath our feet is actually a massive, moving ball spinning through space at over 1,000 miles per hour, wobbling and tilted 23.5 degrees on its vertical axis, while orbiting the sun at a blinding 67,000 miles per hour, in concert with the entire solar system, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, and careening across the expanding universe away from the Big Bang at an incredible 670 million miles per hour, but that you can feel and experience none of it. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "I remember being taught when a boy that the earth was a great ball revolving at a very rapid rate around the sun, and when I expressed to my teacher my fears that the waters of the oceans would tumble off, I was told that they were prevented from doing so by Newton's great law of gravitation, which kept everything in its proper place. I presume that my countenance must have shown some signs of incredulity, for my teacher immediately added, "I can show you a direct proof of this. A man can whirl around his head a pail filled with water without its being spilt, and so, in like manner, can the oceans be carried round the sun without losing a drop." As this illustration was evidently intended to settle the matter, I then said no more upon the subject. Had such been proposed to me afterwards as a man, I would have answered somewhat as follows: "Sir, I beg to say that the illustration you have given of a man whirling a pail of water round his head, and the oceans revolving round the sun, does not in any degree confirm your argument, because the water in the two cases is placed under entirely different circumstances, but, to be of any value, the conditions in each case must be the same, which here they are not. The pail is a hollow vessel which holds the water inside it, whereas, according to your teaching, the earth is a ball, with a continuous curvature outside, which, in agreement with the laws of nature, could not retain any water. We have been taught that the ball earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along, so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away that over 100 million miles of supposed annual orbit around the sun amounts to not a single inch of relative parallax change. How convenient. We have been taught that the apparent orbit
How
of the
convenient.
sun, planets, and stars, but not the moon, around the earth are all optical illusions, that it is, in fact, the earth beneath our feet which moves, and our eyes that deceive us. Special exception is made for the moon, however, which is said to revolve around the earth just as it appears. Since we only ever see one side of the moon, we have been taught this is because the moon's supposed 10.3 mile per hour west to east rotation, combined with its 2,288 mile per hour orbit of Earth, just happens to be the exact motion and speed necessary to perfectly cancel out the Earth's supposed 1,000 mile per hour east to west rotation and 67,000 mile per hour orbit of the sun, thereby creating the perpetual dark side of the moon illusion. Oh, really? Though the sun and moon appear to be relatively small, equal-sized bodies revolving around a stationary Earth, we have been taught that this too is an optical illusion, and they are in fact thousands of miles divergent in diameter. They say the sun is actually a whopping 865,374 miles across, 109 times wider than the Earth, and, contrary to all experience, experiments, and common sense, that we revolve around it. They say the moon is 2,159 miles across, a quarter the size of the Earth, and why they appear the same size is because the moon is only 238,000 miles away, while the sun is an unfathomable 93 million miles away from the Earth. And these just happen to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. You don't say. Lactantius, in his On the False Wisdom of the Philosophers, wrote, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being, in his proper senses, can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion." We have been taught that those tiny pinpricks of light in the night sky known as planets or wandering stars are actually physical, globular, Earth-like habitations millions of miles away. We have even been shown supposed video footage of the one called Mars. We have been taught that the tiny pinpricks of light in the sky known as the fixed stars are actually distant suns trillions of miles away, each complete with their own solar systems, orbiting moons, and Earth-like planets which potentially harbor alien life. We have been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth, that Hubble telescopes are taking snapshots of distant planets, galaxies, stars, quasars, black holes, wormholes, and other fantastic celestial phenomena. We have been taught that our ignorant ancient ancestors for millennia falsely believed the Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe. But thanks to modern science and its Masonic prophets like Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, Collins, Aldrin, and Armstrong, we now believe the world to be a giant whirling sea-Earth globe careening through infinite space. Thomas Winship wrote, "Modern astronomical teaching affirms that the world we live on is a globe which rotates, revolves, and spins away in space at brain-reeling rates of speed, that the sun is 1.5 million times the volume of the Earth globe and nearly 100 million miles distant from it, that the moon is about 1/4 the size of the Earth, that it receives all its light from the sun, and is thus only a reflector and not a giver of light, that it attracts the body of the Earth and thus causes the tides, that the stars are worlds and suns, some of them equal in importance to our own sun himself, and others vastly his superior, that these worlds inhabited by sentient beings are without numbers and occupy space boundless in extent and illimitable in duration, the whole of these interlaced bodies being subject to and supported by universal gravitation, the foundation and father of the whole fabric. To fanciful minds and theoretical speculators, the so-called science of modern astronomy furnishes a field unsurpassed in any science for the unrestrained license of the imagination, and the building up of a complicated conjuration of absurdities, such as to overawe the simpleton and make him gape with wonder, to deceive even those who truly believe their assumptions to be facts. We have been taught that science books like Newton's Principia Mathematica, which propound the spherical heliocentric myth, are the bearers of truth, while backwater religious books like the Bible, which propound a flat geocentric Earth, are merely outdated myths. We have been taught that the universe was unintelligently designed and randomly created in a cosmic coincidence of nothing inexplicably becoming everything. We have been taught that through millions upon millions of years of accidental evolution and happenstance, the Big Bang universe began manifesting suns, moons, planets, then water, then somehow out of dead, inert elements, single-celled conscious organisms came to life, grew and multiplied and mutated into larger, different organisms, which continued to grow, multiply, and mutate, gaining diversity and complexity, and losing credibility, to the point where amphibians crawled up on land, replaced gills with lungs, started breathing air, maturated into mammals, became bipedal, grew opposable thumbs, evolved into monkeys. Then in one final fluke adaptation, a hybrid monkey man was made, and the rest is human history. Thomas Winship wrote, "Put together all the imaginary exploits in the air specially written to interest the young, add to this all the wonderful adventures of airships recorded in The Daughter of the Revolution, and tack on to this all the wild and impossible things found in current libraries of fiction, and I venture to say that the grand total will record nothing so utterly impossible or so supremely ridiculous as this modern scientific delusion of a globe spinning away in space in several different directions at the same time at rates of speed which no man is able to grasp, with the inhabitants, some hanging heads down and others at various angles to suit the inclination. Write down all the swindles that ever were perpetrated. Name all the hoaxes you ever heard or read about. Include all of the impostures and bubbles ever exposed. Make a list of all the snares that popular credulity could ever be exposed to, and you will fail in getting within sight or hearing of an imposture so gross, a hoax so ingenious, or a bubble of such gigantic proportions as has been perpetrated and forced upon unthinking multitudes in the name of science, and as proved incontrovertible fact by the expounders of modern astronomy. Again and again have their theories been combated and exposed, but as often have the majority who did not think for themselves accepted the popular thing. We have been taught that the height of stupidity and naivety was when our ignorant ancestors believed the earth to be flat, and that if any man somehow still thinks the earth to be the immovable center of the universe, that they must be the most primitive kind of ignoramus. Nowadays, the label flat earther has become literally synonymous with moron, and is a common cliché derogatory term for insulting someone's intelligence. Upon seeing a book titled The Flat Earth Conspiracy, your ingrained instinct was likely to laugh, mock the messenger, and deny the very possibility. Marshall Hall said, "What strikes you as being some thoughts that people would have if, in the short space of a few weeks, the universally held conviction that the Earth rotates on an axis daily and orbits the Sun annually were exposed as an unscientific deception? Keep in mind that a rotating, orbiting Earth is not counted as a mere hypothesis or even a theory anywhere in the world today. Oh no. Rather, this concept is an unquestioned truth, an established fact in all books and other media everywhere, church media included. Copernicanism, in short, is a concept that is protected in a bunker under a 50-foot thick ceiling of solid scientific concrete. It is meant to be impregnable. It is a concept that has become ensconced in men's minds as the indestructible cornerstone of enlightened modern man's knowledge. Virtually all people everywhere have been taught to believe, and do believe, that this concept is based on objective science and dispassionate secular reasoning." B. Chasbro wrote, 99 people out of 100 would give the same answer to the interrogation, and that same answer would be to the effect that the Earth is a globe which revolves around the Sun. The 99 who makes this reply would do it because they know it to be the case. How do they know it? Let this question be put to them, and they will bestow upon you a withering smile of pity at what they conceive to be an imbecility of mind on your part, and answer you in something like the following style. "It has always been so. We learnt it at school. Clever men say so, and look how astronomers can foretell eclipses," and then lose their temper at the very idea of the globular theory being incorrect, and a haughty "there can be no doubt about it" will close all they have to say on the subject. Now if the ears of these 99 could only be gained, they would be shown, in an irresistible manner, that the philosophy which would speak of a round and revolving world is a false philosophy. Ancient civilizations the world over believed Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe, around which the heavens revolved daily cycles in perfect circles. This stable geocentric universe, proven true by experience and experiments, which reigned undisputed for thousands of years, adequately explaining all earthly and celestial phenomena, was violently uprooted, spun around, and sent flying through infinite space by a cabal of sun-worshipping theoretical astronomers. Early Masonic magicians like Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and Newton, along with their modern Masonic astronaut counterparts like Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, hand in hand with NASA and world Freemasonry, have pulled off the greatest hoax, propagated the most phenomenal lie, and perpetuated the most complete indoctrination in history. Over the course of 500 years, using everything from books, magazines, and television to computer-generated imaging, a multi-generational conspiracy has succeeded in the minds of the masses to pick up the fixed Earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. In schools where every professor's desk is adorned with a spinning Earth globe, we are lectured on the heliocentric theory of the universe, shown images of ball planets, and videos of men suspended in space. The illusion created, connivingly convincing, has entranced the world's population into blindly believing a maleficent myth. The greatest cover-up of all time, NASA and Freemasonry's biggest secret, is that we are living on a plane, not a planet, that Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Lady Blunt wrote, "We are told that though the Earth has the appearance of being a vast plain with the sun moving high above and over the Earth, that what we see is a deception, it is an optical illusion, for it is not the sun that moves, but the Earth, with the sea and all that in them is, in the form of a globe, whizzing with terrific rapidity round the sun, located millions of miles away, its mean distance being assumed to be 91 millions of miles, and that the Earth travels at a rate of 68,000 miles an hour, or 19 miles, or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary. Imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to read and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us, you are crazy. The Earth's... But then people would say, oh, then how do you explain a fixed calm atmosphere and the sun's observable movement? How do you explain that? But is somehow magically Velcro is what makes sense. We are saying how ridiculous this situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it tightly, like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary, though all the evidence shows it. We feel no movement. The atmosphere hasn't been blown over from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless orbiting the sun. There are several tests and experiments which could be and have been conducted to prove or disprove the veracity of such a claim. For example, Danish astronomer Tycho positing that if the Earth were to be seen, he argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together in million miles of supposed orbit. Winship wrote, if the Earth is at a given point in space 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and direction that this great change is nowhere apparent and has never been observed incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit round the sun. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder on the opposite sides of a wooden frame or a solid block of wood or stone. So adjust them that their centers of axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, desperate heliocentrists, instead of conceding, doubled down, claiming the stars were all actually trillions upon trillions of miles away from us, so distant that no appreciable parallax could ever be detected. This convenient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to for centuries, has proven satisfactory to silence the uninquisitive minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately address many observable phenomena, such as our wildly implausible synchronization with Polaris. William Carpenter wrote, "The idea that the Earth, if it were a globe, could possibly move in an orbit of hundreds of millions of miles with such exactitude that the crosshairs in a telescope fixed on its surface would appear to glide gently over a star millions of miles away, is simply monstrous. Whereas with a fixed telescope, it matters not the distance of the stars, though we suppose them to be as far off as the astronomer supposes them to be, for, as Mr. Richard Proctor himself says, the further away they are, the less they will seem to shift. Why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that Mr. Proctor's mass of 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Captain R.J. Morrison, the late compiler of Zadkiel's Almanac, says, "We declare that this motion is all mere bosh, and that the arguments which uphold it are, when examined with an eye that seeks for truth, mere nonsense and childish absurdity." Another experiment repeatedly performed to disprove Earth's supposed rotation under our feet is firing cannonballs vertically and horizontally in all cardinal directions. If the Earth were truly spinning eastwards underneath us, as the heliocentric model suggests, then vertically fired cannonballs should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, though, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs perfectly aimed with a plumb line, lit with a slow match, shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. If the Earth were actually spinning at the supposed rate of 600 to 700 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes of England and America, where the tests have been performed, the cannonballs should fall a full 8,400 feet, or over a mile and a half, behind the cannon. Again, at this point, instead of conceding, desperate heliocentrists triple down, claiming the reason cannonballs fall straight back is because the magical properties of gravity allow Earth to somehow drag the entire lower atmosphere in perfect synchronization with its axial spin, rendering even such breakneck speeds completely unnoticeable to the observer and unmeasurable by experimentation. This highly implausible, though clever and convenient explanation only holds for vertically fired cannons, however. If cannons are instead fired and measured in all cardinal directions, even the heliocentrist's atmospheric Velcro trump card becomes unplayable. North-south firing cannonballs establish a control, then east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, and west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer due to the supposed 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward rotation of the Earth. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, north, south, east, or west, the distance covered is always the same. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "When sitting in a rapidly moving railway carriage, let a spring gun be fired forward, or in the direction in which the train is moving. Again let the same gun be fired, but in the opposite direction, and it will be found that the ball or other projectile will always go farther in the first case than in the latter. If a person leaps backward from a horse in full gallop, he cannot jump so great a distance as he can by jumping forward. Leaping from a moving sledge, coach, or other object backwards or forwards, the same results are experienced. Many other practical cases could be cited to show that any body projected from another body in motion does not exhibit the same behavior as it does when projected from a body at rest. Nor are the results the same when projected in the same direction as that in which the body moves, as when projected in the opposite direction, because In the former case, the projected body receives its momentum from the projectile force plus that given to it by the moving body, and in the latter case, this momentum minus that of the moving body. Hence, it would be found that if the Earth is moving rapidly from west to east, a cannon fired in due easterly direction would send a ball to a greater distance than it would if fired in a due westerly direction. But the most experienced artillerymen, many of whom have had great practice both at home and abroad, in almost every latitude, have declared that no difference whatsoever is observable, that in charging and pointing their guns, no difference in the working is ever required. Gunners in warships have noticed a considerable difference in the results of their firing from guns at the bow when sailing rapidly toward the object fired at, and when firing from guns placed at the stern while sailing away from the object, and in both cases the results are different to those observed when firing from a ship at perfect rest. These details of practical experience are utterly incompatible with the supposition of a revolving earth. William Carpenter wrote, "It is in evidence that if a projectile be fired from a rapidly moving body in an opposite direction to that in which the body is going, it will fall short of the distance at which it would reach the ground if fired in the direction of motion. Now, since the Earth is said to move at the rate of 19 miles in a second of time from east to west, it would make all the difference imaginable if the gun were fired in an opposite direction. But as, in practice, there is not the slightest difference whichever way the thing may be done, we have a forcible overthrow of all the fancies relative to the motion of the Earth." During the Crimean War, the subject of artillery fire in connection with the Earth's rotation became a hotly discussed topic among military men, scientists, philosophers, and statesmen. Around this time, on December 20th, 1857, British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston wrote to the Secretary of War, Lord Panmure, stating, "There is an investigation which it would be important, and at the same time easy to make, and that is, whether the rotation of the Earth on its axis has any effect on the curve of a cannonball in its flight. One should suppose that it has, and that while the cannonball is flying in the air, impelled by the gunpowder, in a straight line from the cannon's mouth, the ball would not follow the rotation of the Earth in the same manner which it would if lying at rest on the Earth's surface. If this be so, a ball fired in the meridional direction, that is to say, due south or due north, ought to deviate to the west of the object at which it was aimed, because during the time of flight that object will have gone to the east somewhat faster than the cannonball will have done. The trial might be easily made in any place in which a free circle of a mile or more radius could be obtained, and a cannon placed in the center of that circle, and fired alternately north, south, east, and west, with equal charges, would afford the means of ascertaining whether each shot flew the same distance or not. Several such experiments have since been performed and shown that projectiles fired in various directions on Earth's surface always cover comparable distances with no appreciable difference whatsoever. These results are entirely against the theory of a rotating, revolving world, and serve as direct empirical evidence for the stationary Earth. More evidence, similar to the cannonball experiment, is found in helicopters and airplanes. If the Earth were spinning several hundred miles per hour beneath our feet, helicopter pilots and hot air balloonists should be able to simply ascend straight up, hover, and wait for their lateral destinations to reach them. Since such a thing has never happened in the history of aeronautics, however, haughty heliocentrists must once again rely on Newton's magical atmospheric Velcro, claiming the lower atmosphere, up to an undetermined height, somewhere above the reach of helicopters, hot air balloons, and anything not built by NASA, is pulled perfectly along with the rotating Earth, rendering such experiments moot. Granting heliocentrists their atmospheric blue supposition helps them dismiss the results of vertically fired cannonball experiments, but does not and cannot help them explain away the results of horizontal cardinally fired cannonballs. Similarly, granting them their magic Velcro helps dismiss the results of hovering helicopter and hot air balloon experiments, but does not and cannot explain away the results of airplanes flying in cardinal directions. For instance, if both the Earth and its lower atmosphere are supposedly rotating together eastwards 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, then airplane pilots would need to make an extra 1,038 mile per hour compensation acceleration when flying westwards. North and southbound pilots would by necessity have to set diagonal courses to compensate. Since no such compensations are ever necessary, except in the imaginations of astronomers, it follows that the Earth does not move. Gabrielle Henriette wrote, "If flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. The distance covered by an aircraft would be reduced or increased by the speed of the rotation according to whether such aircraft traveled in the same direction or against it. Thus, if the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off. Since both speeds are equal, there would, in addition, be no need to fly from one place to another situated on the same latitude. The aircraft could just rise and wait for the desired country to arrive in the ordinary course of the rotation, and then land. The heliocentric theory, literally flying in the face of direct observation, experimental evidence, and common sense, maintains that the ball Earth is spinning around its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the entire solar system rotates around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way speeds through the ever-expanding universe at over 670 million miles per hour, yet no one in history has ever felt a thing. We can feel the slightest breeze on a summer's day, but never one iota of air displacement from these incredible speeds. Heliocentrists claim with a straight face that their ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, dragging the atmosphere in such a manner as to perfectly cancel all centrifugal, gravitational, and inertial forces, so we do not feel the tiniest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. Such backpedaling, damage control, reverse-engineered explanations certainly stretch the limits of credibility in the imagination, leaving much to be desired by discerning minds. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Dear reader, do you feel the motion? I trow not, for if you did, you would not so quietly be reading my book. I doubt not you have been, like myself, on a railway platform when an express train rushed wildly past at the rate of 65 miles per hour, when the concussion of the air almost knocked you down. But how much more terrible would be the shock of the Earth's calculated motion 1,000 times faster than the speed of the railway express." Thomas Winship wrote, "Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning round 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour, and gyrating across the heavens. Then let conjecture endeavor to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on. If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at the terrific rate of 1,000 miles per hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying. If the Earth and atmosphere are constantly revolving eastwards at 1,000 miles per hour, how is it that clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably go every which way, often traveling in opposing directions simultaneously? Why can we feel the slightest westward breeze, but not the Earth's incredible supposed 1,000 mile per hour eastward spin? And how is it that the magic velcro of gravity is strong enough to drag miles of Earth's atmosphere along, but weak enough to allow little bugs, birds, clouds, and planes to travel freely unabated in any direction. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "What about the lark which at early morn soars aloft, trilling its lays of luscious melody? Why was it not swept away in the tumultuous atmosphere? But it still continues singing in happy ignorance of any commotion in the heavens. Who has not noticed on a calm summer day the thistledown floating listlessly in the air, and the smoke ascending straight as an arrow from the peasant's cottage? Would not such light things as thistledown and smoke have to obey the impulse and go with the earth also? But they do not." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If the atmosphere rushes forward from west to east continually, we are again obliged to conclude that whatever floats or is suspended in it at any altitude must of necessity partake of its eastward motion. A piece of cork or any other body floating in still water will be motionless, but let the water be put in motion in any direction whatever, and the floating bodies will move with it, in the same direction and with the same velocity. Let the experiment be tried in every possible way, and these results will invariably follow. Hence, if the earth's atmosphere is in constant motion from west to east, all the different strata which are known to exist in it, and all the various kinds of clouds and vapors which float in it, must of mechanical necessity move rapidly eastwards. But what is the fact? If we fix upon any star as a standard or datum outside the visible atmosphere, we may sometimes observe a stratum of clouds going for hours together in a direction the very opposite to that in which the earth is supposed to be moving. Not only may a stratum of clouds be seen moving rapidly from east to west, but at the same moment other strata may often be seen moving from north to south, or from south to north. It is a fact well known to aeronauts that several strata of atmospheric air are often moving in as many different directions at the same time. On almost any moonlit and cloudy night, different strata may be seen not only moving in different directions, but, at the same time, moving with different velocities, some floating past the face of the moon rapidly and uniformly, and others passing gently along, sometimes becoming stationary, then starting fitfully into motion, and often standing still for minutes together." In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the earth must be motionless. "The sky being very clear, the planet Venus was seen near the zenith, notwithstanding the brightness of the meridian sun. It enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal, both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki, on ascending the volcanic mountain of Carenia, in Oahe, reached at 4,000 feet, an elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different hygrometric and thermometric condition. Count Strzelecki further informed me of the following seemingly anomalous circumstance: that at the height of 6,000 feet he found the current of air blowing at right angles to both the lower strata, also of a different hydrometric and thermometric condition, but warmer than the inner stratum. Such a state of the atmosphere is compatible only with the fact which other evidence has demonstrated, that the earth is at rest." William Carpenter wrote, "It is a well-known fact that clouds are continually seen moving in all manner of direction. Yes, and frequently in different directions at the same time, from west to east being as frequent a direction as any other. Now if the earth were a globe revolving through space west to east at a rate of 19 miles in a second, the clouds appearing to us to move towards the east would have to move quicker than 19 miles in a second to be thus seen, whilst those which appear to be moving in the opposite direction would have no necessity to be moving at all, since the motion of the earth would be more than sufficient to cause that appearance. But it only takes a little common sense to show us that it is the clouds that move, just as they appear to do, and that therefore the earth is motionless." Heliocentrists believe the world beneath their feet is spinning at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, while perfectly pulling the entire atmosphere along for the ride. Meanwhile, at the mid-latitudes of USA and Europe, they believe the world and atmosphere spin around 900 to 700 miles per hour, decreasing gradually all the way down to 0 miles per hour at the North and South Poles, where the stagnant atmosphere apparently never moves, completely escaping the grips of gravity's magic Velcro. This means at all latitudes, every inch of the way, the atmosphere manages to perfectly coincide with the supposed speed of the Earth, compensating from 0 miles per hour at the poles all the way up to 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, and every speed in between. These are all lofty assumptions heliocentrists make without any experimental evidence to back them up. Marshall Hall said, "In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us because we have been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation and experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 mile per hour speed of the Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 mile per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 670 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught as scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate as aerial bombing in World War II down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at several hundred miles per hour and changing constantly with the latitude. Before heliocentric indoctrination, any child will look up to the sky and notice that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around a stationary Earth. All evidence from our perspective clearly demonstrates that we are fixed, and the heavenly bodies circle around us. We feel the Earth as motionless, and observe the sun, moon, stars, and planets to be moving entities. To suspend this common-sense geocentric perspective and assume that it is actually the Earth rotating beneath us daily while revolving around the sun yearly is quite a theoretical leap to take without any empirical evidence to land on." Alan Daves said, "Ignorant folk think that such minority opinions as geocentrism are conspiracy theories. There is a real conspiracy for sure, but the sad thing is it is mostly a conspiracy of willful and apathetic ignorance."
Hello, if I can be heard, I just paused the boat because we've been joined by, we've got moralistically and Slay. Either one of you guys want to talk, or girls, not to be presumptuous. I don't even know if my mic's working. Moralistically, are you there? Can you talk? Got control of your mic if you want to say hi. Alrighty then. Guess I'll just start our debate back unless somebody wants to talk. Dick, are you there? Just left. There's somebody I know that thinks they're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. Chris Jedi, don't you?
I know everything. Do you know what? I was just listening on YouTube and I heard your voice, Dave, and I've been dying to say hello to you for the last couple of days. How you doing, big man? You good?
Yeah, long time, man. How you doing?
Yeah, really, really well, mate. Glad to see you around on the 24/7 still, man. Really good to see you.
Yep, I'm still lurking around here, looking for this bending water and stuff like that. You know how it goes.
No, I know how it goes, buddy, for sure. Just wanted to pop in and say hello to you, personally, my friend. That was all.
I appreciate it, man. It's good to hear your voice back on here. You've always been a strong voice for this subject, and it's good to hear you back, man.
Yeah, I've been back for maybe 2-3 days or so, and I'm fully enjoying it, mate. I've missed the place. Let's put it like that. I've forgotten how great it was, the people around, and yeah, I'm glad to be back for sure.
Yeah, this is quite a good place to. I mean, the way we've sort of constructed this place, we're all about truth. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I hear you. We'll end up, mate. Of course, absolutely.
Everything.
So, sorry, mate. I didn't want to interrupt you introducing people and trying to get conversations going, but I just wanted to say hello to you. That was all. I'll slip myself on mute for a bit.
I appreciate it, Jedi. I don't know if these guys are going to talk or not. We'll give them another chance here. Looks like they left. Cy Slay is still there. Hello, Cy Slay. Say hello if you like. Or don't. Your choice. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for Cy Slay. Alright, somebody's got 10 seconds to talk. It don't have to be you, Jedi. I know you might be busy. Or we're back to Eric DeBay, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit busy at the moment. Give me about 20, 30 minutes or so to sort myself out from getting back from work, and I'll be right back in.
All good. We'll just let Eric talk for a little while.
Just wanted
I'd
to
rather hear him than me. So. If I can figure this out. Let's see.
Did you hear me, Dave? I was just saying good morning.
Good morning, buddy. Yeah, I hear you. Quite quiet, if you don't mind me saying so, but yeah, I definitely do hear you. Good morning to you.
Yeah,
Hey, what's
your
going on
volume's
today?
at like a 2, Chris, but I hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying good morning. I'm working in the background too.
Okay. The background is the best place to work most of the time, isn't it?
It's not a bad place to be.
All right. Unless you had some, I was just going to put it back, the bay back on until somebody pops in.
Sure thing.
For numerous reasons. The very people who would call geocentrists quack conspiracy theorists are either themselves completely ignorant of even modern cosmological axioms and principles of gravitation and mechanics, or they are just playing stupid, hoping no one will notice or call their bluff. What's even more hilarious is the fact that even folk like Stephen Hawking and a few intellectually honest physicists and cosmologists who would read what we are saying and are capable of understanding it know that what we have been saying is absolutely true. Not only do they admit that, but even snicker about it to each other. But they won't dare to address that too openly with the dumb, ignorant masses. Best not to confuse the common folk with unnecessary information and facts. Even more sad are all the others out there who don't have a clue what I'm saying here and shake their heads, thinking they know something about physics that tells them that the Earth moves. If only they studied the textbooks and peer-reviewed papers a little closer, they would realize just how absolutely ignorant with a capital I that argument really is. It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. From W.T. Lynn's First Principles of Natural Philosophy, the upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane, because if a part of the surface were higher than the rest, those parts of the fluid which were under it would exert a greater pressure upon the surrounding parts than they receive from them, so that motion would take place amongst the particles and continue until there were none at a higher level than the rest, that is, until the upper surface of the whole mass of fluid became a horizontal plane. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. Moreover, if the Earth is spherical, then it follows that the surface of all Earth's water, including the massive oceans, must maintain a certain degree of convexity. But this is contrary to the fundamental physical nature of water to always be and remain level. From William Thomas Wiseman's The Earth an Irregular Plane. The surface of all water, when not agitated by natural causes, such as winds, tides, earthquakes, etc., is perfectly level. The sense of sight proves this to every unprejudiced and reasonable mind. Can any so-called scientist, who teaches that the earth is a whirling globe, take a heap of liquid water, whirl it around, and so make rotundity? He cannot. Therefore it is utterly impossible to prove that an ocean is a whirling rotund section of a globular earth, rushing through space at the lying given rate of false philosophers. If we were living on a whirling ball earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal, and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curveting downwards from the central summit. For example, if the ball Earth were 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomers say, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. To the benefit of true science, and to the detriment of modern astronomy's pseudoscience, such an experiment can and has been tested. In Cambridge, England, there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford, which passes in a straight line through the fenlands known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind, and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity or curvature actually exists. In the latter part of the 19th century, Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a famous flat earther and author of the fine book Earth, Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without axial or orbital motion and the only material world in the universe, traveled to the Bedford Level and performed a series of experiments to determine whether the surface of standing water is flat or convex. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "A boat with a flagstaff, the top of the flag 5 feet above the surface of the water, was directed to sail from a place called Welch's Dam, a well-known ferry passage, to another called Welney Bridge. These 2 points are 6 statute miles apart. The author, with a good telescope, went into the water, and with the eye about 8 inches above the surface, observed the receding boat during the whole period required to sail to Welney Bridge. The flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the whole distance. There could be no mistake as to the distance passed over, as the man in charge of the boat had instructions to lift one of his oars to the top of the arch the moment he reached the bridge. The experiment commenced about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a summer's day, and the sun was shining brightly and nearly behind or against the boat during the whole of its passage. Every necessary condition had been fulfilled, and the result was to the last degree definite and satisfactory. The conclusion was unavoidable, that the surface of the water for a length of 6 miles did not to any appreciable extent decline or curvate downwards from the line of sight. But if the earth is a globe, the surface of the 6 miles length of water would have been 6 feet higher in the center than at the 2 extremities. From this experiment it follows that the surface of standing water is not convex, and therefore that the earth is not a globe. On the contrary, this simple experiment is all sufficient to prove that the surface of the water is parallel to the line of sight, and is therefore horizontal, and that the earth cannot be other than a plane. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbotham placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface. Near the last one he also positioned a longer 8-foot staff bearing a 3-foot flag, so that its bottom aligned precisely with the tops of the other flags. He then mounted a telescope at a height of 5 feet behind the first flag and took his observations. If the earth was a globe of 25,000 miles, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags simply established the line of sight. The third flag should then fall 8 inches below the second, the fourth flag 32 inches below, the fifth 6 feet, the sixth 10 feet 8 inches, and the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight. Even if the Earth was a globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is, not a single inch of curvature was detected, and the flags all lined up perfectly as consistent with a flat plane. Dr. Robotham wrote, "The rotundity of the Earth would necessitate the above conditions, but as they cannot be found to exist, the doctrine must be pronounced as only a simple theory, having no foundation in fact, a pure invention of misdirected genius, splendid in its comprehensiveness and bearing upon natural phenomena, but nevertheless, mathematical and logical necessities compel its denunciation as an absolute falsehood." Dr. Robotham conducted several other experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. His findings caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 30 years of his efforts, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. William Carpenter wrote, "Is water level, or is it not?" was a question once asked of an astronomer. "Practically, yes. Theoretically, no," was the reply. Now, when theory does not harmonize with practice, the best thing to do is to drop the theory. It is getting too late now to say, "so much the worse for the facts." To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. From the June 26, 1896 edition of the English Mechanic, "Since any given body of water must have a level surface, no one part higher than another, and seeing that all our oceans, a few inland seas excepted, are connected together, it follows that they are all, virtually, of the same level." Astronomers say the magical magnetism of gravity is what keeps all the oceans of the world stuck to the ball Earth. They say that because the Earth is so massive, by virtue of this mass, it creates a magic force able to hold people, oceans, and atmosphere tightly clung to the underside of the spinning ball. Unfortunately, however, they cannot provide any practical example of this on a scale smaller than the planetary. For example, a spinning wet tennis ball has the exact opposite effect of the supposed ball Earth. Any water poured over it simply falls off the sides, and giving it a spin results in water flying off 360 degrees like a dog shaking off after a bath. Astronomers concede the wet tennis ball example displays the opposite effect of their supposed ball Earth, but claim that at some unknown mass, the magic adhesive properties of gravity suddenly kick in, allowing the spinning wet tennis ball Earth to keep every drop of gravitized water stuck to the surface. Again, their theory flies in the face of all practical evidence, but they've been running with it for 500 years, so why stop now? William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. The assertion that they could be retained under these circumstances being an outrage upon human understanding and credulity. But as the Earth, that is, the habitable world of dry land, is found to be standing out of the water and in the water of the mighty deep, whose circumferential boundary is ice, we may throw the statement back into the teeth of those who made it, and flaunt before their faces the flag of reason and common sense, inscribed with the proof that the Earth is not a globe. In one portion of its long route, the great river Nile flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. This is a feat which, of course, would be a sheer impossibility if the Earth had spherical curvature. Many other rivers, including the Congo in West Africa, the Amazon in South America, and the Mississippi in North America, all flow for thousands of miles in directions totally incompatible with the supposed globularity of the Earth as well." Thomas Winship wrote, "Rivers run down to the sea because of the inclination of their beds. Rising at an altitude above sea level, in some cases thousands of feet above the sea, they follow the easiest route to their level, the sea. The Parana and the Paraguay in South America are navigable for over 2,000 miles, and their waters run the same way until they find their level of stability where the sea tides begin. But if the world be a globe, the Amazon in South America, that flows always in an easterly direction, would sometimes be running uphill and sometimes down, according to the movement of the globe. Then the Congo in West Africa, that always pursues a westerly course to the sea, would in the same manner be running alternately up and down. When that point of the globe exactly between them was up, they would both be running up, although in opposite directions. And when the globe took half a turn, they would both be running down. We know from practical experiment that water will find its level, and cannot by any possibility remain other than level, or flat, or horizontal, whatever term may be used to express the idea. It is therefore quite out of the range of possibility that rivers could do as they would have to do on a globe. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Who ever heard of a river in any part of its course flowing uphill? Yet this it would require to do were the earth a globe. Rivers like the Mississippi, which flow from the north southwards towards the equator, would need, according to modern astronomic theory, to run upwards, as the earth at the equator is said to bulge out considerably more, or, in other words, is higher than at any other part. Thus the Mississippi, in its immense course of over 3,000 miles, would have to ascend 11 miles before it reached the Gulf of Mexico." And William Carpenter wrote, "There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the earth's surface, and at the same time. Now if the earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill and others down, taking it for a fact that there really is an up and down in nature, whatever form she assumes. But since rivers do not flow uphill, and the globular theory requires that they should, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe." Whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, or flying 100,000 feet in the air, the always horizontal horizon line always rises up to meet the eye level of the observer and remains perfectly flat. You can test for yourself on a beach or hilltop, in a large field or desert, aboard a hot air balloon or helicopter. You will see the panoramic horizon ascend with you and remain completely level all around. If the earth were actually a big ball, however, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around. Standing in a rising balloon, you would have to look downwards to the horizon. The highest point of the ball earth would be directly beneath you and declining on each side. Amateurs have sent balloons to heights of over 121,000 feet, and you can watch video online of the horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around. NASA videos and other official sources, however, such as the recent Red Bull skydive at 128,000 feet, have been caught adding fake curvature to the Earth via wide-angle lenses and post-production work. Panoramic photos atop Mount Everest also often claim to be displaying Earth's curvature, but this is simply the result of distortions and limitations inherent in wide-angle lenses. Samuel Shenton wrote, "The camera-distorted horizons have always been a misleading factor with those who have not freed their minds from the planet or globe Earth indoctrination. 3 or 4 years ago, the USIS booklet Science Horizons carried a note to the effect that the Americans hoped to produce a lens which would not distort level horizons. So far, I am not aware that such aid to truer photography has yet been made available. Flat earthers, however, can prove that due to the known laws of perspective, the horizon optically rises and remains level with the observer's or the camera's eye, no matter what height is achieved. In fact, the Earth immediately beneath balloon, airplane, rocket, or capsule presents a dish-shaped or concave-like appearance, the point of Earth immediately below the vehicle appearing the lowest. It is not the highest point of your globe Earth, with the dip or curvature of the ball sweeping away downward to a horizon far away below the eye level. If the Earth were actually a big ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would be noticeably curved even at sea level, and everything on or approaching the horizon would appear to tilt backwards slightly from your perspective. Distant buildings along the horizon would all look like leaning towers of Pisa falling away from the observer. A hot air balloon taking off, then drifting steadily away from you on a ball Earth, would slowly and constantly appear to lean back more and more the farther away it flew, the bottom of the basket coming gradually into view as the top of the balloon disappears from sight. In reality, however, buildings, balloons, trees, people, anything and everything at right angles to the ground or horizon remains so regardless the distance of the observer. B. Chasbro wrote, "The marine horizon, from whatever position it is viewed, always appears to be, and is, in fact, a perfectly level line, and since this appearance is the same in all parts of the world, its surface must be level, and therefore the earth is a plane. This may be proved to be the case by erecting at a suitable elevation on the seashore a duly leveled board or a string, at right angles to a plumb line, tightly stretched between two vertical poles. On looking towards the sea, the horizontal line for a distance of 20 miles may be easily observed, and throughout its entire length it will be found to coincide with the straight edge or string. But if the earth were a globe, the horizontal line would form an arc of 20 miles in length, curveting both ways from the center at the rate of 8 inches multiplied by the square of the distance. Hence the horizontal line at either end of the distance ought to be depressed some 66 feet below the horizon in the center. But as no such appearance is ever presented, it necessarily follows that the earth cannot be a globe, or other than a plane. Anyone can prove the sea horizon perfectly straight and the entire earth perfectly flat, using nothing more than a level, tripods, and a wooden plank. At any altitude above sea level, simply fix a 6 to 12 foot long, smooth leveled board edgewise upon tripods, and observe the skyline from eye level behind it. The distant horizon will always align perfectly parallel with the upper edge of the board. Furthermore, if you move in a half circle from one end of the board to the other, whilst observing the skyline over the upper edge, you will be able to trace a clear, flat 10 to 20 miles depending on your altitude. This would be impossible if the earth were a globe and the surface of water convex. If the earth were actually a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would align over the center of the board, but then gradually, noticeably, decline towards the extremities. Just 10 miles on each side would necessitate an easily visible curvature of 66.6 feet from each end to the center." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It is known that the horizon at sea, whatever distance it may extend to the right and left of the observer on land, always appears as a straight line. The following experiment has been tried in various parts of the country. At Brighton, on a rising ground near the race course, 2 poles were fixed in the earth, 6 yards apart, and directly opposite the sea. Between these poles a line was tightly stretched parallel to the horizon. From the center of the line, the view embraced not less than 20 miles on each side, making a distance of 40 miles. A vessel was observed sailing directly westwards. The line cut the rigging a little above the bulwarks, which it did for several hours or until the vessel had sailed the whole distance of 40 miles. The ship, coming into view from the east, would have to ascend an inclined plane for 20 miles until it arrived at the center of the arc, whence it would have to descend for the same distance. The square of 20 miles, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 266 feet, as the amount the vessel would be below the line at the beginning and at the end of the 40 miles. From the high land near Portsmouth Harbour in Hampshire, England, looking across Spithead to the Isle of Wight, the entire base of the island, where water and land come together, composes a perfectly straight line, 22 statute miles long. According to the ball earth theory, the Isle of Wight should decline 80 feet from the center on each side to account for the necessary curvature. The crosshairs of a good theodolite directed there, however, have repeatedly shown the land and water line to be perfectly level. On a clear day from the high land near Douglas Harbour on the Isle of Man, the whole length of the coast of North Wales is often plainly visible to the naked eye. From the point of Ayr at the mouth of the River Dee to Holyhead comprises a 50-mile stretch, which has also been repeatedly found to be perfectly horizontal. If the Earth actually had curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, The 50-mile length of Welsh coast, seen along the horizon in Liverpool Bay, would have to decline from the center point an easily detectable 416 feet on each side. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "But as such declination or downward curvation cannot be detected, the conclusion is logically inevitable that it has no existence. Let the reader seriously ask whether any and what reason exists in nature to prevent the fall of more than 500 feet being visible to the eye, or incapable of detection by any optical or mathematical means whatsoever. This question is especially important when it is considered that at the same distance, and on the upper outline of the same land, changes of level of only a few yards' extent are quickly and unmistakably perceptible. If a man is guided by evidence and reason, and influenced by a love of truth and consistency, he cannot longer maintain that the earth is a globe. He must feel that to do so is to war with the evidence of his senses, to deny that any importance attaches to the fact and experiment, to ignore entirely the value of logical process, and to cease to rely upon practical induction." Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine, stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. One of the civil engineers in this district, after some amount of argument on each side as to the reason why no allowance for curvature was made, said he did not believe anybody would know the shape of the earth in this life." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible." Engineer W. Winkler wrote into the Earth Review, October 1893, regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is a clear proof of the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. The average level of the Mediterranean is 6 inches above the Red Sea, while the flood tides in the Red Sea rise 4 feet above the highest and drop 3 feet below the lowest in the Mediterranean, making the half-tide level of the Red Sea the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, and the 100 miles of water in the canal all a clear continuation of the same horizontal line. Were they instead the supposed curved line of globe earthers, the water in the center of the canal would be 1,666 feet above the respective seas on either side. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The distance between the Red Sea at Suez and the Mediterranean Sea is 100 statute miles, the datum line of the canal being 26 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and is continued horizontally the whole way from sea to sea, there not being a single lock on the canal. The surface of water being parallel with the datum line, it is thus clear that there is no curvature or globularity for the whole 100 miles between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Had there been, according to the astronomic theory, the middle of the canal would have been 1,666 feet higher than at either end, whereas the canal is perfectly horizontal for the whole distance. The Great Canal of China, said to be 700 miles in length, was made without regard to any allowance for supposed curvature, as the Chinese believe the earth to be a stationary plane. I may also add that no allowance was made for it in the North Sea Canal, or in the Manchester Ship Canal, both recently constructed, thus clearly proving that there is no globularity in earth or sea, so that the world cannot possibly be a planet." Thomas Winship wrote, "If the earth be the globe of popular belief, it is very evident that in cutting a canal an allowance must be made for the curvature of the globe, which allowance would correspond to the square of the distance multiplied by 8 inches. From the Age of 5th August 1892 I extract the following. The German Emperor performed the ceremony of opening the gates of the Baltic and North Sea Canal in the spring of 1891. The canal starts at Holtenau on the south side of Kiel Bay and joins the Elbe 15 miles above its mouth. It is 61 miles long, 200 feet wide at the surface and 85 feet at the bottom, the depth being 28 feet. No locks are required, as the surface of the two seas is level. Let those who believe it is the practice for surveyors to make allowance for curvature ponder over the following from the Manchester Ship Canal Company, Earth Review, October 1893. It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line.
Okay, I paused Mr. Debate for a moment. We've been joined by Way of Mixer. You have no roles, so try to unmute you here and see if you want to talk. Well, you're not muted. Can you open your mic, Way of Mixer? I don't think so. I don't know how to get him or her the ability to speak right now. Can't just give you VC Verify without talking to you. Anyway, if somebody's got something to say, speak now, or we're back to debate.
Thanks for running the bot, Dave.
Who said that? Kiwi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, man.
How's things in Canada?
Things are well in Canada. How are things down your way, my man?
Little chilly. Mostly looks like it's gonna be a pretty day, so
Nice.
every
Finishing
day-
up breakfast. Get this day rolling. A late start for me today.
Every day's a new opportunity to do something good and make things better, right? Let's hope. Anyway,
Yes, sir. Well stated.
looks like a way of a mixture. I have no way of getting them to talk right now, so we'll go back to debate for now. If anybody wants to talk, let me know. I'll be around for a little while. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you're listening on YouTube or whatever, maybe you just came across this subject, you think it's ridiculous. Most or all of us thought the same thing when we first heard of it. Turns out the ridiculous thing is what you actually believe right now. If you think you're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, but if you want to come in and discuss, have a civil discussion about what you may believe the Earth to be, come on in and talk to us. Click the link; it's right there on the YouTube page. Meanwhile, we'll go back to Mr. Debate, spitting some facts.
Line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. Adding the station's actual height, 240 feet, to its theoretical inclination, 5,400 feet, gives 5,640 feet as the rail's necessary height on a globe Earth, more than 1,000 feet taller than Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in Great Britain. Thomas Winship wrote, "In projecting railways on a globe, the datum line would be the arc of a circle corresponding to the latitude of the place. That the datum line for the railway projections is always a horizontal line proves that the general configuration of the world is horizontal. To support the globe theory, the gentlemen of the observatories should call upon the surveyor to prove that he allows the necessary amount for curvature. But this is what the learned men dare not do, as it is well known that the allowance for the supposed curvature is never made." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "In a long line like that of the Great Pacific Railway, extending across North America, the supposed curvature would, of course, be proportionally great, extending to many miles in height, but not 1 inch was allowed by the engineers for curvature during the whole course of the construction of that vast line of railway. And if we think of it, how could it be otherwise? All railway metals must of necessity be straight, for how could any engine or carriage run with safety on a convex surface?" J.C. Bourne, in his book The History of the Great Western Railway, stated that the entire original English railroad, more than 118 miles long, that the whole line with the exception of the inclined planes, may be regarded practically as level. The British Parliament session in 1862 that approved its construction recorded in Order No. 44 for the proposed railway that "the section be drawn to the same horizontal scale as the plan, and to a vertical scale of not less than 1 inch to every 100 feet, and shall show the surface of the ground marked on the plan, the intended level of the proposed work, the height of every embankment, and the depth of every cutting, and a datum horizontal line which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the work." Thomas Winship wrote, 118 miles of level railway, and yet the surface on which it is projected a globe? Impossible. It cannot be. Early in 1898 I met a Mr. Hughes, chief officer of the steamer City of Lincoln. This gentleman told me he had projected thousands of miles of level railway in South America, and never heard of any allowance for curvature being made. On one occasion he surveyed over 1,000 miles of railway, which was a perfect straight line all the way. It is well known that in the Argentine Republic and other parts of South America, there are railways thousands of miles long, without curve or gradient. In projecting railways, the world is acknowledged to be a plane, and if it were a globe, the rules of projection have yet to be discovered. Level railways prove a level world, to the utter confusion of the globular school of impractical men with high salaries and little brains. That in all surveys no allowance is made for curvature, which would be a necessity on a globe, that a horizontal line is in every case the datum line, the same line being continuous throughout the whole length of the work, and that the theodolite cuts a line at equal altitudes on either side of it, which altitude is the same as that of the instrument, clearly proves, to those who will accept proof when it is furnished, that the world is a plane and not a globe. If the earth were a sphere, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. If the earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles, higher than expected. A plane flying at a typical 35,000 feet, wishing to maintain that altitude at the upper rim of the so-called troposphere in 1 hour, would find themselves over 200,000 feet high in the mesosphere, with a steadily raising trajectory the longer they go. I have talked to several pilots, and no such compensation for the Earth's supposed curvature is ever made. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is ever taken into consideration. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be obvious to the reader that if the Earth be the globe of popular belief, the rules observed for navigating a vessel from one part of this globe to another must be in conformity to its figure. The datum line in navigation would be an arc of a circle, and all computations would be based on the convexity of water and worked out by spherical trigonometry. Let me preface my remarks on the important branch of our subject by stating that at sea the datum line is always a horizontal line. Spherical trigonometry is never used, and not 1 out of 1,000 shipmasters understands spherical trigonometry. Airline pilots and sea navigators fly and sail as though the Earth were a plane. Pilots reach their desired altitude and maintain it effortlessly for hours, never contending with anything like the 2,777 feet per minute of forced inclination due to Earth's supposed curvature. Similarly, ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plane sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. From Navigation and Nautical Astronomy, plane sailing is usually defined to be the art of navigating a ship on the supposition that the Earth is a plane. Even when longitude enters into consideration, it is still with the plane triangle only that we have to deal. But as the investigation here given in the text shows, the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be evident to everyone who understands what a triangle is, that the base of any such figure on a globe would be an arc of a circle, of which the center would be the center of the globe. Thus, instead of a plane triangle, the figure would contain 1 plane angle and 2 spherical angles. Hence, if the plane triangle is what we have to deal with, and such is the case, the base of the triangle would be a straight line, the ocean. That all triangulation used at sea is plane proves that the sea is a plane. The foregoing quotation states that a plane triangle is used for a spherical surface, but the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. What fine reasoning! It is like saying that the rules for describing a circle are those used for drawing a square, but they would equally hold good though the figure were a square. Plane sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were, in fact, a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea. Navigation in theory and practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming the Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Thomas Winship wrote, "Plain sailing proves that the surface of water is a plane or horizontal surface, and in practice it is shown that this plane extends for many thousands of miles. Whether the voyage is outwards or homewards makes no difference, thus showing that a short voyage to the Cape and back to England can be accomplished by plain sailing. The fact that water is flat like a sheet of paper, when undisturbed by wind and tide, is my working anchor, and the powerful ground tackle of all those who reject the delusions of modern theoretical astronomy. Prove water to be convex, and we will at once and forever recant and grant you anything you like to demand." William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe." And David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The needle of this most important instrument is straight, its two ends pointing north and south at the same time. Consequently, the meridians must also be straight lines, whereas on a globe they are semicircles. Even at the equator, the needle points straight, which would be impossible, were that the midway of a vast convex globe, as in such case the one end would dip towards the north, and the other be pointed towards the sky. Again, the navigator, when he goes to sea, takes his observations and relies on the compass to guide him as to the direction in which he wishes to proceed. He does not provide himself with the model of a globe, which, if the world were a globe, would surely be the safest plan for him to adopt, but he takes flat maps or charts. Thus, in practice, he sails his ship as if the sea were horizontal, though in theory he had been erroneously taught that it is convex." In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole, at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a world cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica or the Hypothetical Southern Continent wrote, The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant." Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions, and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face, we might with equal chance of success try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass. William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains, who have been educated in the globular theory, know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from August 18, 1838 to June 10, 1842, almost 4 years spent exploring and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journals, Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation. that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference. Rev. Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook, Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical, or 1,633 statute miles. Allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34° southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34° latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the deep south experienced 12+ mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distances are nautical measure, which, reduced to statute miles, gives the actual distance round the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball Earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south, must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude." And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the earth, are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator, going southwards, that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the earth is not a globe."
I phoned up Antarctica. There's like a tourist umbrella you have to go through, and I sort of said, "Oh, I've got loads of money. I've got boats in Hawaii and India," which I don't. And me and some friends were going to hack down to Antarctica and walk across it. And I got loads of emails off these people saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't. Fill out your permits. You've got Orange membership. Fill out this. Why are you coming?" I got like totally hammered just for saying I'm coming to Antarctica. What I found is you're only allowed in through New Zealand, South America at the bottom, and South Africa at the bottom. And they take you in, you see some penguins, you sleep somewhere cold, and they throw you back out, all for like $5,000. Now, it's totally locked down, and I did an article about it where I looked at the Treaty of Antarctica, which is some countries got together and locked it down. They've got a lot of science research going on there, and they just don't let anyone in. Now, where this treaty meet, they have a big table that's shaped in a pyramid with the top cut off, which is, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's obviously something there. What would you like to add on the Antarctica rim model, Eric?
Yeah, so Antarctica is not just the tiny ice continent on the bottom of the globe that it shows, but it is the case that no matter where you are on Earth, if you go southwards from there, you'll hit Antarctica. So if you imagine expanding that little Antarctic continent on the bottom of the globe out to an ice rim all the way across, around the Earth, the North Pole being in the center, anywhere you go in a straight line, you will end up going to the ice wall.
Yeah, and many boats through, since the 40s, 50s have talked about my instruments went crazy, there were ice walls for hundreds of miles, I got lost. There's so many of these stories.
Yeah, and so they say that there's a South Pole somewhere too on part of that guided tour that you're talking about. They've got an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice that they've put a red and white barbershop pole with a ball earth on top of it and claim that that's the South Pole. But they even admit that it's not the real South Pole because the real geomagnetic South Pole is constantly moving. So since it's constantly moving, you're never really going to be able to see it. But the reality is they can't have people going down there with a compass and checking to see if it really is the South Pole.
Last year, Prince Harry was down there, and he basically just made some filming. He was with Rupert and Tarquin and a few of his friends. And the story was on all the mainstream news, Prince Harry in Antarctica. Oh, we had to go back, it was just too cold, my foot got blisters and frostbite. What the message to the subconscious is, it doesn't matter how rich you are, don't go there, it's too cold.
Now that Prince Harry and a team of injured servicemen and women have been walking to the South Pole. Well, they've got there. They've completed the 200-mile Walking with the Wounded South Pole Challenge. That's its proper name. They've spent more than 3 weeks trekking through Antarctica, and this was what it sounded like at the moment when they arrived at the bottom of the world.
Let's go!
Oh, it sounds quite restrained, doesn't it, after all that effort? Well, they spent 20 hours in a cold chamber. This was the prince and the other competitors who were with him to prepare for the conditions that they were going to find down there. The expedition was supposed to be a race. You might remember it being billed that way before it started, but the weather became so bad as they went along that they scrapped the competitive side of things and just joined up as one big team instead. And this was how Harry reacted after completing the mission.
We're here, we made it. It's Friday 13th. We've had so many things go against us. We've had beautiful weather, but bad weather before, and bad terrain and injuries and stuff like that. But everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is. But the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. You know, the founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 metres away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the
and
ball to where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question.
something for you
It's
to
not
work
one I
on.
can answer, but it's a very good.
If the Earth were truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways. Thomas Winship says, "If the Earth be the globe of popular belief, the same amount of heat and cold, summer and winter, should be experienced at the same latitudes north and south of the equator. The same number of plants and animals would be found, and the same general conditions exist. That the very opposite is the case disproves the globular assumption. The great contrasts between places at the same latitudes north and south of the equator is a strong argument against the received doctrine of the rotundity of the Earth. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice." Thomas Winship wrote, "This uniformity of temperature partly accounts for the great accumulation of ice which is formed, not on account of the great severity of the winter, but because there is practically no summer to melt it. In the Antarctic there is eternal winter, and snow never melts. As far north as a man has traveled, he has found reindeer and hare basking in the sun, and country brilliant with rich flora. Within the Antarctic Circle, no plant is to be found. The island of Kerguelen at 49 degrees southern latitude has only 18 species of native plants that can survive its hostile climate. Compare this with the island of Iceland at 65 degrees northern latitude. 16 degrees further north of the equator than Kerguelen is south, yet Iceland is home to 870 species of native plants. On the Isle of Georgia, just 54 degrees southern latitude, the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. Vegetables and land animals are found at nearly 80 degrees in the north, while from the parallel of 58 degrees in the south, the lichen and such-like plants only clothe the rocks, and seabirds and the cetaceous tribes alone are seen upon the desolate beaches. In the Arctic there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south no native man is found higher than the 56th. Admiral Ferdinand von Wrangel, the 19th century Russian Arctic explorer, wrote how in the north countless herds of reindeer, elks, black bears, foxes, sable, and gray squirrels fill the upland forests. Stone foxes and wolves roam over the low ground. Enormous flights of swans, geese, and ducks arrive in spring, and seek deserts where they may molt and build their nests in safety. Eagles, gulls, and owls pursue their prey along the sea coast. Ptarmigan run in troops among the bushes. Little snipes are busy among the brooks and in the morasses. The social crows seek the neighborhood of man's habitations, and when the sun shines in spring, one may sometimes even hear the cheerful note of the finch, and in autumn that of the thrush. W.N.R. Chambers, in Arctic Explorations, wrote, "Beyond the 70th degree of southern latitude, not a tree meets the eye. Wearied with the white waste of snow, forests, woods, even shrubs have disappeared, and given place to a few lichens and creeping woody plants, which scantily clothe the indurated soil. Still, in the farthest north, nature claims her birthright of beauty, and in the brief and rapid summer she brings forth numerous flowers and grasses to bloom for a few days, to be again blasted by the swiftly recurring winter. The rapid fervor of an Arctic summer had already, June 1st, converted the snowy waste into luxuriant pasture ground, rich in flowers and grass, with almost the same lively appearance as that of an English meadow." In New Zealand, situated at 42 degrees southern latitude, on the winter solstice the sun rises at 4:31 a.m. and sets at 7:29 p.m., making the longest day of the year 14 hours and 58 minutes. On the summer solstice, the New Zealand sun rises at 7:29 a.m. and sets at 4:31 p.m., making the shortest day 9 hours and 2 minutes long. Meanwhile, in England, a full 10 degrees farther north of the equator than New Zealand lies south, the longest day is 16 hours and 34 minutes, the shortest day 7 hours and 45 minutes. Therefore, the longest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 36 minutes shorter than the longest day in England, and the shortest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 17 minutes longer than the shortest day in England. William Swainson, an Englishman who emigrated and became Attorney General of New Zealand in the mid-19th century, lived in both countries for decades and wrote of their differences, stating, "The range of temperature is limited, there being no excess of either heat or cold. Compared with the climate of England, the summer of New Zealand is but very little warmer, though considerably longer. Even in summer, people here have no notion of going without fires in the evening. But then, though the days are very warm and sunny, the nights are always cold. For 7 months last summer, we had not one day that the sun did not shine as brilliantly as it does in England in the finest day in June, and though it has more power here, the heat is not nearly so oppressive. But then there is not the twilight which you get in England. Here it is light till about 8 o'clock, then in a few minutes it becomes too dark to see anything, and the change comes over in almost no time. The seasons are the reverse of those in England. Spring commences in September, summer in December, autumn in April, and winter in June. The days are an hour shorter at each end of the day in summer, and an hour longer in the winter than in England. In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, these Arctic and Antarctic phenomena are easily accounted for and exactly what would be expected. If the sun circles over and around the Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling from tropic to tropic every 6 months, it follows that the northern, central region would annually receive far more heat and sunlight than the southern circumferential region. Since the sun must sweep over the larger southern region in the same 24 hours it has to pass over the smaller northern region, its passage must necessarily be proportionally faster as well. This is why the Antarctic morning dawn and evening twilight are very abrupt, whereas in extreme north, twilight continues for hours after sunset, and many midsummer nights the sun does not set at all. Dr. Samuel Robotham said, "If the sun is fixed and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north, and as the whole would revolve once in 24 hours, the surface at the two places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops, with the utmost rapidity, numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells, or lingers about a central region, but rapidly sweeps over sea and land, to complete in 24 hours the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation. These differences in the north and south could not exist if the earth were a globe, turning upon axes underneath a non-moving sun. The two hemispheres would at the same latitudes have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south as compared with the north are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun." And William Carpenter wrote, "Every year the sun is as long south of the equator as he is north, and if the earth were not stretched out as it is, in fact, but turned under, as the Newtonian theory suggests, it would certainly get as intensive a share of the sun's rays south as north. But the southern region being, in consequence of the fact stated, far more extensive than the region north, the sun, having to complete his journey round every 24 hours, travels quicker as he goes further south, from September to December, and his influence has less time in which to accumulate at any given point. Since, then, the facts could not be as they are if the earth were a globe, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe." During Arctic summer, from approximately the 22nd to the 25th of June, at a high enough latitude and altitude, you can watch a phenomenon known as the midnight sun, where the sun stays continuously visible in the sky for 3 days straight. The midnight sun rises on the 22nd, and for the next 72 hours never disappears from sight, slowly ascending and descending every 12 hours, showing 3 brilliant sunsets and sunrises without ever actually setting below the horizon. In the Brighton Examiner of July 1870, United States Ambassador to Norway Mr. Campbell described his experience witnessing the midnight sun with a group of gentlemen on a cliff 1,000 feet above the Arctic Sea at the 69th north parallel. It was late, but still sunlight. The Arctic Ocean stretched away in silent vastness at our feet. The sound of the waves scarcely reached our airy lookout. Away in the north, the huge old sun swung low along the horizon, like the slow beat of the tall clock in our grandfather's parlor corner. We all stood silently, looking at our watches. When both hands stood together at 12 midnight, the full round orb hung triumphantly above the waves. A bridge of gold running due north spangled the water between us and him. There he shone in silent majesty, which knew no setting. We involuntarily took off our hats. No word was said. Combine the most brilliant sunrise you ever saw, and its beauties will pall before the gorgeous coloring which lit up the ocean, heaven, and mountains. In half an hour the sun had swung up perceptibly on its beat. The colors had changed to those of morning. A fresh breeze had rippled over the florid sea. One songster after another piped out of the ground behind us. We had slid into another day. From the land of the midnight sun. Tourists from Haparanda prefer going to Ayasaxa, a hill 680 feet above the sea, from which, through 8 or 10 miles south of the Arctic Circle, they can see the midnight sun for 3 days. As the voyage drew to a close, and we approached the upper end of the Gulf of Bothnia, the twilight had disappeared, and between the setting and rising of the sun hardly 1 hour elapsed. Haparanda is in 65 degrees 31 minutes north latitude and 41 miles south of the Arctic Circle. It is 1 degree 18 minutes farther north than Archangel and in the same latitude as the most northern part of Iceland. The sun rises on the 21st of June at 12:01 a.m. and sets at 11:37 p.m. From the 22nd to the 25th of June, the traveler may enjoy the sight of the midnight sun from Avasaxa, a hill 680 feet high and about 45 miles distant. If the Earth were actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomena as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point from 89 degrees latitude downwards could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for 24 hours straight. To see the sun for an entire revolution on a spinning globe at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Anyone below the 89th parallel could never witness the sun for 72 hours, 3 whole revolutions, straight, because to do so would be to assume you are somehow seeing through the globe and to the sun on the other side. Since such an assumption is ridiculous, and yet the midnight sun can clearly be seen as low as the 65th parallel, this is another absolute proof that the Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the Earth be a globe, at midnight the eye would have to penetrate thousands of miles of land and water, even at 65 degrees north latitude, in order to see the sun at midnight. That the sun can be seen for days together in the far north during the northern summer proves that there is something very seriously wrong with the globular hypothesis. Besides this, how is it that the midnight sun is never seen in the south during the southern summer? Cook penetrated as far south as 71 degrees, Weddell in 1893 reached as far as 74 degrees, and Sir James C. Ross in 1841 and 1842 reached the 78th parallel. But I am not aware that any of these navigators have left it on record that the sun was seen at midnight in the south." Heliocentrists also cannot explain why the midnight sun phenomena is not experienced anywhere in the southern hemisphere at any time of year. Quite to the contrary, it has been recorded by the Royal Belgian Geographical Society in Expedition Antarctique Belge that during the most severe part of the Antarctic winter, from 71 degrees south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is completely at odds with the ball Earth theory, but easily explained by the flat Earth model. The midnight sun is seen from high altitudes in extreme northern latitudes during Arctic summer because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes, during Arctic summer, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months, because there, at the northern tropic, at the innermost arc of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "It is evident that in the great encircling oceans of the south, and the numerous islands and parts of continents which exist beyond that part of the earth where the sun is vertical, cannot have their days and nights, seasons, etc., precisely like those in the northern region. The north is a center, and the south is that center radiated or thrown out to a vast oceanic circumference, terminating in circular walls of ice, which form an impenetrable frozen barrier. Hence, the phenomena referred to as existing in the north must be considerably modified in the south. For instance, the north being central, the light of the sun advancing and receding gives long periods of alternate light and darkness at the actual center, but in the far south, the sun, even when moving in its outer path, can only throw its light to a certain distance, beyond which there must be perpetual darkness. No evidence exists of there being long periods of light and darkness regularly alternating as in the north. In the north, in summertime, when the sun is moving in its inner path, the light shines continually for months together over the central region and rapidly develops numerous forms of animal and vegetable life. In typical reverse-engineered damage control fashion, trying to explain away the midnight sun, problematic Arctic and Antarctic phenomena, and the fact that Polaris can be seen to 23.5 degrees south of the equator, desperate heliocentrists in the late 19th century again modified their theory to say the ball Earth actually tilts back 25.5 degrees on its vertical axis, thus explaining away many problems in one swoop. If it simply tilted the same direction constantly, however, this would still not explain the phenomena, because after 6 months of supposed orbital motion around the sun, any amount of tilt would be perfectly opposite, thus negating their alleged explanation for Arctic and Antarctic irregularities. To account for this, heliocentrists then added that the Earth also wobbles in a complex combination of patterns known as planetary nutation, the Chandler wobble, and axial precession, which, in their vivid imaginations, somehow explains away common sense. Common sense, however, says that if the heat of the sun travels 93 million miles to reach us, a small axial tilt and wobble, the difference of a few thousand miles, should be completely negligible. If the ball Earth actually spun around 93 million miles from the sun, regardless of any tilt or wobble, temperature and climate the whole world over should be almost completely uniform. If the heat of the sun truly traveled 93 million miles to reach the Earth's equator, the extra few thousand miles to the poles, regardless of any supposed tilt or wobble, no matter how extreme, would surely be negligible in negating such intense heat. E. Eschini wrote, "The supposition that the seasons are caused by the Earth's annual motion round the sun at a mean distance of 93 million miles is grotesque. According to Piazzi, the size of the sun is in proportion to the Earth as 329,360 to 1. The diameter exceeds that of the Earth 112 times. The Earth appears, as Biot says by this statement, a mere grain of sand as compared to the sun. This enormous expanse of light, focused on a rotating grain of sand, at the distance of 93 millions of miles, would cause the same season throughout it. The paltry few miles in comparison that separates London from Cape Town could never cause diverse seasons, neither would the distance from London to the Riviera justify the difference in the climate that characterizes the two places. Common sense also says if the Earth were actually a ball spinning daily with uniform speed around the sun, there should be exactly 12-hour days and 12-hour nights everywhere, all year round, regardless of any alleged tilt or inclination. Half the sphere would always be lit, and the other half not. The great variety and length of days and nights throughout the year all over Earth testifies to the fact we do not live on a spinning ball planet. There cannot exist phenomena such as this on a globe, nor the midnight sun, nor anything like Antarctic winter, where the sun is nowhere to be found for over 2 months per year. NASA and modern astronomy say the Earth is a giant globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, traveling 67,000 mile per hour circles around the sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy rockets a ridiculous 670 million miles per hour through the universe, with all of these motions originating from an alleged Big Bang cosmogenic explosion 14 billion years ago. That's a grand total of 670,568,000 miles per hour in several different directions we're all supposedly speeding along at simultaneously. No one has ever seen, felt, heard, measured, or proven such motion, yet the vast majority of people unquestioningly accept that the clearly motionless Earth beneath their feet is actually moving over 600 million miles per hour. NASA and modern astronomy say Polaris, the North Pole star, is somewhere between 323 and 434 light years, or about 2 quadrillion miles away from us. Firstly, note that is between 1.9 quadrillion to 2.6 quadrillion miles, making a difference of over 600 trillion miles. If modern astronomy cannot even agree on the distance to stars within hundreds of trillions of miles, perhaps their science is flawed and their theory needs re-examining. However, even granting them their obscurely distant stars, heliocentric astronomers cannot adequately explain how Polaris manages to always remain perfectly aligned straight above the North Pole. If the globe Earth was really spinning west to east 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun counterclockwise at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the outer arms of the Milky Way at 500,000 miles per hour, while shooting through the universe at 670 million miles per hour, how is it even conceptually possible that Polaris, 2 quadrillion miles away, day after day, year after year, always maintains its alignment straight above the North Pole? That would mean from 2 quadrillion miles away, Polaris would have to be perfectly mirroring Earth's several simultaneous wobbling, spinning, spiraling, and shooting motions. Polaris would have to be shooting the same direction through the universe at exactly 670 million miles per hour. It would have to be following the same 500,000 mile per hour, 225 million year spiral around the Milky Way, and mirroring the same 67,000 mile per hour, 365-day orbit around our sun. Or, the Earth is stationary, as common sense and everyday experience testifies. William Carpenter wrote, "It is supposed in the regular course of the Newtonian theory that the Earth is in June about 190 million miles away from its position in December. Now, since we can in middle north latitudes see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all." Not only this, but viewed from a ball Earth, Polaris, situated almost straight over the North Pole, should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere. For Polaris to be seen from the southern hemisphere of a globular Earth, the observer would have to be somehow looking through the globe, and miles of land and sea would have to be transparent. Polaris can be seen, however, up to approximately 23.5 degrees south latitude. Dr. Robotham wrote, "If the Earth is a sphere and the pole star hangs over the northern axis, it would be impossible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator, or 90 degrees from the pole. The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere, and consequently several thousand miles of and divergent from the direction of the pole star. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn." William Carpenter wrote, "The astronomer's theory of a globular Earth necessitates the conclusion that if we travel south of the equator, to see the North Star is an impossibility. Yet it is well known that this star has been seen by navigators when they have been more than 20 degrees south of the equator. This fact, like hundreds of other facts, puts the theory to shame and gives us a proof that the Earth is not a globe." To account for this glaring problem in their model, desperate heliocentrists since the late 19th century have claimed the ball Earth actually tilts a convenient 23.5 degrees back on its vertical axis. Even this brilliant revision to their theory cannot account for the visibility of many other constellations, though. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. An observer on a ball Earth, regardless of any tilt or inclination, would not logically be able to see this far. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "Another thing is certain, that from within the equator the North Pole Star and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole Star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the south, supposed pole star included, sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, the South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. Some heliocentrists have even tried to suggest that the pole star's gradual declination overhead as an observer travels southwards is proof of a globular Earth. Far from it, the declination of the pole star or any other object is simply a result of the law of perspective. The law of perspective dictates that the angle and height at which an object is seen diminishes the farther one recedes from the object, until at a certain point the line of sight and the seemingly uprising surface of the Earth converges to a vanishing point, i.e. the horizon line, beyond which the object is invisible. Thomas Winship wrote, "If we select a flat street a mile long containing a row of lamps, it will be noticed that from where we stand the lamps gradually decline to the ground, the last one being apparently quite on the ground. Take the lamp at the end of the street and walk away from it 100 yards, and it will appear to be much nearer to the ground than it was when we were close to it. Keep on walking away from it, and it will appear to be gradually depressed until it is last seen on the ground and then disappears. Now, according to the astronomers, the whole mile was only depressed about 8 inches from one end to the other, so that this 8 inches could not account for the enormous depression of the light as we recede from it. This proves that the depression of the pole star can and does take place in relation to a flat surface simply because we increase our distance from it, the same as from the street lamp. In other words, the farther away we get from any object above us, as a star for example, the more it is depressed, and if we go far enough it will sink or appear to sink to the horizon and then disappear. The writer has tried the street lamp many times with the same result." And Dr. Robotham wrote, "It has often been urged that the Earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural. It is known to every observer that the North Pole star is the center of a number of constellations which move over the Earth in a circular direction. Those nearest to it, as the Great Bear, etc., are always visible in England during their whole 24 hours revolution. Those farther away southwards rise north-northeast and set south-southwest. Still further south they rise east by north and set west by north. The farthest south visible from England, the rising is more to the east and southeast, and the setting to the west and southwest. But all the stars visible from London rise and set in a way which is not compatible with the doctrine of rotundity. For instance, if we stand with our backs to the north, on the high land known as Arthur's Seat near Edinburgh, and note the stars in the zenith of our position, and watch for several hours, the zenith stars will gradually recede to the northwest. If we do the same on Woodhouse Moor, near Leeds, or on any of the mountain tops in Yorkshire or Derbyshire, the same phenomenon is observed. The same thing may be seen from the top of Primrose Hill near Regent's Park, London, from Hampstead Heath or Shooter's Hill near Woolwich. If we remain all night, we shall observe the same stars rising toward our position from the northeast, showing that the path of all the stars between ourselves and the northern center move round the North Pole star as a common center of rotation, just as they must do over a plane such as the Earth is proved to be. It is undeniable that upon a globe zenith stars would rise, pass overhead, and set in the plane of the observer's position. If now we carefully watch in the same way the zenith stars from the Rock of Gibraltar, the very same phenomenon is observed. The same is also the case from the Cape of Good Hope, Sydney and Melbourne in Australia, in New Zealand, in Rio de Janeiro, Montevideo, Valparaiso, and other places in the south. If then the zenith stars of all the places on the earth where special observations have been made rise from the morning horizon to the zenith of an observer and descend to the evening horizon, not in a plane of the position of such observer, but in an arc of a circle concentric with the northern center, The earth is thereby proved to be a plane, and rotundity altogether disproved, shown indeed to be impossible. When you look up at the sun and moon, you see two equally sized, equidistant circles tracing similar paths at similar speeds around a flat, stationary Earth. The experts at NASA, however, claim your common sense, everyday experience is false on all counts. To begin with, they say the Earth is not flat, but a big ball. Not stationary, but spinning around 19 miles per second. They say the sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears, but Earth revolves around the sun. The moon, on the other hand, does revolve around the Earth, though not east to west as it appears, rather west to east. And the sun is actually 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times farther away. That's right. You can clearly see they are the same size and distance. You can see the Earth is flat. You can feel the Earth is stationary. But according to the gospel of modern astronomy, you are wrong and a simpleton worthy of endless ridicule if you dare to believe your own eyes and experience. With haughty arrogance, the nearest hypnotized heliocentrist will then inform you that the sun is 865,374 miles in diameter and 92,955,807 miles from the Earth. The moon is 2,159 miles in diameter and 238,900 miles from the Earth. And those just happen to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. So you see, silly flat earther, it is all an illusion, and the apparent equanimity of our day and night luminaries in the sky results from mere coincidental parallax perspective. The sun does not revolve around the Earth as it appears. Rather, the Earth spins 1,038 miles per hour under your feet and revolves 67,108 miles per hour around the sun. The moon does indeed revolve around the Earth, but not as it appears. Though it seems to move east to west, just like the sun and everything else in the heavens, the moon actually spins west to east at 10.3 miles per hour, while orbiting Earth at 2,288 miles per hour, which, combined with Earth's 1,038 mile per hour spin and 67,108 mile per hour orbit around the sun, coincidentally results in all motions perfectly canceling out, making the moon seem to move across the heavens with similar path and similar speed as the sun, while always only showing us one side of its surface and perpetually hiding its dark side. Bernard Brewer said, "The moon presented a special math problem for the construction of the heliocentric model. The only way to make the moon fit in with the other assumptions was to reverse its direction from that of what everyone who has ever lived has seen it go. The math model couldn't just stop the moon like it did the sun, that wouldn't work. And it couldn't let it continue to go east to west as we see it go either, at the same speed or at a different speed. The only option was to reverse its observed east to west direction and change its speed from about 64,000 miles an hour to about 2,200 miles an hour. This reversal, along with the change in speed, were unavoidable assumptions that needed to be adopted if the model was to have any chance of mimicking reality." And Marshall Hall said, "They want you to believe that the moon's rotation is perfectly synchronized with its orbit, so that's why we only ever see one side of the moon, rather than conclude the obvious, that the moon is simply not rotating. Moreover, they had to slow down the moon's speed by 58,870 miles per hour and reverse its direction to west to east to successfully sell their phony heliocentricity system to a gullible public. I don't think there is one person in many, many thousands, regardless of education, who knows that the Copernican model had to turn the moon's observable direction around and give it a new speed to accommodate the phases and eclipses." William Carpenter said, "Astronomers tell us that the moon goes round the Earth in about 28 days. Well, we may see her making her journey round every day if we make use of our eyes, and these are about the best things we have to use. The moon falls behind in her daily motion as compared with that of the sun, to the extent of 1 revolution in the time specified. But that is not making a revolution. Failing to go as fast as other bodies go in one direction does not constitute a going round in the opposite one, as the astronomers would have us believe. And since all this absurdity has been rendered necessary for no other purpose than to help other absurdities along, it is clear that the astronomers are on the wrong track. There are several theories about the relative size and distance of the sun and moon, all with their points of evidence and points of contention. Flat earthers throughout the ages have used sextants and plane trigonometry attempting to make such calculations, usually concluding the sun and moon both to be only about 32 miles in diameter and less than a few thousand miles from Earth. Perhaps the least plausible model, certainly the most exaggerated and imaginative, is the reigning heliocentric theory, claiming the sun to be a whopping 865,374 miles in diameter, 92,955,807 miles from the Earth, and the Moon 2,159 miles in diameter, 238,900 miles from the Earth. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton once said, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." How scientific! Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hine stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Thomas Winship says, "As the sun, according to science, may be anything from 3 to 104 million miles away, there is plenty of space to choose from. It is like the showman and the child. You pay your money for various astronomical works, and you take your choice as to what distance you wish the sun to be. If you are a modest person, go in for a few millions, but if you wish to be very scientific and to be mathematically certain of your figures, then I advise you to make your choice somewhere about 100 millions. You will at least have plenty of space to retreat into should the next calculation be against the figures of your choice. You can always add a few millions to keep up with the times, or take off as many as may be required to adjust the distance to the very latest accurate column of figures. Talk about ridicule. The whole of modern astronomy is like a farcical comedy, full of surprises. One never knows what monstrous or ludicrous absurdity may come forth next. You must not apply the ordinary rules of common sense to astronomical guesswork. No, the thing would fall to pieces if you did. Regiments of figures are paraded with all the learned jargon for which science is famous, but one might as well look at the changing clouds in the sky and seek for certainty there, as to expect to get it from the propounders of modern astronomy. But there is no means of testing these ever-changing, never-stable speculations and bringing them to the scrutiny of hard logic and fact. Indeed there is. The distance of the sun can be measured with much precision, the same way as a tree or a house or a church steeple is measured, by plain triangulation. It is the principle on which a house is built, a table made, or a man-of-war constructed. The sun is always somewhere between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, a distance admitted to be less than 3,000 miles. How, then, can the sun, if it be so many thousands miles in diameter, squeeze itself into a space of about 3,000 miles only? "But look at the distance," say the professors. We have already done that, and not one of the wise men we have so often challenged has ever attempted to refute the principle on which we measure the sun's distance. If the navigator neglects to apply the sun's semi-diameter to his observation at sea, he is 16 nautical miles out in calculating the position his ship is in. A minute of arc on the sextant represents a nautical mile, and if the semi-diameter be 16 miles, the diameter is of course 32 miles, and as measured by the sextant, the sun's diameter is 32 minutes of arc, that is 32 nautical miles in diameter. Let him disprove this who can. If ever disproof is attempted, it will be a literary curiosity well worth framing. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only about 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 miles away. The moon is actually a semi-transparent luminary and not the solid spherical desert planet that NASA would have us believe. In fact, it is likely that both the sun and moon are not densely physical at all and are simply luminous flat disks able to pass by or through one another during eclipses. E. Eschini said, "The results of recent research prove that the heavenly luminaries are not worlds, but lights, and should cause all men who have been led to accept as proven Copernicus's theory of the motions of the earth to reconsider this subject." Gabrielle Henriette said, "The satellites of the earth are not masses of matter. They are luminous and transparent disks without substance. The moon, in particular, conveys the impression of being an ethereal manifestation, and the uncertain and elusive character which is usually associated with this satellite results precisely from its immaterial nature. It was recognized from the earliest times that the satellites of the earth, particularly the sun and the moon, were not solid, opaque bodies. They were first, until Aristotle, considered to be souls or spirits, which does not imply a physical nature. To the ancients, they were simply lights, and they gave the sun and the moon a very apt name. They called them luminaries. In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the Earth once every 24 hours for the sun, and approximately 25 hours for the moon, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual journey from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length and character of days, nights, and seasons. This is why equatorial regions experience almost year-round summer and heat, while higher latitudes north and especially south experience more distinct seasons with harsh winters. The heliocentric model claims seasons change based on the ball Earth's alleged axial tilt and elliptical orbit around the sun. Their flawed current model even places us closest to the sun, 91,400,000 miles, in January, when it is actually winter, and farthest from the sun, 94,500,000 miles, in July, when it's actually summer throughout much of the Earth. They say due to the ball Earth's tilt, different places receive different amounts of direct sunlight, and that is what produces the seasonal and temperature changes. This makes little sense, however, because if the sun's heat travels over 90 million miles to reach the ball Earth, how could a slight tilt, a mere few thousand miles maximum, negate the sun's 90 million mile journey, giving us simultaneous tropical summers and Antarctic winters? Thomas Winship said, "The Earth is a stretched out structure which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the sun into north and south declination. The longest circle around the world which the sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the sun makes a circle around the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world, in another 3 months the greatest northern declination is reached, when the sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes at the same time, the sun as a matter of course rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the earth revolves in an orbit round the sun. It is said that summer is caused by the earth being nearest the sun, and winter by its being farthest from the sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook, he will see that according to the theory, when the earth is nearest the sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the sun, it must be winter all over the earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe earth would then be farthest from the sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the sun. Gabrielle Henriette said, "The essential feature of the year is its division into 2 equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, i.e. March 21st to September 22nd, and the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, i.e. September 23rd to March 20th. These 2 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases. In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon spotlights are perpetually hovering over and parallel to the surface of the Earth. From our vantage point, due to the law of perspective, the day and night luminaries appear to rise up the eastern horizon, curve peaking high overhead, and then sink below the western horizon. They do not escape to the underside of the flat Earth, as one might imagine, but rather rotate concentric clockwise circles around the circumference from tropic to tropic. The appearance of rising, peaking, and setting is due to the common law of perspective, where tall objects appear high overhead when nearby, but at a distance gradually lower towards the vanishing point. Samuel Rowbotham said, "Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the Earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the earth, must appear to ascend when approaching and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. What can be more common than the observation that, standing at one end of a long row of lamp-posts, those nearest to us seem to be the highest, and those farthest away the lowest, whilst, as we move along towards the opposite end of the series, those which we approach seem to get higher, and those we are leaving behind appear to gradually become lower. It is an ordinary effect of perspective for an object to appear lower and lower as the observer goes farther and farther away from it. Let anyone try the experiment of looking at a lighthouse, church spire, monument, gas lamp, or other elevated object from a distance of only a few yards, and notice the angle at which it is observed. On going farther away, the angle under which it is seen will diminish, and the object will appear lower and lower as the distance of the observer increases, until, at a certain point, the line of sight to the object and the apparently uprising surface of the earth upon or over which it stands will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. Heliocentrist would have you believe the very opposite of what every human who has ever walked the earth has seen with their own eyes. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet. It is also plain to see that the sun and moon are both approximately the same size and situated relatively close to earth, not 400 times divergent and millions upon millions of miles away. To abandon your senses and everyday experience in favor of such unfounded science fiction fantasies is a fallacy of appeal to authority so extreme that it leaves the brainwashed believer impotent to trust his own natural instincts and forever thereafter chained to the fantastical explanations of astronomical charlatans. Thomas Winship said, "No one ever yet felt or saw the Earth careening through space at the terrific rates it is credited with, but everyone who is not blind can see the sun move. But the matter can be tested. It may be known for certain whether the sun moves or not. Take a school globe and place a style on the semicircle that holds it in position. Cause the globe to rotate against a lamp on a table, and you will find that the shadow left on the globe is always parallel to the equator, at whatever angle you may incline the globe. Further, let the style be of sufficient length to allow the shadow to fall on a flat surface, moving the globe towards the lamp, and the shadow will be a straight line. If, therefore, the shadow left on the earth by the sun be a straight line, then undoubtedly the sun is stationary. Drive a stake into the ground in such a position as to expose it to the sun for the greater part of a day, the whole day if possible. Mark the end of the shadow every quarter of an hour, and you will find that the marks form part of an elongated curve, clearly proving that the sun moves over a stationary earth." And David Wardlaw Scott said, "The path of the sun is concentric, expanding and contracting daily for 6 months alternately. This is easily proved by fixing a rod, say, at noon on the 21st of December, so that on looking along it, the line of vision will touch the lower edge of the sun. This line of sight will continue for several days pretty much the same, but on the 9th or 10th day, it will be found that the rod will have to be moved considerably toward the zenith in order to touch the lower edge of the sun, and every day afterwards it will have to be raised till the 22nd of June. Then there will be a little change for a few days, as before, but day by day afterward the rod will have to be lowered till the 21st of December, when the sun is farthest from the northern center and it is dark there. This expansion and contraction of the sun's path continues every year, and is termed the northern and southern declination, and should demonstrate to modern astronomers the absurdity of calling the world a planet, as it remains stationary while the sun continues circling round the heavens."
Oh, is that the end
In
of
the
it?
heliocentric
Oh,
model,
no.
Earth is just one of 8
Well, hi, guys.
planets in our solar system, all of which are said to be huge spherical Earth-like habitations or globular gas giants millions of miles away. They claim the Earth under our feet, along with these 7 other planets, all revolve concentric circles or ellipses around the sun, hence the term heliocentric. The previously prevailing
Oh. Hey, guys. How's it going? Everybody's all wide awake and...
There, Grace, I paused it.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Everybody's all... Oh, I hear myself. Wide awake and...
Grace, I paused it. Hold on, I got my YouTube on.
I hear you, man.
All right.
I hope you've been doing good, man. Having a good day.
Beautiful day, kind of chilly here in the central part of the America in Kentucky.
Yeah. Chilly, but nice out. I mean, that's how it is over here in Carolina.
Brisk winter day, I say.
Yeah. It almost don't even really feel like winter. It feels like early spring. I don't know. Last night it felt like winter, though.
We do have
For
a
me,
beastie
anyway.
verified here that you want to try to say hi to them. I don't have to pronounce their name, though. They're right above you. You see them?
Oh, let me see.
They've already got ladies' night in Lincoln Beach.
Yeah, that's actually my wife.
Oh, okay. How do you pronounce that?
It's Ashley. I just spelt it weird to match my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Ashley. Keep him in line.
She does.
All right. Just messing with you.
In my humble opinion, I think that she should automatically get the silver Effie because her and I are one flesh, so she's me. But she should talk more here and earn it too.
Yeah, let her stand on her own 10 toes.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Miggy says here.
I had to drop the joke though about her being, that's my love right there.
I do need to talk more.
But
I mainly
be more active.
But it's so hard when there's like 4 kids. Mommy.
Well, you got 4. It keeps you busy. I understand that. So.
I know, that's right.
Feel free to talk whenever you want. We like having more female voices chime in here.
That's true. I used to talk on Golden a lot.
Enough of us males drone on. So
Ashley, that wasn't actually the old. Well, it was the old one. We joined in that server after that schism happened, where this one was created. So we kind of had no idea what was going on when we first joined there, and she doesn't really know the whole story there either.
Well, the basics of it was a guy.
Well, she knows what we heard after. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, tell her from y'all's perspective what happened there.
This guy's screen name was Human Sheeple. He basically decided he was going to hijack the server and tell everybody it was mostly level and we couldn't say everything. The Earth was flat, blah, blah, blah. And basically the mods here, Indio and Miggy and, the mod team, told him to fuck off and just let him do his own little server, and they started a new one. So that's a synopsis of it.
Yeah, that's the Cliff Notes. And these are the real guys that had to deal with recovering after he did all of his jackassery.
And who was that, Sheeple?
Yeah.
His name was Human Sheeple. I haven't seen him around for a long time, but
we know who he is.
He actually came to our house.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And that's when we found out they you know how he used his regular voice, like he sounded, I guess, like Russian or something. He came here and ended up slipping up and talking a different accent, and he slipped up. Wow. And I was like, what? It's weird.
You met him in real life, for real? That's
yes.
crazy.
He actually came to our house. He actually stayed the night, and we ended up dropping him off at the hold on, what national forest was it?
I'd say that he's a bad guy, but he's not a bad guy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my children liked him.
He's definitely a sheeple. He's a human sheeple for sure.
Well, I don't know the guy. I just know that his actions were very misguided at the time. But,
yes.
Whatever.
Oh, shoot, when
Ashley, you don't have to talk so loud in the microphone. It's at your head. You can casually chat like you're in the room with everybody.
I'm loud anyway, so I don't realize how loud I'm being.
I know that. Go to your settings on Discord and lower your microphone volume down a little bit so that you're not yelling in my ears. Because I have noise canceling headphones on. I'll hear it. I'll never. No, if I can hear you this loud, it's definitely loud for everybody else. Just a little though. You don't have to
these
go
are
too
noise
far.
canceling too. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where to do that at. It's been. I can't remember. Here we go. It's been a while.
Yeah, you got it.
Hold on. Let's see.
Just calm down. Mute yourself while you fix it, and then be like, "All right, is this good?" Or I don't know.
Fine on my end. I don't know.
Do the output? Is it output and turn it back?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. If it's not bothering anybody else, I was just trying to get you to adjust it real fast, just a tiny bit, but I'll do it later for you. I'll adjust you out of my ear by lowering your volume.
It's all good, man. She's just slightly high on my end. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine on mine as well.
I just lowered
excited
it.
and loud is all I'm saying. I know her well.
No, but it was crazy though, like him coming over and stuff, and dropping him off at the I'm still trying to remember the national forest. That was the one that we actually went camping at.
Croatan?
Yes, that one. That one. I was thinking because we have like 3 around us.
I gifted him my bike because he didn't have a vehicle or any way of getting around. He was just kind of walk. So I'm like, hey, well, here you go. You can have my bike. I'm not using it. I can't even really ride or do anything anymore. I barely walk. I'm not going to ride a bike.
So did he contact you online or something and was near you, or how did
he was drifting. He was aimlessly drifting around America. Like,
yeah, he ended up in Georgia.
Nomadic.
And you're sure this is the same guy as Team and Sheeple, right?
Oh, it's him.
Yes.
I mean, for sure.
He's like a thick,
he showed up in character. He showed up in character.
Yeah, we were on
the most flat.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty wild.
We were on.
I am human sheeple. I am most flat. I am here.
Yeah.
I have arrived. Announcing, But then we chilled. We hung out. He spent like a couple days here. We had a fire. I ate food, and
so is he still running that server? Or do you know?
Oh, it's dead. It's gone.
Okay.
I think they tried to activate the community there. Did something, or they're talking about the Ronus. I don't know what, but
yeah, it was mainly the COVID stuff.
What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Human sheep, alpaca, human sheep.
Server that. Go ahead and tell him.
And I'll let her talk because she'll,
Who, me? Oh, no, it was mostly level.
He changed
it was actually really well. The original mostly level was actually created by ODD TV, Matt.
Yeah, they know that part.
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know
they were here for that part.
Wait, be quiet, Casey, because look, he said he didn't know.
I did not know.
Oh.
Ethergrass, not everybody's been all over the place like you have.
I didn't know either.
Right. Well,
ODTV.
Yeah, here we go.
The Flat Earther rapper. He we were friends with him, Matt, and he was the original owner. He's the one who created Mostly Level. And later on, Mike, I don't know if Human Sheeple and Mike took over. Mike Flatbird. And then who was the other one? He wasn't around long.
Locks.
Yes. Locks. Yeah. And I don't know, it just went
Derek
downhill
Nelson
after
was
COVID.
around like trying to help out and keep order. There was Roche. I'm trying to think of some. There's a ton of other people who were here, regulars. Like these people are OG. Like they're still fighting the good fight. And a horde of so many anti-flat earther people who are just like the most vicious goat-like trolls.
It was so bad.
Constantly.
Just to
you guys got a nice
point real quick.
here.
When it originally started by ODD, it wasn't called Mostly Level. That's what that guy tried to rename.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was Flat
just
Earth.
called ODD's Flat Earth Discord or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Just clarifying that point.
Yeah.
Because ODD wouldn't name anything Mostly Level, is all I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Sheeple did that because everybody kept saying, well, it's not flat because there's hills. Okay, well, it's mostly level. I am the most flat. I will say it's mostly level 24/7.
Here you go, man.
Oh, thank you. We got to get out of the same room, though, because we'll probably start, hearing
And you're
me on
smoking.
yours.
You're gross.
I love you. I'm
Ugh.
sorry.
I love you, too.
Hey, wait.
But you stink. What? Huh? A nicotine patch?
Okay. I agree with you, Jedi Master Chris. He's like a troll in person, though. Like it's not just an internet. He's that way in person.
Well, of my experience of him and what he did to the original server and how he went about it, I'll refer you to my comment in the live stream. He is definitely that.
Oh, I'm in full agreement, and like certain other things that I've seen him do to other people, that's just kind of good people don't do that kind of crap. I love my enemies. I love bad people. I love them to death. I want them to do what's right and figure out his crap, get his shit together, get it all together, and put it in a backpack so it's together. And if he's got to take it somewhere, take it somewhere. Take it to the shit store and sell it. Take it to a shit museum. I don't care what he does. Get his stuff together. Hop on the bike I gave him. Get it together.
He needs to get saved. That's what he needs to do.
But I know that he pissed a lot of people off and did a lot of effed up stuff that's far beyond just this server. Like,
we can all hope for the best for each human soul. We've probably spent enough time on him right now. Is there any new people here? Anybody else got any?
Yeah, does anybody like to talk about that curve?
Jedi thinks that sextants, which are glorified protractors, don't use those on a flat level plane, so that's the end of the globe right there once you actually contemplate that, right? Right, Jedi?
Yeah, as soon as you start using angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth, there is no ball. Otherwise, we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices because they wouldn't fucking work. Yep.
That basically sums it up. Such a simple thing can destroy such a stupid lie. I said that bad, but you know what I mean.
If it shows flat, looks flat, and measures flat, it's flat. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, all that good stuff. Probably a duck. That's the point everybody's trying to drive home here every single day. Like, you could say whatever argument, you show whatever pictures you want, any footage, any fancy science, man. It doesn't matter. The measurements don't lie. The numbers don't lie. Your math magics don't work on reality. I love that, math magics. What was the guy who said that? Was it a Renegade? Dude, Renegade. Whatever happened to him, he was funny and awesome and just nonstop.
Let's take a short time out to do a quick shout out. We got 18 people listening on YouTube allegedly. Maybe one of them is a new person that maybe just came across this subject. Maybe you think it's silly, it's stupid, it's the most ridiculous thing you ever heard. Well, most, if not all of us, thought the same thing when we first heard about it. But we're serious. We've got information to share, and all we want you to do is think for yourself. If you want to have a civil discussion, come in here and join. There's plenty of smart people here to talk to. Back to you guys.
Hit that link and come into the Discord and chat with us, folks. Welcome 24/7 community. Let's go. It's Friday, damn it. Good to see you guys.
Join in. Sun's out, fun's out. Let's play.
Speaking of which,
double checking, no one's actually found the curve in the last 20
sun's out. Is that go play?
Yeah,
24-hour curve hasn't been found.
That's good advice. Yo, the clown of the king, the court jester is here. A noble gentleman indeed.
Yo, guys, what's up, Ether? I'm just double checking. Nobody has actually found the curve. I'm just checking. I've been working and stuff, but you guys haven't found the curve, right? Still missing?
The town crier's here.
It's missing?
Still missing? No, it's never been there in the first place. Missing would mean that it was there at one point. No, it's not ever been there, mate.
Attaboy. That's it. Love
It'd be funny if, like, every hour on the hour, you just have, like, audio where it's like, 12 o'clock and the curve's not found. Just every hour on the hour. You have, like, a clock thing. Play the little jingle, too. Do, 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 do. No curve found yet.
In England, we used to have a thing. We still do have, but for ceremonial reasons.
Hey, peace out, Mr. Hinkle. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. And yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
No, it's all right. Not a problem. It's just very quick statements, just a bit of fun. In the UK, we used to have a thing, and we still do for ceremonial purposes, called a town crier. A man that would stand in the middle of the town square with a great big bell ringing it, saying, "Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay." Yeah, so along your point of every hour on the hour. I thought that'd be quite fun.
Yes, exactly, and that would be awesome. Just have like a voice chime in every hour on the 24/7. It's just no curve found. Hey, little man, how's it going? You step out here. I don't want you to be in here right now with me right here. You sit right there, and you're good. Love you, little buddy. You playing? Well, hey, I have an idea. Can you give me your phone? We can do that. You see, look out there in the sun. It's getting warm. It's getting nice. Why don't, hold on one second. All right. He tried to go play outside. Case's phone goes outside to play the phone outside. No, that's not what we meant at all. I mean, he technically did exactly what you said, though.
But now he's grumpy. Look at that face.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna make a split face. Smeagol just lost the precious.
Oh, he looks like him.
You can go find some fishies.
I see Roy G. Biv has joined. Audio engineer.
Yeah.
Taking trips and talking terps. Nice.
Hey.
I'll give you a chance to speak here. You're welcome to say hello. Otherwise, you'll need to pop into the VC check-in to get a VC pass. But if you want to say hello, maybe we can hook you up with one here.
Greetings and welcome.
Roy, you with us?
Roy Gibiv. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Roy Gibiv. I love it.
Got the future.
What's up, CV?
Hey,
and wait a minute. Ether, is that wifey that's online with us, man? This is my first time hearing her.
Yeah.
Welcome to the community, Mrs. Ether. Good to hear from you.
Hey, sorry I missed that.
No stress.
My better half.
No stress at all. Welcome. I personally haven't had the opportunity to chat with you directly, but it's still very good to hear from you. And thanks for helping him out. Keep him in line.
Thank you. I know that's right.
Keeping me alive.
No, men can keep themselves alive. We just need somebody to sometimes keep us in line, you know?
I'm not lying. I have certain medical issues, and she literally helps keep me alive. Love her to death.
That's true.
That's it. Maybe you can stick around.
Anyway.
Have you participated in Ladies' Night at all, Ether?
I have not.
Ether, Mrs. Ether, I would personally, if I may, invite you to Ladies' Night tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. We would absolutely love to have you around. Yes. If you can make it.
Cool.
If you're not busy with the kids. Or you can just dump the kids on Mr. Ether and say, hey, I'm going to take a 24/7 break, baby.
Right.
I can let her hop over here in the pilot's chair of my computer system desk area, and she can take over while I take care of the children. The children,
yeah. Children, yeah. Leave my food alone.
I love family engagement. It's amazing.
Oops, sorry. I forgot to mute myself. My 14-year-old's trying to steal my food.
I love families. Just to hear families in on stuff like this, it's amazing. The Mr. and Mrs., everything's going to be A-okay in that household. Yeah. Good thing. Beautiful thing.
Dude, I love it. I love it too. And when I saw the Whitsits family growing, I was like, dude, yes. I love seeing that. It's awesome. And soon now there's 3, and soon there'll be 5, and then 10.
You can make some bacon.
And I wasn't talking about Mrs. Whitsit doing all that work. I'm talking about the baby Whitsits growing up and having more baby Whitsits.
I don't want to make bacon.
Make bacon pancakes.
What?
Bacon pancakes. Make some bacon pancakes.
I started making bacon in the oven. Best move ever.
Dude,
Bacon
all
in
I gotta
the
say
oven?
is,
Yeah.
whether you believe in unclean meat or not,
Interesting.
beef bacon is king. Beef
Well,
bacon is king of bacons. It's the best bacon of
Beef
all
bacon's
bacons.
expensive.
It's the
Mr.
steak
Ether.
of bacon.
Mr. Ether, I'm going to throw this to Mrs. Ether for a quick second. Yeah, oven in the bacon. My gosh, bacon in the oven.
Bacon.
425 for like 15, 16 minutes with a piece of foil on an oven tray. If you have a crisping rack, or a cookie rack, put the rack on top instead. And yeah, throw that in there and bingo bango. Put on some paper towel when you're done, and that's a wrap.
Interesting. Does it make it crispy?
It's if you watch it, it makes it perfect. I.e., it cooks everything to edible, not where you have to worry about fat going spatters, if you will.
Yeah. That's so beats having to get popped.
Bro. Forearm blisters are the worst.
Like, I'm gonna try that. Yes, they are.
I do
my
shiny
son,
side up.
oh my god, our son. Was it our son a couple weeks ago decided, it's going to be a smart idea to make baking with a shirt off.
Oh.
It did not end well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still got the
what's
scars.
worse is about like 3 minutes.
That's what happens when you don't listen.
Before that happened, I walked in the kitchen and I specifically told him that's a bad idea. Don't do it. And he did not care that it was a bad idea. He wanted to figure that one out on his own. Daddy don't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna use the scientific method to confirm that hypothesis.
He learned real quick. Because afterwards he was just like, it hurts.
I told him
had
to do
rub
it again.
aloe all over
And I told him to do it again to confirm his results. Like,
confirm the experiment, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
Dude, honestly, sometimes I'm brutally honest and sarcastic with him in such a way, like stoically, like there's no other thing to be said at the moment. Like I've already warned him, and then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It happened.
That's what I learned with my son. I mean, my son's 16 now, my daughter's 12, and I'm like, dry humor is what has put me in the place that I am, where I can look at you and be like, you're doing stupidness, man.
I'll deadpan tell them, you know how to not be an idiot. Like, I won't call them stupid. I'll be like, you know how to not be. And then point out what they're doing and exactly why it was a complete failure of a decision. But usually they do really smart stuff, but sometimes it's like they won't believe us when we tell them something obvious. Oh, I don't care. I'm going to do it. Do it your way then. Go ahead.
It's crazy. He's over there looking at me like,
You're talking about me. We're talking about me too.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to bring him in here soon too. Like he just begged me to get Discord on his laptop and get him signed back in and all that. I'll bring him in here.
Yeah. Only reason
have him chilling.
why one is they had a team Bible study yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of the kids
Natalie.
are on Discord over there, so he wants to talk with them.
Okay. So Ashley and
get her in here
are
too.
You guys together?
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys
always
are you
14
married?
years.
Wow.
Yeah. We just had our 13-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Sorry, 14 years.
That's awesome.
14
Congrats,
years.
guys.
Sorry, did you say 14 years?
Yes, been together 14.
That's amazing.
Almost 15. Married 13. Known each other for 16.
Legally married for 13. We already knew we were staying together.
Congratulations, guys. That's pretty awesome. You don't hear about that type of shit much these days. Do you know what I mean? You don't hear about couples staying together for that long. So you've made it that far. I'm really happy for you guys. I really do.
Hey, Nat, you can have the sandwich.
Oh, I ain't gonna front. There's several times where it was like almost the apocalypse and it was over, but we refused to give up.
That's
We're
awesome.
not gonna let something so
That was
valuable
before
fall
we were
apart.
saved.
Yeah. Well, before you were saved and before I stopped being a prodigal asshole and started walking back home.
Yeah.
Stop being weird and go home.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's all coming together.
Well, I love the fact that it's,
Exactly.
I mean, to have a grounding chat like this on a morning with a family, literally a husband and wife with their kids in the background, like, this is stuff that doesn't happen every day on the server. So
you're going to bring a tear to my eye now.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the idea of family, man. It's an amazing place to be.
Yeah. Kids in here talking about flat Earth. That would be great.
That's what I was saying. I want to bring in the two oldest. Just let them do whatever. Go on, go wild, have fun.
Go
learn what logical fallacies are. Oh, and I've been teaching them logical fallacies and stuff before I even said we're going on. No, I'll go ahead and start teaching them how to talk to people.
Fallacies. They're so smart. It's not even funny.
Fallacies.
And my daughter is so savage. There was this one time she was on Discord, and some dude was like asking her for pics, and she's only 14. And
of her
so
feet.
she sent some chicken feet. Yeah, some chicken feet.
Yeah, her wit is awesome and on point. Yeah,
awesome.
She didn't not missing a beat. Just here you go.
That's the way to be, right there. She's tough already.
Yeah. Right.
She sees the bullshit right away. That's great.
We've already warned her that the internet is a cesspool of complete and utter garbage that happens to have a couple things that are fascinating and magnificent. So you got to be careful out there.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I met my fiance over this Discord, this specific server in Discord. So there's some gems out there, but yeah, there's so much to avoid on the internet. But it already sounds like she's heading in the right direction. And of course, if you're her parents, like she's golden, good to go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have no worries about her at all. Like she stands up for herself. She's like so sweet. Like if you saw her, you would think she's like way older than she is. Only being 14, it's like wow. And she's huge too. Oh my goodness. I'm 5'7". She's almost 6 foot.
Not that way. Not what? Yeah.
So is she playing basketball?
Not huge wide.
She wants to play volleyball.
Okay, cool.
She wants to play volleyball and draw anime.
Yeah.
Volleyball's the move.
Yeah, she's very artistic.
It's awesome.
Very, very talented.
My daughter's 12. She's been dancing. She's, I don't know, 6 or 7 years now. But
nice.
She's getting into volleyball now because she's about 5'5", I think 5'6", something like that. And yeah, man, she's been running lines, like helping them to referee and whatnot, getting involved. But she's liking the sport. Volleyball's awesome. It teaches a lot of coordination with hand and feet, hand and arms.
Yeah, she wants to play volleyball with other people, but then she don't. She's just like, I don't want to be around stupid people, and I was like, okay.
Keep her away from those Glovers.
She don't like being around. Yeah, she don't want to be around worldly people either.
You also saw how stupid everybody was during the past
COVID?
couple of years. Don't use words related to that thing.
That's true. Yes, the agenda.
The Debunking boxes. The Debunking boxers.
Debunking boxers?
Debunking backwards. And I was just
know,
playing
but
the
you
word
just said
Debunking
Debunking.
box. Yeah, the Debunking boxers. When people out there brawling over the dang, propaganda. The Debunking boxers. And needle Nazis. The needle Nazis and the Debunking boxers versus the Jedis. Jed is like shorthand for beloved of God, like Jedediah, or yeah.
Yeah.
So those who are the beloved of God are the Jedis, and we're fighting those who cannot see, aka the Nazis.
Yeah, well, why do they call them the Sith?
I don't know. It sounds like partial tongue, like they're hissing through their.
Yeah, hiss. It sounds like a little serpent deal. Sith.
Serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Yeah. But yeah, over the last couple of years, yes, they started to realize all that bullcrap.
Yes, let the hatred flow through you.
Power of the dark side.
I love the meme where it's like, yes, let the butthurt flow through you. That's the true dark side of the force, is when people harness the butthurt for great evil.
Dark side.
Execute the Order 66. Execute Order 66.
CB, my man. There we go. Love it. He is always on point. I swear this dude's got like several sets of like automatonic arms and a huge like just dashboard of all these buttons to put, and he just beep and hits the right one right when it needs to be.
I grew my Google gadget arms. Grew it up.
The server's newest mod. He's.
I haven't been on long enough. I haven't really met that many people.
How dare you?
Yeah, we logged out of all of this for a period of time.
CB's a mod? Man, that's about time. I was wondering when they were going to get their act together.
Don't fuck with me! I need the power of God and anime on my side! Wait,
You underestimate my power.
I don't think he could have sounded any more like a pissed off 12-year-old in that. You underestimate my power. I do like his name. Isn't it Hayden Christensen?
I don't even know half of these references, dude. I'm so bad with movies.
Don't worry about it. Those movies are horrible. Oh, they're so bad. To be fair, though, like all of Star Wars is stupid now, because I thought like maybe one day in the future all that shit could come true. I don't know, you know, they got me right as a kid, but they ruined the story. They fucked it all around, right? If you know, I think Globers and Flatties alike should be disappointed in how that went down.
Wait, you're telling me that Space Force and all that stuff is not going to make cool Star Wars in the future?
Yeah. I don't know. Sasha, I agree. It was stupid, but it was fun.
You know what I thought about lately, which I find quite weird? Why is it that back in the days when all the space race started, why is it that the Russians, if they like really the enemies to the US, you know, in a certain way, why didn't they create like military installations to spy or to like, I don't know, be able to attack the US? Why did they, for some reason at some point said, let's build an ISS together and have friendship in space, but not on Earth?
Huh.
Like, what is that logic? Hey.
We've got one of the YouTube regulars back in here spouting the same identical rhetoric that he always does. Bendy Light.
Bendy Light, yeah. He's also on Cosmetology Tartaria, I think. He's called Ben on Tour, so he's in there too.
Notice his name is not Bendy Water,
fun.
though.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, well, as long as he's having fun.
Well, it can't be Bendy Water. See, Bendy Water would, if we could prove Bendy Water adhering perfectly to the outside of a sphere or a ball or fucking anything, let's say, then he could say Bendy Water. And, you know, we know he can't use Bendy Light as a proof for anything or evidence for anything. However, they do try to, because it's the only thing where they might have an inkling of ability to confuse the audience into thinking optical phenomena prove the Earth is a globe, even though it measures and observes flat everywhere.
Bendy? I thought it said
Beta!
More like bendy morals.
Yeah, that's good.
Wait a minute. I just
Bendy
thought of something,
backbone.
boys. I think I may have found bendy water. You guys ready for this one? And I'm presenting this strictly as stupid speculation just to be funny. Are you ready for it?
Let's go.
You ready? Rainbows. Bendy water.
Oh, shit, you're right. Oh, damn it. It's a globe. Rainbows are bendy water, guys. It's over. It was good.
Shut down the server. You knew it had to be one of us that was going to find it. It's over, boys. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but bendy water has been found. It is, in fact, hidden inside of a rainbow. Taste the rainbow of curvy flavor.
Yeah, a rainbow bends like that because Earth is a spinning globe in outer space. That's why, guys. There's no other way around it, and I don't know why you flatties still have a server up.
Finally, let's speak about food. Fucking Earth.
Bendy food.
That's me. Let's go. Who has the recipes?
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
Give Kiwi some awards because he proved the globe.
I don't want it. I really don't.
Congratulations! You just won a free all-expense-paid trip to Space Australia!
Space Australia!
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia.
Space Australia.
Space Australia.
Instead of having knives, they have lightsabers. They're like, that's not a knife. This is a...
Pull out a lightsaber from... Is that a lightsaber in your pocket?
Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So, it's like Australia.
In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your Spice baby.
Space dingoes.
Ate my baby.
Space dingoes ate my baby. What's up, old man? You good? Yeah.
You can curse all my family, but don't touch the space.
Right.
What's that?
Who was that? The heck was that?
My space armor! We get it! You're from space!
That was the young master Giovanni.
Sounded like him.
You can have it. He's awesome.
We get it. You're from space. That geeks me out, bro. I'm convinced that the owners are mocking outer space.
Space mocks. That's funny that space mocks itself.
It does, doesn't
it? But like most of the mainstream space narrative stuff, though, it's self-aware of the fact that it's completely fictional, and it mocks itself. A lot of them. I don't like how Rick knows it's a show, and then like blatantly says stuff to the audience about things or talks about stuff in a way where he knows that only the people watching would actually know what he's talking about. or other like meta type references that break things in a way where it's like joking about our real world's narratives. It's just hilarious. Like Star Trek did a lot of things related to that too.
Uh-oh.
Subliminals.
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere, man. Like the subliminal messages regarding the geocentrism state of reality is inserted in so many things.
And the funny thing, the way that it's inserted, though, is blatantly fictional. And then the joke about the fact that it's so blatantly fictional. But also, yeah, well, it's also true, right? Right? Right?
Mm.
And then everybody laughed and laughed and laughed. Where?
Mostly they laugh about things they do not understand.
Laughter is a sign of many things, and one of those things, nervousness for that which is not understood at all.
Yep.
A sense of overwhelming ignorance. When people get confronted by something that they cannot fathom, yeah, it's really sad, but also kind of hilarious what it does to people. It just makes them kind of start spiraling. But like in person, you can observe it physically. You can measure the spiraling. The video comes to mind of that like random like super extremist left liberal woman screaming at the sky when Donald Trump won the election. Brain melty. Behold, brain explodey. I have head explodey. Oh man, I'm gonna get that meme from Johnny the Homicidal Maniac where he goes to heaven and has head explodey. Those who don't know will know.
Why did the music bot get dragged down to live stream too? Do you guys not know how to stop it or clear it?
Someone put like a 6-hour video, so I I was gonna stop it. I usually just stop it, but it only had got like 2 hours in, so I figured I'd just pause it and move it down. But I can.
Gotcha. No, that's fine. You got to pause. Leave it paused.
Okay. I didn't want to like piss anyone off by like just stopping the long video or whatever, but
I think it was put on earlier while there was a bunch of dead air and it was just me half asleep and nobody really knowing what to say.
Sometimes if I see it in here, I'll think it's just playing, so I won't join. But
does it like automatically join in sometimes? Like, is it set to if there's enough silent? Oh, okay.
No, you have to.
That's all manual. All right.
I just wanted to encourage.
I was wondering about that.
I think sometimes if people see it's in here, they're like, I gotta join.
I do it. I do it sometimes. Like, especially if it's earlier in the day, I know it's typically kind of dead. And if I see the bot in there, it's like, do I feel like listening to a show on here? Probably not. So then I'll just move on.
I get this. Sometimes I'm the same exact way. So I just want to kind of encourage you. Pop in. But yeah, if it gets quiet, I'll just move it back in.
No, don't let it get quiet.
Never.
I'll never be quiet. Ever! And then I pass out after screaming for too long. And then...
I might be dusted now.
Then I wake up screaming, never!
I'm heating the oven.
You going now?
Time is 10:05. Does mommy finish the making?
No, mommy has one more.
Aha. Je bitno, samo ti ne radiš, nije bitno što... Da.
I can see clearly now the fish eye's gone.
Uh-oh.
That weird wonky curvature has gone away. Hey, look, it's level everywhere. I've gone. And if you fly, oh high, it's level every day. Where did that go? I need, I'm gonna be right back.
Sasha's always making pizzas. They look pretty amazing, homemade and everything. That's nice, but I'm wondering how many times a week he makes another pizza though.
I think we found infinite pizzas, bro.
Well, one time per week for sure, because my daughter likes. I'm not eating anymore.
About once per week. Okay. I was getting under the impression with all the pictures that you're always sending of pizzas that you do it like daily or something.
Oh well, maybe sometimes 2 times a week, but not more. Yeah.
I've returned.
Yeah, what's one thing, Sasha, about your pizzas that make them awesome? What's one thing you do, bro?
Man, I'm making better bread than pizza.
Homemade pizza is the best, hands down. If you know what you're doing, it's the best.
How long do you let your dough sit before you bake it?
It would be good to stay one night in fridge, but you can do it directly also. Let's say in 2-3 hours you can make pizza, but it's not the same taste. It's better if stay, let's say, but at least 12 hours.
Really depends on your yeast too. What kind of yeast you're using?
No, for pizza, no. For bread, maybe yes. For pizza, you don't need a little bit of yeast, almost nothing.
Like any bread yeast, little.
I use 2 1/4 teaspoons.
For example, for bread, it goes something like 20-22 grams. For pizza on 1 kilo. For pizza on 1 kilo, we will go maybe 2 grams.
And that is used on cheese.
You're a little bit thin on the cheese on the right side there, Sasha. I want to see that out towards the edges of the crust more.
Okay. But it depends. Somebody likes the crust, around big, and somebody likes thin. Yeah.
Oh man, that's right. I forgot about this. I'm gonna send something to that guy.
Is that his piece?
Right?
Here, I'll click it for you.
Nice.
Sasha is not a crust eating pizza type.
What?
You don't like to eat the crust?
Well, I like, but I like any pizza, let's say. Not UK pizza.
I always make Napolitan style.
Uh-oh, hold on. Somebody's calling me.
For example, this is focaccia. I love to make focaccia.
Oh, focaccia. Yeah, I know to make focaccia. Focaccia, ciabatta, whatever you want.
Look at this dough, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe a little bit too much oil there, but it really doesn't matter with focaccia.
No, it's not. It's not a lot. It's okay.
I mean, you don't use the pure olive oil. You mix it with salt water. Like you make, I don't know what it's called. You use olive oil, water, and salt, and it's called Emulsion auf English. Emulsion. Yeah, it's the same in English, I guess. Emulsion. Olive oil.
Emulsia, Church.
Hey, I'm also making something round with cheese, but it ain't pizza.
Round with cheese, but it ain't pizza.
Calzone.
Close. Grilled cheese sandwich. And the joke is, I'm using square cheese with a hamburger bun. So it's messed up all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Hamburger bun instead of regular sliced bread for a grilled cheese. It's messed up all over the place, man.
Oh, that sounds like bachelor pad eating right there. Just whatever you got.
Dude, I am literally standing shirtless in the kitchen making a grilled cheese sandwich, baby. Bachelor living. Let's go.
Grilled cheese sandwiches are awesome.
Okay, now the question is, hopefully I'm not gonna get too rattled for this one, but ketchup or strawberry jam, folks? Have you guys tried it both ways?
What, on your grilled cheese?
Yeah.
Hell no. Weird.
I knew it.
Strawberry.
Yeah,
What
jam
the
on it. You know what? This is the cheese state. I'll give that a try one of these times. I'll put a little bit of jam on there and see if I like it. Doesn't sound right though. Ketchup, that makes perfect sense. Or I'll even put like Cholula hot sauce on there or something like that. You know, like that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's hot sauce.
You know what's crazy, Lou? It's the kind of you know how cheese has a little bit of a sour taste to it, a little bit. The jam actually helps. It helps to actually it enhances the flavor. You definitely try it when you can, man.
Did I hear you right? I was across the room. Did you say you put ketchup on grilled cheese sandwiches, bro?
Yes, sir, I do. You have ketchup on your hamburger, don't you? And that has cheese on it.
What state are you in, bro? I'm pretty sure that's illegal in 37 states.
I'm in Canada. I got you beat.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'll put ketchup on macaroni and cheese too. I know people get angry about that, but yeah.
I stopped doing that when I was 5. So
I had my mom cut up hot dogs and throw them in there.
That's it, baby. Yeah. Ketchup on mac and cheese works too.
What about ketchup and eggs?
Again, obviously, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't do it, but I like spicy shit, so I'll use hot sauce instead. You know, I don't really use that much ketchup.
That's what I use. Texas Pete hot sauce. Never really tried it though until I worked at the Biltmore State.
Brought it up before, but I got a combination that usually makes people squirm that I'm telling you is delicious. Liver sausage sandwiches on raisin bread with mayonnaise. You put mayonnaise on raisin bread and liver sausage
Can we
on
mute
there.
Lou?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
What it's delicious. It's delicious. You gotta try.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. For the record,
liver sauce.
Liver sausage, like liverwurst, or what's the Brunsburger or something like that. I think that's another name for it. But yeah, like cinnamon raisin bread, delicious. Then a little bit of mayonnaise and liver sausage.
It's getting worse.
Yo, KJ's in the chat. KJ's in the chat. KJ, you hear this? Because mayo, liver, and raisin bread. Wow,
dude, I know it sounds hideous, but if you try it, I bet there's a good chance you like it.
No.
Somebody say mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Interesting.
Lou, I'm never gonna go, be invited to your house for dinner, bro. That's just
Dude, I'm not making that shit for dinner. That's a quick lunch, and it's a quick lunch, and it's once in a while. I don't know, maybe a couple times a year I'll buy that shit. I don't like to eat it all the time or anything, but sometimes it's just what the doctor ordered, like that gallon of mayonnaise that guy's eating right there.
Interesting.
In your book, he's waiting for the liver to show up. Lou, I'm dying. Thanks for that share, man. Holy.
Yeah, dude. I brought it up for a reason. It always gets a reaction. only one time has anybody ever been like, yeah, it's good, blah blah blah. Like, I was like, where are you from, man? Who taught you this? And here's the thing too, is like the liver sausage, it's no good. Like, I don't like it any other way. Like, I don't like if you just on regular bread or anything like that. No, it's shit. But on the raisin bread, it's delicious.
I think you know this isn't good, and this is why you continue to speak about it, trying to talk yourself into the fact that you.
I'm not talking myself into anything. I'm trying to talk you guys into trying it before denying it.
That's true. Can't knock it till you try it.
In the VC check-in,
I don't need to lay my head under a truck tire to know that won't be good. I don't need to try everything.
This is not the same as a truck tire.
A truck tire would probably taste better.
Nah. You know what else is good? Pickled herring.
Pickled who?
Pickled herring.
Yeah, that might be good.
Like that bird?
A herring is not a bird; it's a fish.
Fish, right? Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like a blue herring, like bird.
yeah, the great blue heron. That's not a herring; it's a heron.
Oh, that's how it's pronounced. Heron.
It's spelled Heron, I believe.
That was BK that made the truck tire comment, right?
Yeah.
Brother, I almost fell over laughing. I'm in tears because that was the most amazing comeback ever. I don't need to stick my head under a truck tire to find out if it's going to hurt.
Compliments of Kent Hovind.
What are y'all doing over there? I think my daughter's about to join. They're talking to somebody. Mm.
Yeah, back to that liver sausage.
Who's that?
It's Lou. No, my daughter really likes it. She's 9 now, but first time I gave it to her, probably she was like 4 or 5 years old. And right away, she was like, this is delicious. She was like actually begging me to like for more, like for seconds. Like if I didn't have the raisin bread and liver sausage in the house the next few times I had her over, she was like, oh, I was like, I'll get some next time. It's good.
Interesting. Well, it was nice meeting you guys, but I have some sewing to do.
Thanks for stopping by.
Join us for ladies' night later if you can.
Yes, for sure. I'm going to try to.
Yay!
I need
Bye,
to
Mrs.
set a
Ether. Thanks
timer.
for hanging out.
Bye.
Definitely. You said 5, right?
5 p.m., baby.
5 p.m.
And you've got the tag, so you'll get tagged when it starts up.
Oh, for real? Oh, okay, so I'll
Yeah.
automatically get a notification.
If you click on your profile, you'll see, I think TB or somebody hooked you up with the ladies' night roll, so you'll get pinged.
Okay, awesome.
KJ says you'll be there for sure, right, KJ?
You know, I'm gonna try to make it. Count me in.
Dope.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds like fun.
It usually
My
is.
husband tells me all the time I need to meet other women because I'm always stuck on my sewing machine or doing something work related.
So this Damar Hamlin thing, it was crazy what happened on Monday night. Apparently he's talking and stuff like that, but they canceled the game completely. Like, how do they? I guess I'd have to look into it, but how are they going to properly wrap up the season, heading into the playoffs without playing this game?
Yeah, it's a big mess for sure. I heard something about win percentage, but I don't know.
It's stupid. I mean, it was tragic what was happening there, but luckily the guy lived. And even if he died, I think he still rescheduled the game. And you have some kind of memorial thing for him. Players get hurt all the time. This one they happened to bring out an ambulance and everything else. It was scary looking, but a bunch of snowflakes, in my opinion, completely canceling it. Trying to make a political, I don't know, not a political, but a virtue signal about the whole thing.
It's kind of what I was thinking too. It's a big virtue signal, and they're trying to fire Skip Bayless because he was like, "Come on, what are they going to do?" He was talking about the game, and now they're trying to fire him, and oh man, yeah, it's just people have gone kind of soft, but. Yeah, do you have any conspiracy theories on that? Because I'm seeing some people say, well,
yeah, he's actually dead. The guy that they're replacing him with a clone right now.
That's what. Wow.
Boom.
That's
the obvious. That's the obvious one.
Damn, I honestly didn't even think about that. Regardless of whether he, it's the same guy or whatever, he's never playing again. They're not. If they're this soft to cancel the game, they're not going to let him get back on the field, dude. There's a 0% chance in my opinion.
No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's going to be. It's too scary to kind of let him back out on the field.
Yeah, no way. There's no way they're going to let him do that. I feel like because if something else happens, it's a wrap. That's a bad look if he goes back out and gets injured again.
If he does go out there and then he does die or something, it's going to be terrible for the league. I don't know.
Happen. So, what's crazy? This all happened he's in a hospital 20 minutes from me. This is here in my hometown.
Okay.
Crazy. I mean the hospital here is really good. I will say that, if that means anything. But yeah, it was weird. I was watching when it all happened.
I saw as a headline yesterday or the day before, or maybe it was probably yesterday, that when he woke up, one of his first things that he asked, who won or how the game went or something.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, what happened in the game?
Jake the Asshole, are you familiar with him? Kind of a...
Somewhat. I know who he is, yeah.
He's saying, like, oh, it's all rigged. I didn't watch the video, but he's already got the video up that's like, it's rigged, completely rigged. He's faking everything. Masonic symbols.
Of course. Of course.
I don't know.
All the conspiratard shit.
Yeah. I also follow Infinite Plane Radio sometimes for stuff like this. He'll go into, like, fake news and different types of stuff. And I didn't really pour over it too much, but I think his take was it's just meant to divide people. It's kind of fake as well. Like, damn, dude. I don't even know what to think because I'm watching it live. At first, I didn't have an emotional reaction, but the cameras kept trying to, like, film people crying and stuff. They wanted it to be really emotional. So next thing you know, everyone's like, wow, that just hit different. And everyone's kind of feeling some type of way. I thought they were going to get back to the game.
What, that night?
I mean, I sent out a tweet. I was like, I think NFL is such a big business, and big business these days, they don't usually like to cow to this type of stuff. They want to make their money or whatever, but.
Well, they made their money. They probably made more money than any other fucking game that on the weekend.
Yeah, I know. What's funny too is the ads kept running. Right, of course. So obviously they're not going to stop the ads. People had a lot of fun.
They got 70,000 fans in the stands who paid for tickets that, they got to watch part of a quarter and that go home.
Yeah, that's why I kind of feel bad about it a little bit in a way. Is like the people that flew there or got an Airbnb or whatever. This kind of sucks. I don't know how all that works. If you get your money back or what. But yeah, no,
yeah, the game should be rescheduled, and all the fans who had tickets should be given new tickets for the price of their original one.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really been watching too much Aftermath stuff, because everyone's just saying the same thing at this point. Like, oh, we just hope he's okay. We don't want to see too much. Blah blah blah.
They should ask him. I bet you he would say, yeah, play it. Especially if he really woke up going, who won? Like, I bet you he would say, no, play that damn game. Sorry, I won't be able to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird all around.
Yeah, the thing with that he did pull through or is pulling through, that's great. Nobody wants to see anybody die, But this if he would have this would have been a huge wake up call to a lot of Americans. Sure, we've seen it in other sports around the world, like in soccer, they've seen it a lot. But this was the first like major, athlete for American fans, in pro football or pro ball of any type. Like this was a big example, and I don't know how to phrase this, because I don't want that dude to die or anything. No, but like if he would have, I think it would have kind of helped to wake a lot of people up to something going on. And now they're just going to put it in the back of their mind and forget about it completely. And next time it happens, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, we've seen this before. It's normalized.
Yeah. Yeah, they're quick to do some damage control, though. They're like, oh, it's not what you think it is.
Oh, immediately. Yeah, they immediately came out going, I know what y'all thinking. It ain't that.
Yeah. What I heard is basically, if you get hit at the perfect time in your heart, it can send you into this certain state, and it happens in other sports like baseball and so on. Oh, I see the tweet.
Yes, maybe.
He asked who won the game. I see the tweet now.
Y'all check out that track I posted in livestream voice text. It's sick as fuck.
Switch over.
Don't believe him.
Well, I do make her listen to that almost once a day, if not more. So that makes sense.
Pretty stoked for this weekend. So is my daughter. We're going to a bigger hill for some snowboarding and to indoor water park / hotel. So it's gonna be pretty fun. Snowboarding and swimming.
That sounds awesome, brother.
Yeah, it is. I've already got
That's gonna be a
all
blast,
the
man.
stuff together. There's a lot of shit I got to gather. Though I got her gear, my gear. You got to have changes of clothes and swimsuits and all this stuff. And like, I always feel like I'm forgetting something.
Make a list, dude. You're a dad. Make a list. Seriously, man. We got to make, honestly, like dads, that's the one thing that's really responsible when you're in that position is just to make a list because you constantly think you'll remember it. Being the responsible thing.
Yeah. Well, like right now, I know I still have to grab her toothbrush and stuff and put it in the bag, but if I don't go do it, I'll probably forget. Like I should just go do it right now.
You probably should.
But actually, yeah, this is pretty cool though. It's a part of a big Christmas gift from my dad and my stepmom. They're doing this for like the whole family basically. So it's going to cost them like $2,000 just for the hotel room for the night. We got a 2-bedroom suite and another like two beds in a room. One for me, my daughter, my sister, her husband, their 3 kids, my brother, and my stepmom and my dad. We're all going and doing all of that.
It's gonna be a good time, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And the weather's working out perfect too. So it should be sunny and like right around. Shouldn't be too cold. Shouldn't be too warm. And now that I'm going to have help there, I'm going to be able to go and shred some of the bigger slopes instead of holding my daughter's hand the whole time on the bunny hill.
All right.
Are you going to Great Wolf Lodge?
Then join there.
No, we're going to and it's still just a Midwest place. It's not like a mountain or anything, but it's called Cascade Mountain and it's near Wisconsin Dells. We're going to the Kalahari Resort and Cascade Mountain. So the Kalahari is it's a hotel and water park, indoor water park.
Near me or in this part of the country, they're all called Great Wolf Lodges, but they're like close to skiing places, and they're indoor water parks, basically.
I think there's a Great Wolf Lodge in the Dells also. Like there's Wisconsin Dells is that's kind of been their thing forever. Is like the world's best water parks. Like we got the biggest and best water parks. It's their attraction. So like Noah's Ark is the one that's supposed to be the biggest one, but that's an outdoor during the summer. The Kalahari is the big indoor one. And I know I shared it about 100 times, but for anyone who didn't see it, here's my daughter the last time we went on. This was last Wednesday. Coming up. This was her third time out. So at the end of this, she had like 12 hours of snowboarding. So she's making pretty good progress. It uploaded, but it's just spinning when I click it.
She's doing all the right stuff, dude. She got her hands out in front, knees bent, good form. Good job, man.
Yeah, watching it, looking where she wants to go. In that at the end there where she slid under the fence, when I showed her that video afterwards when I got home, she watched the fall and right away she goes, "Oh, I know what I did wrong." I'm like, "That's awesome!" Like, yeah, she got her weight a little bit too much on her toes and caught an edge going into that bank where she needed to be leaning back. But the fact that she recognized that, it's like, yeah, awesome.
Yeah, next season you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. I think she's going to be pushing you next season.
If we get it, I hope so. No, I want to be able to go cruising with her. Like,
yeah. Free riding on like a blue, right, is even a nice way. You don't have to stick on bunnies and greens and stuff to get her, because she's maintaining the form, and after the form she just has to monitor her speed, and that's it. Otherwise she's good to go, guy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I learned, it was rough for like the first like 3 days, and then all of a sudden something kind of clicked, and it wasn't, it wasn't immediately awesome, but yeah, all of a sudden a lot more of the hill opens up.
Hola, muchachos.
Hey.
What's up? What up, baby boy?
What's popping?
Yeah!
What's cracking like
music?
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
Go. I love it, dude. CB in the house.
What's going on, Big Meg?
Nothing, man. What y'all doing? Yeah. Is there any overtime?
I love it.
we're still fishing in the lobby in the chat, but got the coffee brewed up.
Ready to do the damn thing.
This cafe is open for business.
Yo, man, we were rocking until 4 a.m. last night. What the hell? Damn. For me, I was like, damn, I need to go to bed. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
We only have Yuri L with us. Other than that, lots of familiar faces.
Uriel. Is Uriel there? Uriel, are you there?
It might take a year, it might take a day, but what's meant to be will always find a way. That's Yuri's about me. Very nice.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you all doing?
Jedi.
Hey.
Jedi. Evening, Jedi.
What's up, my friends? Yo, Miggy, I just wanted to ask earlier, our conversation with our female colleague regarding the religion, how did that end, mate? Because I had to skip out. Did it end okay? I was starting to feel bad.
I mean, no. Listen, like we don't ever. There's nothing that we do that's out of step. I hope that's kind of conveyed in that way. We're always in the right context when we're talking to someone, and it's always the discussion we should have in here. One thing I did say before, Jedi, she left okay. Just real quick, she did leave okay. Well, at least she didn't say like she was crying or there wasn't anything she said about why she felt the way she did. But she did leave. Like there wasn't. She was like, "You guys suck," or there was nothing like that. No hostile way.
Yeah, cool.
But I would say it like this, because I know that there was an interaction, I think in the past with like Glatflobe and Gregory, and some people were getting upset because they were having a discussion in here, and I was like, they need to talk to each other, so nobody needs to interrupt for them or say like we can't say this in here. I was like, this is them. There's a place where they can actually hash this out, and this server is meant for that reason. Like we need to talk to each other. If we can't reason with each other, then there's nothing, right? Like this server just might as well be another server. That's like we're supposed to at least meet at a table where we can discuss things. It might be a little harsh because it feels like one side is right and one side is wrong, but at least they can have a discussion. And if they can come to terms where they're like at the end of the day they're still here, then that's fine. But you know what I mean? Like we need to be, because we all have differences, man. Like that's the point of what I'm saying. But if you are saying that you're right, and not in the context between Glatt and Gregory, but in the context of what we're saying, because we have an actual standard. Like when somebody says, and just put it this way, right? If somebody says something is in a book that's not in the book, any book, right? Doesn't matter what you read. If somebody says this is in the book and you're like, there's nowhere it says this, like, what are you saying? And the person doesn't have a way to back it up, then it's something they made up. And if they don't realize that they're making something up, then it becomes detrimental to them and to us, because they're saying things in here, which is an intellectual server, where we're meant to actually call people out. It doesn't matter if the flatter tag is on you or not. What it is people carrying ideas against something that has no validity to the thing that they're carrying ideas for. So, and I used it only in the context of saying last night we're having the discussion over the biblical context. But if somebody says that thing is saying something that it's not, then they have to answer, why are they saying that thing? And so it was well within the context of like having that discussion or whatever, but it wasn't being harsh. What it was is like somebody's, and Globers do this, right? I would say they come in here, they think they know what it's, like, okay, they're hijacking terms like level and stuff, and all of this has to do with like why the world has been deceiving people for such a long time. So the deception is a big deal of what we handled in here. We handle why people are being deceived.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, no, I'm done.
Okay. So for me, within that context of what we were speaking about earlier, it got brought up as an example. This is what we face every day when we're dealing with globe earthers.
Mm-hmm.
When you have stark evidence in front of you, but what you do is you kind of ignore all of that evidence for your first bias premise, and you keep circling back to that bias premise whilst completely ignoring everything that's been said to you. And not also being said to you, but actually demonstrated to be true right in front of you.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying, yeah? That's the thing that got me holding... And sorry, to explain this better, I'll start it this way. Whilst within the argument agreeing with what we're saying, but then circling back to that point is literally holding like two contradictory arguments, that juxtapositions. You cannot have them both. It is either one or what you're saying it is. But
right.
To say it is what you're saying it is to completely disregard all of the evidence that is being physically put in front of you right now in real time as we're doing it. And the only reason that I can come up with why people do that, and I'm going to try and turn this round into the flat earth, globe earth argument and not be so personal towards our colleague, but within that globe earth, flat earth argument, it's that presuppositional bias. I don't care what evidence you do actually put in front of me, I'm not going to accept it because of my own personal bias. I must personally be right. I must be right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that gets me about what got me about that this morning, and what gets me predominantly in conversations that, mate, I've only been back on the server 3 days, and when I've been allowed to speak to somebody that still thinks they live on the ball, that circling back to that first premise, that completely walking past the devastating points. There's only two. You don't need to follow the conversation that much. But every single time they wanted to respawn on that first fucking point and just start again and completely disregard it. It's annoying.
Yeah, we've been dealing with this for some time. So I even tell people too, it's not the fact that you have the flat earth tag that's going to safeguard you from saying things in this server. It never has. It never was. Like you, especially if it doesn't have anything to do with like the reality of the situation. So when we deal with things, we're going to have to like, okay, why did you say that? Why is that something that you hold on to as your... It's a religious belief. I have to say it because religious would like be the thing that you're dug in on and you're not going to change. So, and there's many different positions for saying that. But when it comes to something that can be demonstrated that you can't refute, then we're getting into like this idea of where that your ego and pride are what's like being shown here. And it's nothing to do with being right. It's just that you want to be right in what you're saying. So in your head, everybody else is wrong but you. So and that everybody was like, dude, I'm not even a person who believes in that, but I can see what they're saying. Like, that's crazy. When people are saying that, then that's actually screaming to you, man. You're not right. You just aren't like it. But I like to say, I hope for the best. Like, I want people to be on the side of right, which is they come to terms with like what they're saying. Say, okay, I know what I said. Maybe I'm out of turn or something. But it doesn't usually happen. What happens is their ego and their pride come up and they're like, no, I'm right. Like you guys are, or you're pointing out the blaring contradiction and they don't address. Here's the thing that Globers do, right? You point out the blaring contradiction. You ask them to read the citation. They're reading it. And then they continue to proceed to something else like immediately. So they don't face what you're saying. As in, they don't want to understand that that's what it's the context of their understanding. So they'll gloss over it and then continue to think about something else and say something else. And you're like, no, why did you add that extra thing? You didn't have to. You could just stick to this one thing we're saying and it become very clear. But it's just what happens, man. Like, but definitely like the flat earth tag doesn't like, it's not like a shield in here. And some people think.
It's part of my personality. When somebody says something stupid, it's kind of written all over my face that somebody says something stupid, and then things start coming out of my mouth because they said something stupid. Now, sometimes I don't pay that much of attention to who I'm actually speaking to, so it doesn't really matter what tag you've got. I'm not looking at it. Mm-hmm. It's what you're saying that I'm interested in.
Right on.
And that's why, Jedi, you dropped some knowledge, man, since you've returned. And again, yesterday I commended you for that amazing protractor and the sextant. That was awesome. Thank you so very much for your knowledge, brother. Appreciate that.
It's not a problem, mate. I mean, it's not a hidden knowledge. It's just pointing out the goddamn fucking obvious in maybe what you're saying in a clear, succinct way, because it is that fucking simple. All we're doing is talking about angles, right? That's it. And you can't measure angles if one of those lines curved. You just go from there. I think somebody pointed out, I think it maybe was you, it was my phrase of a sextant is just a glorified protractor, which it kind of fucking is. I mean, I don't mean to dumb it down, but it's an angle measuring device.
It's an angle measuring device. Exactly. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely fine. It's something that I was speaking to Miggy about the other day. It's something that I personally myself used to say, but I didn't exactly know what I was saying. I used to say we navigate across the Earth as if it was a level plane. I was talking about circles, but not in the way that I should have been. I was talking about angles and completely missing the whole fucking point. It's only because of other people's kind of delving down into the real nitty gritty of it that I've formulated, and everybody else has done this. It's not hidden knowledge, but it's that simple. That's all we need to know is how we navigate across the Earth, and we do that by using angle measuring devices. We wouldn't be using angle measuring devices if the Earth was a curved surface, because we couldn't measure angles. That's it. That's the ball gone. There's no more ball because we are navigating, mapping. We all know what cartography is, right? That's frigging angles. I mean, I don't know if you know how the British Isles was mapped, but it was from boats out at sea that moved along every so often and looked at the shoreline and got angles to them. Yeah, you're only going to map your area with straight lines. And even when we start trying to put grids on spheres, well, you just can't do that. You want to give me a 90-degree grid system with little squares on it on a curved surface? You're not doing that. No. As soon as anybody brings up angles, it's over. You start talking about navigating, it's over.
The sextant. Have you ever found out what year the sextant was actually invented?
Okay, so we're going back to 1700s roughly. Memory does serve me right. I mean, we're talking. It's the British Navy, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they conquered the oceans. Right, we know this. The Spanish, the Portuguese, the Europeans. Right, this is how we moved around. This is how we colonized. This is how we built empires. And the British, they've done this very, very well. But it doesn't matter who done it well and who didn't do it well. They all managed to navigate across the Earth using these angles. But the major thing is we've always used angles when we've mapped the stars. We used to say this quite a lot in this service. You don't look at the sky when you're measuring the ground. I don't know about that, to be honest with you, because I think we fucking do. I think that's the main reason of how we understand that the Earth has got to be level, because we wouldn't be measuring angles to stuff. We would be doing something else somehow.
I'm gonna tell you,
no, I'm done. Go on.
QE came up with he made a whole presentation about the sextant. It's killer. It's killer. I mean, it is really the thing that, because he called it the knockdown win for flat Earth, just being the way that we can present that and just be like a one and done if we wanted to, if we really wanted to. So same thing that you're saying, because you can get this point so refined that there is no argument to it. You can actually show people that how it's not possible to have the curved adjacent that they think they have to make the angles that they would need 90 degrees. So like there's a lot to be said about like the importance of what this discussion is about.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying you can make this a whole point and just say like you're gonna have to provide the evidence that the math that you're working on is using over a curved surface, and you just can't do it.
Try and get the.
So just
sorry,
If I may just throw in real quick to emphasize that point, I've thrown in the voice stream or live stream or a few pictures that back that up. But the last picture is the mathematics, specifically what Miggy's referring to, with the flat adjacent line being shown. Thank you.
That's important. That right there is important. If you don't have that right there to present to somebody, it's like they're missing out on what this means. Like the curve adjacent, right? That's never going to be. You're not going to have a 90-degree angle from the opposite. You're not going.
Sorry, I don't know whether you noticed. I started giggling in the background because, like all things with flat Earth, it is literally right in front of your face. Always, every single day is right in front of your face. And you know it to be true somewhere in the back of your mind. We've all sat at school, right? We've all used protractors. We've all measured angles on triangles. We've all done this. We've also all tried to measure an angle when one of those lines is curved. That usually pops up at a test somewhere or an exam. Yeah, you can't do that. We know that. We've done this at school, right? This is how much... The reason why I started laughing is because I'm giving a little bit of, I don't know, a shout out to those who are lying to us. Because, like, well done. I mean, that wasn't hard, but well done. I mean, you teach us to use angles. You teach us to use angles at school, and you teach us to use angles when navigating across the Earth. But we wouldn't be navigating across the Earth using angles and triangles if we're on a curved surface. But it's okay, because we can give you pictures from space. So don't worry about it. It's fine.
It all works.
Sorry about that.
Ether, did you want to say something? Is he here? Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got Natalie in the house. Hey, Natalie, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Have you been here or before? I haven't checked your account yet.
Haven't.
You broke up just then. What'd you say?
I said no, I haven't been here before.
Okay. You're a little bit choppy, but I heard what you said. Welcome here anyways. What is the reason why you clicked on the link and joined us? Is there something about the shape of the Earth conversation or something that stood out, you know, being provocative as like, why do people think the Earth is not a globe? And are you there?
Wait 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I missed Deuce, man. He came in last night, and that guy.
Was fun.
Yeah,
he's fun.
We need to see more of him. Let's just put it that way.
Well, he said he's going to be around a little bit more. He said he'd been out for a month, but just between Thanksgiving and like the Christmas period. But he had other commitments or what. But he said he should be, you know, more often around, which is good. I like Deus. He runs the room really well. He keeps everything on point. He deals with Helio really good. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I think she's hot micing. Must be some stuff going on where she's at. Yeah, just whenever you get back on, Natalie, come on here and just.
Hey, man. This is my daughter. Like, she just joined the server. It's what she like. I was trying to help her brother with something else, and she just comes to me. They asked me why I joined the server. I'm like, hold on.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I get you, buddy. No worries.
Yeah, it's fair, man. I always say that. Get everybody in on this because you know, we're here for you guys, and also it's important, right? Critical thinkers need to be with critical thinkers. Like, we all need to be like together. So it's most
exactly. His wife threw this morning. If she caught that, Meg.
Oh yeah, Ashley. Yeah, she's been in here.
Iron sharpens iron, folks.
That was my first time chatting with her.
Look, DJ and Glad, like they're in here. They're the family duo. Like, who else we got in here? We got some duos in here. Oh, Witsit and Kai, and they just had a baby. So there's we got a few families that are part of the server. So
it's awesome.
Heck yeah. Glad to be here.
We're glad to be here. But it's a good foundation for our families, like, to have, because like as rough as it is in here, because it does get rough sometimes for the people that are in here. But if we're not exposed to the conversation of like how it gets played out in here, then they'll never know why people have the reasoning that they have. So that's why I always like, we need to have the conversation. It just needs to happen, you know, like sometimes the way it does. But you know, that also exposes within us like how we can go about saying the things that we do in a different way. So it sharpens our skills, you know, gives us a better way to look at like the conversation and move forward. All right, every time I see new people, you know me, I'll stop what I'm saying and I'll address them. So we got O that's in here, OHH, is that right? The moment I say their name, like they ghost. I gotta be ghosted, man.
Yeah, it always happens, man. You know how it was back when I was around. I used to do the kind of night shift for you guys when it was like first thing in the morning here over here in England, and it used to be relatively dead. You'd only have like about 5, 6 people in the room, so I was constantly just opening new people and trying to get to chat to new people all the time. And I'd shut other people up if they were talking absolute nonsense or not about the flat Earth. Let's put it like that. So it's the way that I've always liked the ring to be rung, mate. Maybe I led a little bit by example, or maybe I'm just a bit stubborn and old in my ways, but that's how I thought things should be done. Just look, we're here to talk about this. There's new people that want to come in. Just keep your eye out. Anybody that pops in, if they're new, check out their roles. And if it's quiet enough, I mean, I remember the days when we used to get trolled, mate, like heavily trolled.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, always feel free to open new people up, man. Stop even me. Just stop me from talking if I'm talking nonsense. If somebody new's in the ring.
So the screen name FAOLAN hashtag. Well, that one, yeah, the one that just said hello in the lobby. That's my son. Like, I just had him join. We can do the VC thing, or he can join in here and talk. But
awesome.
He's younger than my daughter who just joined, but I don't know. I'm really just, this is kind of like Flat Earth Homeschool. They're here to listen and learn. So everybody be cool and remember that there are younglings about.
Yeah, we're always mindful of these things, you know, because of the fact that not even just that, but we're speaking to a larger audience through YouTube. So, you know, the 30 or so odd people that come in here to listen, we don't know who's listening. So we always have to be about our best behavior, you know, when we're doing.
I'm just gonna say I'll be on my best behavior here. You listen.
Yeah, that's why, to me, Glad, I'm always like, this place is important. I'm just not like freestyling it, you know, like to whatever I think is like my own personal way of saying things. I'm always like, and there has to be a professional air about this, let's say.
Yep.
Always.
I gotta watch my mouth anyway, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, we do appreciate the families coming in, man. That's great. Just have them come in here so we can chat with them.
Yeah.
We got Brown Bear that's sitting up at the top. Looks like, the Brown Bear still here? Brown Bear?
Would be related to Creation Bear, right? Another family there.
No, not CB. Brown Bear.
No, I didn't saying Brown Bear is related to Creation Bear. Has to be. They got the same last name.
The Bear family. Speaking of families, let me unmute him. He's muted right now. All right.
There we go.
Brown Bear, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad, mate. How are you?
Really well.
Good.
Hey, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Brown Bear?
I was hoping to hear some discussions on the theory.
Well, definitely something that you can have conversations about. But before we get to the good stuff, let's talk about a little bit of an introduction, right? So let's talk about what you know as far as like what you think the Earth is and why. So if there's something that, it doesn't really matter what you tell me because there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just basically getting to know what your idea of what you think the Earth is and why. So go ahead. I'll give you the floor, Brown Bear. Let us know 2 things.
I wasn't expecting to get the floor, to be honest with you, but yeah, I think it's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, and why do you think that, Brown Bear?
There's hundreds of reasons.
Oh, give me
space,
all of it. Everything they say about it. I believe everything, that space bit, the Earth being a ball bit, the moving around bit. Yeah. All of it, right?
Yeah. I've been in a plane, mate. I've seen the Earth's curve in a plane.
Oh, lovely. I know. I'm just ecstatic. You know, the thing is, we don't get a lot of people that actually are saying these things any longer. We used to. Not many. Well, very often somebody will come up and say that. But we're moving from what you can now see is actually a globe to like your own personal. These are personal things that you've done, and you say that you've seen the curve, right? Obviously.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's hard to actually see the shape of the Earth, being that we're very small.
But you have seen, right? You have seen, right?
Well, not personally, no, of course not.
Whoa.
So
you said you were on a plane and you seen it, Brown Bear.
You can see the horizon, right? And it's
Uh-huh.
it's not perfectly flat. So are we saying that the Earth is flat, but
so
it's not
you did see the curve. So you did see the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, so but you just finished telling us that you did.
Sorry, Mickey.
Right.
So what is it? You can see the curve, but you can't see the curve because we're too small.
Whoa.
Hold on. Whoa.
So you go in a plane. You go in a plane.
Yeah, been in a plane. Yeah.
You look out the window.
Yeah.
And the horizon isn't perfectly flat. So I'm wondering if so the Earth is a disc, but it's got a slight curve to it. Is that?
No. It's just this bit where you think the horizon is the physical curvature of the Earth. It's that bit. I don't care where you are when you look at it. Like, even in a plane, you think that horizon is physical, right? As in, if there was something beyond it, you wouldn't be able to see it because it would physically get in the way, right?
Well, no, it's just the horizon.
So it's just a horizon. So it's not physical. We're trying to find the physical nature of the Earth, and you're pointing at something that now isn't physical, but you can see the curvature of the Earth in it. Do you see where I'm going with this? Where you started me going with this. Your claims of seeing it, but not seeing it, but you can't. It's not actually the curve now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like that's the limit of what most people can see when
that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
That is the limit of your vision. You can't see beyond that because that's how your eyes work. It's perspective. You look across a plane, a surface, and it's the apparent convergent line between that surface and the sky above it. Right? It's the limitation of your view, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the curvature of the Earth, it's just the limitation of your view, right?
Well, no, it's...
No. It's not now. It is or it isn't.
It is. Yeah, we're jumping back and forth. It's like, well, it is, but it isn't. Like, you can't... It's a glaring...
Sorry. So my simple point was, when you look out the plane window, you can see that the horizon curves away from you.
So if you were to turn around a bit, would it then curve again? And if you were to turn around a little bit more, would it then? In actual fact, if you went to the other side of the plane, would it show the same thing? What shape do you think that makes?
Okay. We'll take it back down to Earth now. We'll take it back down to Earth. You're in the middle of the ocean on a boat.
Awesome. Yep.
At one point, and you're next to another boat, at one point, if it sails away, it goes over the horizon.
Which is a limitation of your view, yeah.
And out.
Or is it now physical? Sorry, is it now physical curvature of the Earth? Because when we were in the sky, it wasn't physical curvature of the Earth because it's the limitation of our view. You accepted that, but now on the surface of the Earth, on the water, on a boat at sea, a boat's going away from it, and it's now going over the physical curvature of the Earth, or is it just going beyond the point where you can't see it anymore because it's got too small to see?
Well, no, because if it's got a tall mast on it, you would slowly see less and less of the boat. Eventually, you'd only see the very top of the mast, and eventually, you wouldn't see any of the boat. So it's not like the boat goes out of view. To me, that seems like it's going around a curve.
Down.
So
Actually,
that's exactly what it is.
Cool. So in that instance, that horizon that you now see at sea level is physical curvature of the Earth, physical obstruction between you and the bottom of the boat, right?
Well, if the Earth's flat, where does the boat? Why can you no longer see the boat at some point? Surely, if you would always be able to see the other boat.
I got you. It's called resolution, right? So, for example, let's just have a flat surface where you and I can walk along it. Well, I can walk along it. I want you to stay still. I've got a brick, and I'm gonna walk away, say 500 yards, and I'm gonna put the brick on the floor. Can you see it?
Yeah, you probably see it. Yeah.
Okay. If I push it a little bit further away, will it eventually get to a point where you can't see it? It's too small, right? You can't see bees fly away forever. So eventually, things in the distance get too small to see. I put a brick on the floor. Is there a point where I can put the brick where you can't see it because it's too far away for you to see?
Yes, but
awesome. But if I build a wall, hold on. If I build a wall, will you eventually start to see the top of the wall because it's got bigger? Yes or no?
You see the wall.
You see a wall.
You would see
but you
the
start
wall
seeing
rather
bricks.
than you would start seeing a collection of bricks being a wall, which would be easier to see.
So eventually what's happened is the angle is increased. You got a really small angle down to that one brick. It's really small angle. But if I increase the angle, build a wall, you eventually start to see the wall. It's called resolution, how we resolve things at distance. Angular perspective. You can't see the brick, right? It's too far away. But if I make something bigger, it's not too small to see, it's bigger. Right?
Yes.
But you don't just start magically seeing the bottom of the wall. You couldn't resolve the first brick, but as I've increased it above the surface, you can see it, right? Yes? Yeah or no? Can you see the brick that I've placed in a position where you can't see it? And if I then build, I don't know, a tower or a structure, a cathedral that you can see for miles around, but I can't resolve the bottom of it.
Yeah.
It's a bit blurry.
There's a difference between out of view and too small to see, though.
Yeah, one is too small to see and the other one's out of view. Now, I'll give you out of view might be that it's hidden behind something, but when something is too small to see, it's out of view, you can't view it. So do you understand that if the brick at the bottom of the wall is too small to see, but I build a fucking cathedral out of it, you're going to see the tower on the top?
Yes, but if I'm...
Also looking through the atmosphere, which causes distortion, especially at ground level, especially if you're low to that ground level, and it causes distortion, but you still got a big angle up to something and you can see it. So two things, but both of them are optical, as in not physical.
Right.
You understand that?
Yeah, but we're comparing a brick to a boat, so it's kind of...
You're saying that the physical horizon that is only physical when you're now down at ground level because it's not physical when you're up there. It's just a limitation of your view. You're saying now it's because of the physical curvature of the Earth and got absolutely nothing to do with perspective and looking through the atmosphere, optics and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what you're saying, isn't it?
Well, no, not at all, to be honest.
Okay, what are you saying? Let's get back down to your boat, and you want what? Me to tell you that it's the curvature of the Earth that is making it disappear?
No. So, using the brick analogy, if you keep moving away from it, you will eventually not be able to see it.
No.
Because it's just a brick on its own.
Yeah, and eventually if you walk away from the cathedral that I've built, it will be too small for you to see, as in you'd start to see the towers descending upon the horizon.
Right. But if I moved far enough away from that brick so I could not see that it was a brick and got a pair of binoculars, it would still
you'd
be
see it again.
A full brick.
You'd see it again. So hold on. You've just pulled out binoculars. Hold on. You've just pulled out binoculars. Is that seen around the corner now?
May I finish?
Oh, okay, but I'm still going to come back to you pulling out binoculars.
Yeah, okay, no problem. So yeah, pull out binoculars. Okay, it's still a full brick, right? I can still see the full brick in its entirety.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you were to
Right.
take it
Thank you.
to the ocean with the two ships,
Mm.
the ship going away would be a ship, and then it'd go
away.
And then you would see less and less. And eventually, if you pull out the binoculars, you would literally just see the very top of the mast.
Oh, hold on. So now, right, first of all, you've pulled out binoculars. Whether it's a brick or a boat, you're going to pull out binoculars to see if you can see it, right? And all right, I'll give you maybe binoculars aren't powerful enough, but let's get you a telescope.
Okay.
Are you saying that it's only going to disappear of curvature of the Earth, or are you just increasing your ability to see a bit further because you're now using devices, and because you can now see the brick or the boat again, that in the first instance wasn't curvature of the Earth that you started pointing out? It's optical.
But there would still be a point with the telescope where if I'm on the ocean and the brick's moving away from me, I would slowly see less and less of the brick until I can only just see the top of the brick.
We're just going to keep doing this. We're just going to keep doing this. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to keep pulling out devices until that device doesn't work anymore. And then we're going to pull out another one. And when it stops working, that's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. So what's the reason you can see less of the object as it's moving further away?
Someone else. I've told him. Someone else.
Going from the bottom to the top of the object. Like, surely it just gets smaller and smaller.
So do you want somebody else to kind of just restate what I've said? Perspective and optics. The declaration, what you're stating is when it disappears, that is the physical obstruction of the curvature of the Earth, isn't it? That's what you're hoping it's eventually going to be, isn't it? Doesn't matter how much I point out, things get smaller in the distance, and doesn't matter how many optical devices we pull out, binoculars, telescopes, or whatever, eventually those aren't going to be able to work, and it's going to be, too small to see, too far away for your optical device to resolve, especially through more and more atmosphere, which is going to cause more and more distortion. But it's going to be curvature of the Earth at some point, yeah? Can I ask you a question? Can we stay on your boat and can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Okay. Do you know how to measure angles with a protractor?
The semicircle thing, yeah.
Yeah, spot on. You know how to measure angles, right? 90 degrees, 45 degrees. You know how to do that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
You could no. Well, you can measure the angle of the line, but you could measure the angle of the...
You'd have to make a point along that line and say it was there, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So right at the end of the line, I measure an angle to there, but I'm not going to be measuring an angle on a curved line, am I?
Right.
Right. Do you know what a sextant is?
I wouldn't know how to use one.
But do you know what it is devised for? Why we use them?
It's the horizon and the position of the sun.
Yeah, it's basically a glorified protractor, right? An angle measuring device.
Well, yeah, it's the... Well, I don't... to be honest, I don't know.
Basically, how you use a sextant is you get angles from it, right? You measure angles. So you're on a boat at sea, you see a star in the sky. You aim your sextant up, and you aim along out towards the horizon. And then down from that star towards the horizon point underneath that star is the ground position of that star. You've literally made a triangle. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Now, if the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices, would we? Because we wouldn't be able to measure angles if one of those lines was curved, would we?
Yeah, I don't know how sextants work to be able to...
It's glorified protractor. It measures. It's a glorified protractor. It measures angles. You require two straight lines to measure an angle, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure how it works positionally, so I wouldn't be able to comment on
Well, basically, you point it at something. You point it to the horizon, and you start creating a triangle with it, right? It's that simple, really. I mean, you can go to classes, you can look it up online, but it's a glorified protractor. It's an angle measuring device used to measure angles, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't know how it works. I don't know how you would find look at your... I don't know how it's used to look at your...
That's fine. You don't know how to use it. That's absolutely fine. But since, I mean, I presume you're in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So you know about the British Navy and how fucking good we were at beating the French and the Spanish.
Yeah, well,
In actual fact, how we were all really good at navigating across the surface of the Earth using sextants, right? So whether you understand how to use it or not, it is a angle measuring device that is utilized across the plane of the Earth by sailors at sea that require this to navigate across the Earth.
Yeah, I know what it's used for. I'm saying is I don't
exactly.
understand the concept of a sextant enough to be able to comment on whether or not it proves anything in relation to the shape of the Earth. I would have to go away and look at exactly how it's supposed to be used to locate yourself in order to be able to say what is how it works in relation to the shape of the Earth. So yeah.
You can go away and research all you want. Please don't believe me, but you understand this to be true right up until we started using sextants and you're not understanding how sextant predominantly works. But we understand the premise. If you go forward and research and understand this premise, you will understand that you cannot measure angles if one of those lines is curved. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using these devices to navigate across it. It would be non-applicable. It would not work.
Don't worry, I'm going to look into them later.
Good man. Well done. If you've got any other questions, mate, I mean, there's a whole room of people. Don't let me take anybody else's answers away to your questions. So if you've got more, please ask. But those points, you brought me down to the boat. I thought we should start talking about navigating across the Earth.
To be honest, we got lost there, mate. I was just told I wasn't expecting to be able to have to say what I thought. To be honest, so that's just the example.
Say what you thought. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we did ask you.
Personally, because I've not been to space. I've not been. To the North Pole. I've not been. All I've been on is a plane, and I've seen a boat kind of disappear from view. So.
Yeah. I mean, and because when Miggy first asked you when you came in, it's like, yeah, it's just like the space bit. I mean, I jokingly jumped in, but it was like, yeah, all of it. The reason why I believe it is because of all of the things that they tell me about it, right? I mean, you say that you weren't told, you wouldn't given the floor to express how you felt, but it's not like I've really jumped through you. I've given you loads of chances to say what you wanted to say. It's just when you started saying it, it's interesting within this forum, especially when people come in and say, I saw the curvature of the Earth from an aeroplane. Okay, all right. Let's have a chat, Sunshine.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that
Without
quite
being
a lot.
rude.
But, I'm going to look into how a sextant works, and then I'll be able to say, does that physically work or not?
Of course it, of course it does.
Physically does.
Because we physically navigate across the physical Earth.
Oh yeah, I mean,
we put it in this perspective, Brown Bear. The Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. Practically, so anything that has a practical use case, the easiest form is to identify it as flat and stationary. And this is also well known and documented in the way people are taught how to navigate across it. So engineering, if you're going to do something with any craft, it has to be done with the underlying premise that you would have to assume the Earth to be flat and stationary. Even from this side, from how people understand like that they are on a globe, let's say, but they have to look at the Earth practically as it being flat and stationary. This is well known. It's documented. So we have citations that can come up so you can see that. But moreover, I think what's being pointed out here is how the use case, the practical use case for navigating across the Earth is more done, like the way it's usually done is done in this way that Jedi is explaining to you, which, I mean, it can't be anything else but the way we're talking about, especially when they're using trigonometry. So that's something to look at, one of the points to look at. But definitely it's a globe killer, I would say. One of the things that I do like to talk about in here is your knowledge basically on what you have, whether it's something that's a reality and it's something that's true, it's objectively true and that can't be argued against, versus something that's not. It's just an idea, a theory, or something. So when I heard you use the words like flat earth theory, I was thinking in my head, well, maybe he's got the wrong impression about what he's heard about us, and maybe I can elucidate that fact that you maybe have that wrong impression. So let me just, I'll go through 3 of the questions that I usually go through with just everybody. And it's an exercise, I think, that can help you kind of grasp the understanding, whether you know the Earth is a globe or you just believe it to be so. But this will be kind of like shown to you throughout this conversation. And the way we're going to do it is, I call it intellectual honesty, right? If you know something, you can claim, "Hey, I know that thing." And if you do know it, what I do is it's kind of like what I would say, it's like a gauntlet, right? So you'd have to go through a process to allow me to know what the information that you've got from primary source, from a citation, and from a demonstration. All these things are going to give to me that the information that you have is empirical. You can falsify it, you can redo the test, you can continuously teach it to somebody else or tell somebody else, and they can go and learn for it, by themselves, because the information would be self-evident, right? So it's not something that you're going to have an idea if it is or isn't. It just is, right? That's because that's what the objective truth is of the matter. So we'll go to the first question so that I can get your mind with what I'm saying. Okay, so and like I said, you can say "I know" and then go into all the details like I was asking for, or you can say "I don't know" and then I can just move on to the next question. That's what I consider on either one of those intellectual honesty. But if you do know, like what I said, it's not. I don't want to hear things like I'm prefacing this because this happens a lot. I don't want to hear like, "Well, it was a Roman like about 5,000 years ago, I think." And if I hear that, it sounds like you don't know. So I'd rather us not dilly-dally with that kind of information that you don't know and go right to the bit where you say "I don't." That's just the way I'm going to put it. Okay. So the first question is the Earth curvature, the measurement of Earth curvature. When has that ever been done in history? Any time in history. Now, what I need, sir, is how they figured out the radius, diameter, and circumference. If you can tell me that information fully, as you understand, you know how someone has done it, or you yourself is able to do it, then that's great. We'll go into, like what I said, citation, demonstration, and for that information to come to us, we're going to have to be able to know for sure. So go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor. So if you know or you don't know, that's the response I want.
Okay. I know, or I believe.
No, believe.
Okay. Some old Greek guy.
Nope.
Built two.
No. Sorry. I just finished saying. I prefaced the thing that I know.
I mean, so give us a.
Yeah, but you can't say "I know" if you don't know. It can't be some Greek guy. It's got to be specific, the one whom you're speaking of, and it has to be exactly that. This is, like I said, it's a gauntlet, my man. This isn't like the part where you can get to say what you want. This is where you have to say exactly, specifically. I'm hyper specific on every single point here, and I'm drawing out the understanding that you either know or you don't. That's what I'm doing here. So that's why I said, if you don't know it specifically, then just skip over the part and say you don't know. It's that easy.
Okay, but I'm not a scientist, so.
I know. So either you know or you don't know. That's the two options.
Okay. I do not know the specific ins and outs of it. Then.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so that is the first point. Second point, there's only 3. I promise it's painless. If you want it to be, that is. All right, so the second point is the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth, right? Earth spinning on its axis. So anytime in history, when have we measured the actual rotation or the spin of the Earth? Because, let me just say this. They claim that the Earth is spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. So there's a big claim on the table that the Earth is spinning, right, on its axis. Now, the same thing follows from what I said previous to what I just said. If you know, like I said, it's the same rigorous critical thinking kind of thing. You're going to have to tell me in full detail everything that I need. So primary source, right, citation, and then demonstration. So if you don't have that, just simply say you don't know. We'll move on to that last one.
I don't know.
Okay, so the third one is, I would put it this way. It's simply this, right? Gas pressure needs a container. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Well, they tell us, right, the claim on the table for the Earth being a globe is that we live in an open system. Now, in an open system, we have matter and energy transfer. So we have, like, from the Earth's perspective, right, like if it's being a globe, like the way they're claiming that it is, then rockets can leave the system. I mean, you got matter, exchange leaving the system and going to another place, and, rovers on Mars, satellites are going into low Earth orbit, and all this good stuff, right? So we got a matter and energy transfer that happens in an open system. Now then, if it's possible that we have an open system, they tell us that the vacuum of space is a low pressure, right? Which is, you can look at it as this way, right? People talk about it being a gradient. So as you go higher in elevation, you get less and less of the air that we're breathing here, which is the gas that we're breathing, which currently is at like 14 psi at the ground level. So, and as you get higher, it kind of thins out with a gradient and so forth. But in order to have pressure in the first place, you must, and it needs to be a container that contains the gas pressure. Now, how is it possible? The question, right? How is it possible to have gas pressure here on Earth without a container? Now, that is where I leave it to you. You either know or you don't know.
Round 3.
No, you kind of lost me the bit about space.
Oh, let me retract. I don't want to make it complicated. It'll be as simple as this. Because Earth is an open system, do you understand, like, the claim of what they're saying? Open system, rockets can leave, and you know that, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so it's an open system, and also we have gas on Earth. So the gas that you and I are breathing, it's got pressure to it. You understand that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so if you have gas pressure here on Earth and it's an open system, then gas naturally would just expand to fill the available space. Naturally. Because that's the natural law that gas follows. It follows entropy. It expands to the lowest, pressure. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm asking you is, how is it possible to have gas pressure in an open system where there isn't containment?
Round 3.
So your question is, how can there be gas pressure in a cylinder on Earth if it's an open system?
Well, not a cylinder, but a globe.
Oh, you're saying if it was a globe?
Right. How is it possible to have an open system on the globe? That's what the claim is.
Rockets. Oh, so right. So you're saying rockets can leave. So
yeah.
Why doesn't all the air and gas leave? Because there's literally a vacuum out there with zero pressure, and it's naturally going to go there.
So the question would remain, right? If you know or if you don't know, because it gets pretty rigorous when you say you know. Trust me. But I will allow it because I want you to say.
No. I don't know the specific reasons as to why that's the case. I'm not a physicist,
No worries.
Yeah.
So what would be your response? I know it's in kind of a roundabout way. You either know or you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. So let me go ahead and just close up. Let me close up the case, right? I'm gonna just. It's basically open and shut. If I have an intellectually honest person, it's open and shut, and we get through this pretty painless. And what it is just listen. It is no slight to you because you didn't come up with the claim. You just were advocating for it, right? So.
I didn't come here to advocate for anything. I just was.
Well, no. What I'm saying, get me when I'm saying this, Brown Bear. We all were in your shoes, okay? So we were advocating for it at some point, right? We were saying, yeah, there's a globe, dude. What? So at some point, we were all saying the same things you are, but without knowledge that we had to support it, we were kind of in a belief system. So I'm going to go ahead and just tie this up, right? The Earth being a globe, having curvature, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief currently that you have. There isn't any knowledge to support that it is actually a globe. It is just I would say it this way because it makes more sense, a religious belief that you might have, that you might defend because that's all you've ever known or taught or told that the Earth was. And we all were the same way. So we empathize with your position because of that fact. So being intellectually honest, you were true to say that you don't know. because there isn't any answers to the question that I posed to you, because there's nothing that rivals it in the way of like empirical evidence. So I'm glad that you actually seen that. Now you have an understanding as to like not a theory, right? Because if something, and I put it this way, the first question was Earth's curvature, right? Somebody's hot micing, by the way. Somebody's got a hot mic. Can you please mute up? Whoever does. All right. So if you have like the Earth's curvature and you're not able to provide evidence for it or give people the way to demonstrate how it is curving, then what's going to happen is that's not objectively true. You're just giving somebody an idea of what the globe could be, of what it is. But you didn't give them a way to look for themselves. If it was true, it would be self-evident, and it's not. The idea that you see curvature in some place that you've been has been a perception that you have from believing that the Earth is what they tell you it is. So it's like me saying that I have an imaginary friend and my imaginary friend is real. I talk to him and everything, and you're just like, dude, there's no one there. Like, third person perspective can confirm that there is nobody that I'm talking to, but I can live in my own head and say that I'm speaking to someone. Do you see what I'm talking about? So in essence, we can get in our own head about this subject and not be right, because it's not objectively true that there is an actual person that's standing next to you. That's subjective. It's your experience that you think that there's someone there. So you're seeing things that aren't really there, because we can experience the world practically to be flat and stationary and observably. So there's two things that are actually working against the globe already. And you don't even need that, So what I'm demonstrating to you is that this is the biggest hoodwink that we've been taught or told, and it isn't being done by some massive elite, conspiracy type people. This is being done by your average Joe, your next door neighbor, who thinks that the Earth is a globe because they were brought up to think that way. So their mind is not focused on deceiving people because they believe it to be true. They think it's the truth. So the them or the they that we speak of when we say they are trying to control or deceive are the ones who believe that it's a globe. And they're not actively doing it on purpose. They're not going out there, I'm going to deceive like 10 people today. They're not doing that. They're just living their life every day, going to work, and they just think that the Earth is a globe because of what they've been told. Just like you have, sir. So we're in the same boat and we empathize with that position, but it's time to wake up. It's time to really shake off that nonsense and really talk about what the Earth actually is. So therefore, when you came in here and you say, I want to know about this flat Earth theory, it's not really a theory. What it is objectively true. Because if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then it can only be... I left you at a cliffhanger.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I was just listening to you.
I left you at a cliffhanger.
Yeah. You want me to say flat, you see?
No, I don't want you to say it. Know it, man. I want you to know. But here's the thing, right? And I just one more thing before I end, and anybody else can jump in. We're not in the convincing business. What we do is we challenge. We challenge your mind to actively engage your brain to start to realize what really is going on. And it is up to you as the researcher to go and figure it out. So for critically thinking about this, we want you to engage, not just to come in here and say, you guys say flat Earth good. Okay, I believe flat Earth. No, don't do that. Because if you become a convert just because it sounds good, then it does us no justice. What needs to happen is you need to do the legwork, go out and figure, like, exhaustively. Go in every single direction you can on the internet. Go to the library. Go everywhere. Research it until you can't do it no more. Until when you get to that final point where you've done everything you possibly could to disprove that the Earth is like what it is, then you come to the realization, damn, it's flat. But we can't get there just right now. Is just the beginning of it. So what I've shown you was just a first step to know that it is just something that's a belief and it doesn't have foundation in objective reality. So that's all I'm doing from this point forward. And whoever talks about the contradictions of the globe, that's all for your benefit. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and stop here. If anybody else wants to jump in, I'm done. Thanks.
Quick, we got a Globe supporter. He says he's been here. He was about a year ago, and he was hanging out for a little bit. His name is Pizza Man, and he's in the VC right now. Anybody want to take the opportunity to say hi and welcome back to Mr. Pizza Man?
Oh well, thank you for the welcome party.
Yeah, we just
really
real quick.
Nice of you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're gonna get to introduce. I apologize. I just wanted to hear what the bear had to say real quick, and then we'll jump into what you got to say for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead, guys.
All right, cheers, Miggy. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak and discuss this. I'm gonna look into the sectants that Jedi brought up, and I'm gonna look into the vacuum and the air pressure, and I'll dive down the rabbit hole.
Okay, it's our pleasure to have the conversation with you. By the way, so I'll just go ahead and maybe let the Pizza Man talk. But yeah, it was a pleasure having a conversation with you, Bear. Thank you for being.
Thank you, Bear. Appreciate it, buddy.
Cheers, man.
All right, Pizza Man, go ahead.
I don't think I'm gonna say anything. I'm just gonna, listen for a little bit, and then I might throw some input later.
Hopefully, I didn't take the bite out of what you wanted to say, man. We're just wanted to wrap things up, gentlemen.
I had nothing to say. I didn't even hear what the conversation was about. You guys can go ahead.
I should have with I have nothing to say.
Yeah. So the thing about this server, though, Pizza Man, is that we engage with new people because of the fact that we want everybody to know that they're recognized when they come in here. So Glatt really introduced you to a forum that not very often. It's a privilege to be amongst these intellects that are in here. And though it's contradictory to what you might think in your mind, like intellects, how are they intellects? They're just memeing on the internet. Like this is something that's real. And the more that you hear and you hear us out, you probably will identify what it is, or you can probably, reject it completely and say, this is all horseshit. Sorry for my language, but you can actually identify within yourself if what we're saying is true or if it's nonsense. So it's up to you. But we do want to talk about it with you. So if there's something that you think that the Earth is, just let us know. We're not going to be like, dude, he thinks it's a globe. Oh my goodness, what are we going to do? And dogpile and all that. But go ahead and you tell us what you think the Earth is, Pizza Man, and why do you think it's that way?
Lucky me. Well, I'm just going to say it wasn't my goal to talk about that right now.
Oh, you don't have to. It's basically what I'm giving you the floor because of the fact that when conversation does spark up with other people, then I would say, well, I gave you the floor, but you said you didn't want to talk. Now somebody else is talking about the Earth being a globe, and now you're chiming in. So I think it's important to kind of identify that a floor has been given, and then you can say whatever you want to say about what you think the Earth is and why.
Well, again, I don't think I have anything to say. I'm just going to listen.
Hey, Pizza Guy, does it surprise you that we've come to the realization that the globe is just a myth? And that in reality, what's going on is not a globe. It's flat with topography. Does it surprise you that we've kind of acknowledged reality? Water finding level, things like that?
Well, it does surprise me, yes. It's always interesting to see how other people think. That's what I believe.
Doesn't matter how we think.
It's not about how we think, it's about what the Earth is.
Well, I'm just here to see what you guys think. No,
it's not really about what
where did I mention an arbitrary thought in there? Is water seeking level just a random thought of mine, or is that reality?
Well, it sounds like you want me to have a debate with you. Is that what you want?
No. I don't want you to have anything. I'm just asking you if you're surprised, not that we're having thoughts, that we've actually realized what's going on.
Well, I'd say yes, it does surprise me because, it's not what I believe, and, we can all have our own different beliefs. It's It's definitely different.
Well, we're not talking about beliefs, though. Is water seeking and finding level, is that a belief?
Don't know.
I know.
Well, you just said it was.
Well, I apologize.
You had to believe. I had to believe. I would say it's reality. I would say it's reality.
Well, that is definitely a possibility. It could be reality. Could you support you on that?
Let me just ask this quick, Radwin. So, my friend, are you engaged in a subjective reality or an objective reality?
If I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what you're asking.
Do you believe that you are...
that things that you experience with yourself is real? Or do you think that this is some kind of a simulation?
Oh, you're talking about simulation theory and stuff. Am I right on that?
No, I'm talking about
we're
exactly
asking
what I just asked
where you live.
Do
you live in reality?
Sorry, Radwin. Go ahead.
You live in reality? Do you know if things around you are real?
Well, I'd say I know things around me are real or not.
So that's reality then, right?
Yeah, I would think so, yes.
There you go.
So you can measure your foot size, you can measure your height. You agree with this, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. My next question is, can you measure a distance?
Well, I know where this is going. I don't think I want to talk about this. I just want to hear what you guys have to say.
This is the problem, right? Because you don't just get to slide into a place like this. Hang on a second, I'll withdraw after this, Sasha. Thank you. You don't get to just slide into a place like this, right, and not put down anything for consideration for us to talk about. Because the idea of you saying you're a pizza man leads me to think that you believe it's some kind of a pizza, right? But if it's a globe, we have a lot to talk about, a lot to unpack. So I just want to keep you accountable when you're engaged in a place like this. Thanks for being here, pizza man.
Well, you're welcome. No, I apologize if I made anyone upset with anything I've said, you know? It wasn't my intention.
Well, question was easy. Can we measure distance? Yeah, the answer is yes, if you are human.
Well, I agree, you can measure distance.
Yep. He asked that.
All right. Hello. I got my mic working finally. Jeez.
Moralistically, welcome to the server. But yeah, so Pizza Man, 1 second, moralistically.
Okay.
So Pizza Man, we do want to have a conversation with you, and you say things like, you said it repetitively now, so I'm hearing a pattern here, hearing you say things like, I just want to hear what you guys have to say. Well, we can't say anything until we engage in the conversation, and in order to do that, like Kiwi was mentioning, we have to engage with the person that comes in brand new, and we want to know about new. And so the whole thing is having the conversation, engaging. These things are important. Being an onlooker is really like, because we can talk amongst ourselves, but we're not going to bring up the specific subject matter that would be pertinent to your joining the server. You have to realize this coming in here. If there isn't anybody to talk to, we're going to be talking to ourselves about other things. And rather than that, we'd rather speak to people specifically about the context of this conversation, which is the shape of the earth talk. So that's why we ask you for you to be kind of like, well, I'm not here for that. Well, that's the point of the server, my man.
I have a question.
Yes, but excuse me.
Okay.
Like I'm still speaking, and also I'm talking with Pizza Man. So if you can just mute up for just a moment, that'd be totally grateful for that. All right, so we can understand that people that come in here don't realize like where they're in. So my man Kiwi was just letting you know that this is the reason why we talk to people, and it shouldn't feel like standoffish or like, am I upsetting someone? No. We want to engage so that we can get to the bits of where you think the Earth was a globe, and we can talk about it. That's all we're doing. And it's not, why is everybody picking on me? Kind of. No, it's not that. Don't play the victim when you come in here. This is all natural process. We talk to new people. It's just how things are done here. All right, that's it. That's all. But I will leave it at that. You can stay muted if you like, because there's another gentleman in here. But if you want to have some questions, now that we have another person, could maybe bring about another conversation. So you can chime in later. I'll go ahead and take your questions there.
So I've been wondering since I'm not gonna try to insult you, but I just want to ask. You guys are very, very against the globe model, right? And you're defending the flat Earth theory, or not theory, but
words.
No.
Well, yeah, the flat Earth model.
You're putting words in our mouth.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, but don't put words in my mouth. I don't think like that, and 90% people don't think what you said now.
Hold tight. Right. So let the man. Sorry, my friend. Hold tight. Hold tight. 2 seconds. I will let you speak.
You don't think the flat Earth model is your...
Stop speaking. Go ahead, Jedi.
I'm just going to chastise everybody on your behalf. Let the gentleman speak, make his point, let him get to the end, and if you've got something to say about it, address him at the end. At least when he's just been invited into the server, let him get his first point out. I know some of you find it ridiculous with some of the things that he's already said, but if you're going to explain it to him, wait until he stops speaking. Please. Go on, buddy. Make a statement.
Okay, so I don't really have time for a debate. I just wanted to ask, since you guys don't think that a flat Earth model is your official model, you can't pick out a model, but you're still defending your beliefs if there was a model. So how did it make sense to defend your, how should I say it, so-called model if you don't even have a model?
Yeah. So how do we defend a model when we don't have a model?
Yes.
Well, we don't defend it only by saying that the model isn't the Earth, the map isn't the terrain. To have a model is a reification fallacy. And against that also, when we're talking about the globe Earth model, that's what we're against, and we kind of dispute that. But just because we dispute the globe Earth model, it doesn't mean that we have to hold up another model to give you another story of what is actually going on. We're just pointing out the fallacies within the globe Earth model. We don't have to give you a model in replacement.
Okay, so you don't. So what do you believe you guys actually live in? Where are you guys right now? Where are you?
Okay, so we're on Earth, and the Earth is best described as a level topographical stationary plane. I don't know the extent of it. I don't know what's underneath it. I don't know how far it goes. I don't know how big it is. But I know that the Earth itself, the waters of the Earth, are measured and navigated across as if they were level, because they have to be level if we're going to navigate across them. So practically, navigatably, the Earth has to be level. So it's level, practically everyday use. It's always level.
So I would one last question. So the people and the scientists have been doing the research of the shape of the Earth for more than 2 millennia, or should I say 2,000 years. So how come it that I know that the flat Earth theory has been talked about way in the past, like somewhere in the 1700s, maybe 1800s. So how come you're not convinced by the research that has been done so many years ago with so little technology, yet we keep advancing in our technology and our research?
I get you, buddy. So I'll try and answer that question for you as well. So why do we not believe that science has proven the shape of the Earth? Basically what you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, I'm basically saying how come you're not convinced about it.
Okay, so when we're figuring out the shape of something, we are not going to be using science to do so. Science is experimentally based, where we try to find out the cause of phenomena that happen in the physical and natural world. That's what we use science for. So to ask the question, is there any scientific proof for the ball? No, there isn't, because you wouldn't be using science to answer that question. To answer that question, what the shape of the Earth is, it would be an observation and direct measurement question. So the question should be, and at any point of history, has the Earth ever been measured to have curvature? That's why we're here, right? Because of that base claim. They say that the Earth is a ball. Okay, that's fine, but there wouldn't be any scientific evidence to answer that question. That's silly. It's direct observation and measurement of the surface of the Earth, primarily water, right? Because water always, stays level on the surface, right?
Well, you can't really prove like water doesn't curve or water doesn't level, because water takes the shape of its container, right? And water is being pushed down by the center of gravity, so it basically looks like it curves, and it looks like it's level, but you can't really prove neither of those because of the Earth's gravity, and water is trying to take. Okay, speak.
Okay, no, you're fine. I do apologise. So you're saying that the Earth's really, really big, and the curvature and gravity. So water is pulled to the centre of mass, given the curvature of the Earth, but it's too big for us to prove. Okay, so if we're going to find out what a surface is doing, do we observe it and do we measure it? Do we look at what the Earth is and do we measure what the Earth is?
Yes, we do.
So if we, for example, get a bit of paper and a pen and we draw a circle and we start giving the circle that we've got a radius value, let's call it 3,959 miles, the radius of the Earth. We've got that ball. If we're going to be on the top of that ball, the surface is always going to descend down and away from us, isn't it?
Well, in a way, yes.
Yeah. You put your finger on top of a ball. So between point A, the top of the ball, and point B, your finger at any direction away from that point A at the top has always descended downwards, hasn't it? Does it go up? Goes down. Yeah, curvature. So that mathematical calculation works out to 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, right? It's a mathematical equation. We know this if we're given the size radius of the Earth. Also, we should be able to see the physical horizon. It's just another mathematical calculation away. It's not hard, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height at feet. So if you're standing at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, using that calculation, the physical horizon will be 1.2 miles away. So what I'm pointing out is it's not that big. The water would still be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and we should have physical obstruction where the mathematics says it should be, right? Right, so that's a huge problem when we're talking about observing and measuring and putting those claims to the test. When directly observing and measuring the surface of the Earth water level is level. It's not displaying any curvature where the math says it should do. It's not descending at 8 inches per mile squared, and the horizon isn't physical, or where it physically should be given the maths that we're told.
So here's what I think about that. When you're like a little man standing on a big circle, let's say you're a human standing on planet Earth. The Earth is very big. So how would you notice the curvature if on a sphere the curvature always goes down? How would you notice that when you can't?
Because I'll tell you, because when we navigate across the surface of the Earth, we primarily use geometry, the measurement of angles, triangles, and so on. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use this type of trigonometry. We wouldn't be using sextants on boats at sea, for example.
Yo, Chris.
The Earth would Yo.
I'm sorry, go on. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, hi, buddy. Good. So practically what we're doing is we're measuring the surface of the Earth to be level when we get 90 degrees and we get elevation angles to stars, because we're using triangles. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be using this type of math, let's say, to navigate across the surface of the Earth. The Earth the curvature of the Earth would have to be applicable when we're measuring angles to stuff, because we wouldn't be able to measure angles to stuff if said curvature of the Earth existed. you understand that? You know how to get an angle, right? You know what a protractor is, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Excellent. Can you measure an angle with a curved line? If one of those lines is curved, can I measure 90 degrees?
Not, because 90 degrees requires two straight lines. But
yeah,
I don't know how it should make sense to you to two straight lines. And I don't think that's really a good argument, because when you zoom in on a sphere like very, very much, it eventually straightens out. Like, you can go to Google Paint right now, and if it's like possible to do this, but you draw a circle, or a circle, and you zoom really, really far into it. Eventually, the line or the top of it will straighten out and become a straight line in itself. Therefore, it eventually will look like a 90-degree angle. That's where the confusion comes, because you think that measurement goes so far above beyond the surface, beyond the curvature of the Earth, horizon, or that straight lines wouldn't be understandable on a curved surface. That's where the confusion comes, because when you zoom in on a sphere, on a ball or a sphere or a circle, the top of the circle just straightens out, and that's where the confusion comes.
Yeah, I know, but
confused, my friend.
Yeah, no, what he's pointing out is if you zoom in onto a circle, eventually the line of the circle is going to appear to be straight. But the line is still descending at a measurable and calculable rate. We are given the numbers. It's not hard to do this type of math. But you wouldn't be using angles to navigate across the Earth if you had a curved line beneath you from your feet out towards the horizon. You couldn't measure angles. So within that, that's a direct measurement and usage of the Earth's plane. If it was a curved surface, we wouldn't be using sextants to navigate across the Earth. And it doesn't matter about zooming into a circle until the line is straight. We're talking about people who have conquered and navigated across the Earth, the British Empire, the Spanish, the Portuguese. Anybody used a fucking sextant for the last 300 years? Those people. Well, since the late 1700s. But yeah, let's just increase the numbers for fucking ages. So to utilize this type of stuff utilizes the fact that the Earth is obviously level. It has to be.
The latest appeal that moralistically just made was a false equivalency. The reason I say that is because he's acknowledging that if you readjust your perspective to a certain perspective, then the object will appear one way. But we're not talking about your perspective being distorted or clarified upon your position. We're talking about the objective geometric nature of the object in question. And so the object in question and its geometric properties are what they are, independent of our perspective.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't.
So your appeal, the only response that needs to be made to your appeal is that you just need to move back up or move forward or readjust your position wherever to get a better perspective, so as to have the best perspective possible to see what the object is.
Right. Okay, so I have another topic I want to talk about, since I have some time left. The next topic.
Big change already.
That's what I love, the fact that he's like, okay, I'm done with this now, guys. On to the next. Yep, we're here for me only. We're not here for the conversation. We're here for me only. Go ahead, my friend.
He already accepts that it's a drop rate of like 8 inches per mile away from you, per mile squared away from you. He accepts that it's not measured, and he wants to move on. Is that correct?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear anything.
This is the point.
You accept that there's a constant drop rate. If you're standing on top of a ball and you go away from, you stay there and things go away from you at a drop rate, correct?
So where does the 8 inches come? Like, where did you get that from?
From the radius.
The Earth being a
This
ball
is
of
the question. So let me ask, with respects to the structure, do you understand the mathematics? Do you understand the dimensions that have been given?
Kind of, yes.
Pardon me?
Kind of, yes.
What is it? What is the radius of the Earth?
It's around 6.5 kilometers.
6.5 kilometers, 3959 mile radius. That is the given dimension.
Sorry,
right
I
now,
don't use
picture
miles.
being that over a stretch of 170 kilometers, there would be an actual drop of approximately a mile. Now, it's not something that we notice, and we're asking you, and Radwin is asking you, this is something that we need to know. Is it a flat baseline or is it curved?
So basically, you're asking. So basically, you're asking if you're gonna see the curve like over further distances. That's what you're asking, or
based on a 3959 mile radius. Okay, I know I'm going back and forth between miles and kilometers on purpose to illustrate the fact that over a 3959 radius, if you're building interacting with that surface, there's going to be a drop over distance. Period. Right? You don't get to say, oh, you're just working at it at too small of a scale. You can't hand wave that away because the fact that they give us, they gift wrap that dimension, right, and give that to us, we get to unpack it, and it's not there. So until you realize that, we're not going to your next question. This is the point. We can stand here all day and talk about it.
Of course. Of course.
So I'm saying to you, are you at the point when Radwin is asking you, and I'm also asking you, are you at the point now where you understand there's no drop over distance?
Not sure. Hold on, let me just rephrase what you said. I didn't really pay attention. Sorry.
Oh, so you're not even paying attention to the conversation that we're having then. So why are you here?
Yeah, what are you paying attention to?
Our time?
I'm playing a game right now, so that's why.
Play your game and get over it.
Well, are you winning?
You guys are gonna yell at him.
Tell us about your game.
Are you winning, son?
So,
Not sure why you guys are getting mad at me. I'm just.
I'm not getting mad. I'm cutting straight to the point because right now
no one's mad. Tell us about your game.
Moderate here, guys. Let me get in here. So Kiwi is trying to talk to you. The guy that came in here basically interrupting me, wanted to have a conversation when I was talking to Pizza Man. And you don't have the common decency to give us your attention. So when we're talking to you, we are not going to waste our energy and our time. These people here have curated some of the greatest information on Earth, and you're so flippant about it, and it's disgusting. We don't want to deal with people. Just listen to what I have to say. If not, then there's the door. But yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you, sir.
Okay, continue.
Go and this is what I wanted to say.
People are in here spending a lot of their time and their energy to tell you something that's profound. And the flippant way that you're being going about it is like, I'm not even paying attention. Why would you come into a server and do this? I'm asking you.
Do you think I'm doing this on purpose, or
you are doing it on purpose because you just said you're playing a game, and the reason why people are being assertive now and they're now starting to get irritated is because you're doing something other than listening, where that in a conversation is most important, especially this one.
Okay.
Yes, that is the reason why. And so if we continue down this path where you're not listening, then the people here will get upset. Wouldn't you get upset if you were saying something important and somebody was just like, oh, what was that you said? I'm not paying attention. It would irritate you, wouldn't it?
Not really for me, no.
Well, then it does irritate the normal person because people want to speak kind things to someone else about the natural world around them. And you being flippant about it is giving people in here a very upset way to like have a conversation. But if that is your aim, and if you're not going to stop playing your game, listen, I would go so far as to say this. There will be one more attempt at doing this. And if you don't respond, or if you say things, I didn't hear what you say, what? I was playing my game. Like, then you're out. Like, I'm not even going to give you a warning. You'll just be completely banned. Like, we were not going to deal with that in here. So it's up to you.
And there goes the globe earther roll you begged for in the lobby.
Yeah. So here's what's going to happen. How it's going to go down. Kiwi will not spend any more of his energy, and now he'll do it once more. But if he doesn't get a response, or if he's going to be doing the thing he's doing, and you're going to be so flippant about it and just like not respond, then that's going to give me the green light to go ahead and just get rid of you. I don't want that. I don't want that for anyone. I want everybody to be here and engage. That's what I want. But it's up to you at this point. I'm going to allow my man Kiwi to come in again, and maybe he wants to restate it, maybe he don't, but it's up to him. And then we'll proceed forward. Kiwi, it's up to you now. Go ahead.
Thanks, Doug. No, I appreciate it, Mickey. Here's the thing I'll say to you. If you want to hear people talking or hear us talking, you can listen on YouTube. You don't have to be in here in this room. That's the first thing I'll tell you right off the hop. Secondly, I'm not upset, pissed off about it. What gets me is, again, as Mickey stated, you're not paying attention. So I'm going to ask you specifically again, if there's a structure being built that measures, and I'll make it specific now in miles, it measures 100 miles in distance. My question to you is there going to be a curve hidden within that structure that is 100 miles in distance?
So distance as in
100 miles. 100 miles.
So I don't think there should be a distance.
It's not I think. You either know or you don't. 3959 drop is the suggestion. 100 miles is the distance. Again, is there a drop in a structure that is being built right now?
Most likely not.
Excuse me? What?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, honestly, I did say it before. I am not myself an expert in the globe Earth, and obviously, people don't know everything, and people, make mistakes. They
okay. I'm going to withdraw after this point because I'm just going to outline how.
So you've made it clear that you don't know enough about the.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say
he made it clear that he doesn't know enough about the globe, so we are going to remove that globe earther tag.
I have a genuine question. I got a question.
Yeah, me too. I just want to point this out, and then I'll get back to what I was doing. You first came in here asking us to defend a model, but now your model you think you can't understand. It's interesting, right? You want us to
said I didn't understand the model.
Well, you've just demonstrated. You just demonstrated that you don't, but you want us to give you our model, right? A straw man, as we pointed out, a reification fallacy, as I pointed out. You want us to answer all the questions out of that, and if we can't, you're going to go back to this other model that you won't accept as drop rate, and that we can measure it, or should be able to measure it, given the dimensions of the Earth. You understand? That's how you first came in. That's how you first came in.
No, I
specifically started talking about models.
Simply ask you a question like.
No, not yet.
My first question was.
You're gonna wait.
Hold on. I had a question.
Jesus Christ!
I had a question before we go on. I had a question.
Okay.
All right. We've been to space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How did they calculate for orbital trajectory if somebody made a mistake with the size of the Earth?
The orbital trajectory.
Yeah, how did they calculate for orbital trajectory for all the satellites and going to the moon and having a space shuttle missions? How do they calculate for orbital trajectory if they're wrong?
So you're saying if they're wrong, how do they calculate it?
Yeah, how did they put everything up there if they're wrong? I'm asking you. You said maybe somebody made some mistakes. How could they have made mistakes if they've got everything up there?
I'm not saying somebody made mistakes. You misheard me completely. I'm saying people make mistakes. They don't know everything. I don't know everything. I'm not an expert in the global Earth model. Not all questions.
Have you ever bought a car? Have you ever bought a car?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever bought a car?
No, I have not gotten a license.
I'm sorry. Okay. Do people buy cars who are not mechanics?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Most people who buy a car are not a mechanic, so you don't have to be an expert to do something. You also don't have to be an expert to know when you're being swindled by a car dealer, right?
So basically the point you're making here, you at least have to have basic knowledge of a thing to, have or buy the thing or learn that thing. Yes, that is true. And
it's just basic. And that's what we're talking about. This is basic knowledge. This is not advanced.
So basic knowledge is how are they making these calculations wrong? That's what you're trying to say?
The basic knowledge is there's a principle that you can't see through shit, right? You can't see through shit that's in your way, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's that mean if you see too far?
That simply means wait. So you're
Yeah, you just said it. You were about to say it, and you were going to be right. That simply means what?
That simply means you see too far. That doesn't
you see
mean
too far. You can't just. But how are you seeing through stuff?
We're not. No, I never
If
said.
if the Earth is a ball and you're seeing too far, that means you're seeing through the bulge of Earth.
What? No.
Yes. Well, that's what you're saying. That's what you're. That's what you.
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay, explain to me how you're seeing. Explain to me. Explain to me just through principle. Just in principle. Just in principle. I want you to explain to me how we see through the bulge of Earth.
So your first question was, how do we see too far? We don't see too far. That argument has been used so many times.
No, we do see too far. If we can see a boat 24 miles away, that's too far.
Okay, dude. Should I pull out our Earth curvature calculator and
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes,
okay. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yes, you should. Please do. Okay, let's see. Let's see for ourselves. What's the distance to the boat?
Let's say from a height. Let's say from a height of 6 feet, your boat is 16 miles. 16 miles out.
16. Let me see. Do they have miles? Yes. So 16 feet. No, 6 feet.
6 feet. 16 miles out.
Okay, and what the distance to the horizon? Let's see. Yeah, distance to the horizon. Jeez. Okay. Let's say, I don't know, 1,000. No, not 1,000 miles. No.
No, just 16 miles. Just 16 miles.
Well, it also gives the option distance to horizon. So
no, don't do distance horizon. We're gonna let that fill in when we give the distance because that'll be automatic.
It doesn't do. It requires all three.
No, it can't require all.
Put all three in.
You're not in the globe calculator. You are in.
I'm in the Omni calculator. I'm in the Omni calculator.
No. Get to an Earth curve calculator on GitHub. Google the first one. Google has an Earth curve calculator. Use it.
Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, first one.
First one. Oh, okay. 6 feet, 16 miles.
16 miles.
Yes.
What's the horizon?
Horizon distance 3 miles.
3 miles.
3, yes.
Yes. Hidden height?
Hidden height 112 feet.
112 feet. How do I see a sailboat 16 miles away?
Wait. Jeez, this 3 image looks absurd. So 16 miles, 6 feet. Very tall sailboat, yeah. Honestly.
Bomb has been planted.
Enough. Honestly. So
that's
you're asking
sailboat.
455 feet of drop.
455 feet of drop. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know guys. Do you know the distance from Dover to Calais?
From what?
From Dover in the southeast of England to Calais in France. It's quite a small gap, isn't it? Do you know how big it is?
Dover to Calais.
Yeah.
UK to Belgium.
Wait. Why didn't you search this? Why are you asking me, bro?
Because I'm trying to walk you down a path. I was hoping you'd be able to understand the premise quicker than that, and without having to Google it. You understand this distance is further than Meme is seeing a boat at 16 miles, right? Just from the surface of down the beach. Yeah. This is further, but you can see France from the UK at over 20 miles away. In fact, you can see a lot of stuff very far away that you shouldn't be able to see if we're to believe the math that we are given the size of the ball that we're said to live on. I just wanted to add on to Meme's point that he's seen a boat that's 16 miles away, and when you look at that calculation, shouldn't be able to see it, but he does, and we see further than that, much further. Sorry, Meme, I didn't want to interrupt too much, buddy.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. You take it, Jedi. Go for it.
Oh, I didn't want to take it, mate.
No, go ahead. I'm doing some electronics over here. So
he already got smacked in the head when he did that calculation and saw it 3 miles and realized that boat is still visible. How? And he went. Smoke came out of his ears. He let the smoke out at that point.
Whatever you say, Radvan.
You take the point.
What do you think? What do you think about that moralistically?
You or Sasha take the point. Someone take point.
Like, what do you think moralistically about that point that we should have? Okay. What do you think about that? That we should have drop of 455 feet, but we don't have that. What do you think about that?
What?
What do you think that ship should to be on 3 miles boat and it's on 16 miles? What do you think about that?
3 miles. 16 miles. So you're saying it has a 450 drop? That's what you're saying?
450 foot drop. Okay.
It has
behind the curve, right? But yet we still see the boat. Why is that?
It literally says 113.
It's not what we're saying. It's what the math dictates. We haven't got personal feelings about this. It's just what the math says.
Wait, I want to ask. So these calculations, okay? Did you get this from a video, or did you simply put the numbers in?
We literally did what you just did and googled up a calculator. Just the math regarding a ball of a set dimension, radius, circumference, and the math applied to it.
I'm saying if you got these distances visually, or did you just ask me to put 6 and 16?
Yeah, you go outside and test the...
You look. I literally told you earlier that you can see France from the UK. You can actually see it from other points along the UK that are much further away. But this is the closest point. So when you ask if we saw it, yeah, there's France. There it is. Shouldn't be there, though. Shouldn't be able to see it. Shouldn't be able to observe the boat leaving Dover, going across the English Channel and docking in Calais. Shouldn't be able to observe that if the curvature of the Earth existed. But we do. Like Meme pointed out, boat 16 miles away. Shouldn't be able to see it when we start using calculators that tell us how big the Earth is and when it should start getting in the way or not.
What's up?
And
what?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't need to believe us.
Something else while you listen. They're teaching cool stuff, and it's always.
You don't need to believe Jedi what he told you now about France and UK. You can check yourself, and say, look, maybe he's lying.
Yeah, I currently am looking at the result at why we can see France from the UK. And whose mic is that blowing?
Who is in a battle zone?
Sorry. Exactly. Sorry, mate. If you're going to pull up why we can see Calais from France, what I'm saying is we do see Calais from France, and the curvature of the Earth shouldn't be there. I haven't got up to the top of the cliffs. I'm not on Calais looking at the white cliffs of Dover. I'm on the sea surface, like on the beach, 6 foot above the surface of the Earth. Right? We've done those calculations for you already. In fact, you've done them for yourself. Boat 16 miles away. Now here's Calais 30 miles away. I shouldn't be able to observe the boat 23 miles away. That's what the calculation says. But now you're going to tell me why we can see it. Why is that then?
Hold on.
Why can we see it?
The Strait of Dover is about... No, that's not the right result. I'm trying to input this the distances into the calculation to see if it's going to be another absurd result of like seeing too far.
Of course it is. It's going to be worse than the first 2 examples we gave you. We're just increasing the distance. Yep, it's going to get worse.
I don't... Wait.
What's even worse is when you get to Chicago, but could you do that one first?
Sorry. I'm just trying to look at what's the height of the pictures taken, what's the distance to...
Height of... Sorry, not height of pictures taken. Me observing boat when I shouldn't be able to see it. Not height of pictures showing where you've got an image and say, look.
I'm talking about like eye height,
I've seen it before, mate. I know where you're going.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
not the argument I'm giving you. But ultimately, like my friend just said, we'll go to Chicago in a minute, and that's double the distance of the one you're doing now. This one's 23 odd miles. This one's what, 40, 50 miles? Just going to get further.
52 miles. 1,800 feet of missing curvature.
Wait. I'm still doing the other thing. I'm sorry. Wait. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting so distracted. Like I'm basically having a stroke right now. Well, not literally. Anyway,
take a look about voice text chat. There is something interesting.
It is.
So wait, have you tried this on other Earth curve calculators? Like the 6 feet, 60 miles?
We don't just use
the same. Math is all the same.
Exactly. It's still the Earth with a set radius value. It's still that curvature over distance. It can be more accurate if you want. I can give you 7.98 inches per mile squared, if you want.
And you can take your eyeballs at 5.5 feet if you want.
But it's still math. Doesn't matter which calculator you use. Radius of Earth.
Yeah.
This is why, my friend, if I may, Jedi, just step in real quick.
Hey,
so there's a structure being built in Saudi Arabia right now called the Line. They just started excavating for it about a month and a
Oh yeah, that's a large mirror thing, right?
Right. Now that's 2 skyscrapers. Commercially, they're just calling it 2 skyscrapers, right? 2 walls that are 100 miles in length. And this is why I said to you, forgetting about a calculator, right? I'm not walking on my friend's points because they've illustrated the fact that there are many out there. Check all you want. You will find inconsistencies. However, this is a structure. Money is being spent by the princes of the Middle East to build this structure. And I can assure you that there will be no mistakes made. I can also assure you that they are going to honor level, because level is something that is used in engineering regardless of the word definition you can find. Right? So within 100-mile radius or 100-mile distance, there should be almost a mile within that structure hidden. And this is why I'm asking you, if you're going to build 2 skyscrapers that are 100 miles in length, how do you plan to hide almost a mile of curvature within those buildings?
Well, I'm not sure.
Take your time.
Oh, sorry. So 100 miles, a mile under the curvature. Honestly, no. So wait, you're saying that a mile of the 100-mile building should be hidden under the horizon or something? I think you said something about that.
Yeah, 100-mile distance. What's the curvature rate over 100 miles of distance?
Now, again, I've checked the math, right? There should be 0.9 of a mile hidden within that structure. Now, I observe building science for a living, right? And in my headspace, I can't come up with the idea of how you can hide 0.9, right? We call that in building, you either berm the building up or you berm the grade up, so you build it up, right? Or you sink the building lower. I'm just having a ton of trouble as to how that can actually work. So they're excavating now, right? Which means they're digging into sand, which sand has a very high viscous rate. That means it slides a lot, right? But they're digging and they're extracting sand to start building these buildings. So we're going to see what happens and how it goes. I'm just saying that it's worth watching.
I'm excited. Like if they build it and like if it does debunk like the global Earth model, honestly, I would be surprised. But if it does vice versa, I would literally, it would be the best day ever. Anyway,
hey, listen, you already debunked it when you did the Earth curve calculator. You already did that today. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Whatever you say, Radwin. Anyway, oh look,
hold on a second. The Suez Canal already. Hey, hold on. The Suez Canal already exists. That's 120 miles. I said the Suez Canal already exists. That's 193 kilometers.
SUES? That's how you spell it? No? Oh, Suez Canal. Oh, that's how you spell it. Okay. So Mean depth 22 meters. Okay. Oh, okay. What was your question again?
This guy's short circuiting. I said the Suez Canal already exists.
Yes,
it's 190 kilometers.
It's
There are no
one
locks in the
flat
Suez
level
Canal.
surface.
You mean the land? Okay.
You
sorry.
understand? It's one flat level of water in the canal. It doesn't curve.
No need to speak like that. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
So it's over 100 miles of level water. The first example was a building that's having a trench dug. So if you were to fill that trench with water, Suez Canal, basically. Level water, level building, there would be observable, measurable curvature on the Suez Canal or on this on this building that's being built in Arabia, in Persia, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, wait.
Those two examples, man-made constructions, right?
Yeah.
A building and a canal.
If you filled that line that they're building, if you filled that line with water, it would all be flat and level.
Suez Canal, basically. 100 miles, trench, fill water with it.
Exact same building techniques.
Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, whatever you say, Loveless. Oh, that's what it looks like. I was getting the wrong picture the whole time. Jeez, my fault. Okay, so you're basically asking if it does it curve like along the Earth? Does it go below the horizon? Even though the human eye can see way ahead of the horizon, you know.
No, what I'm saying is on the Suez Canal, both ports on either end are at sea level. It's 120 miles. There are no locks.
Okay, so
I'm not asking about your perception of it, or just what's the reality of what's going on at the Suez Canal.
The reality of what's going on at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, we're just talking about water. So let's start small. You got a cup of water, right? Just water, coffee, tea, doesn't matter, a fluid. And the surface is level, right?
Okay.
Okay, you're getting a bath, the surface is level of that water, right?
Okay.
Getting a swimming pool, the surface of that of that water is level, right?
Okay.
Increase the size of that swimming pool, so you've got, say, a canal that's 100 miles long. It should start to show curvature, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when observing this and when trying to measure it and when trying to use the practical dynamics of water and how it is level, we find the water to be level because that's what water does. It seeks its level, right? Practically so. That's how we use it, don't we?
Oh, that's what you were saying, yeah. Oh, look, I mean, sorry. Okay, so basically, water. You're saying water curves over, a large distance.
No, we're not saying that.
Water curves, like the water level goes down or up, depending on where you are.
Surface of the Earth, which is primarily water. Yeah.
Yes, it does that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when we practically use it, like dig a trench and fill it with water, it doesn't matter the distance. It is measurably and practically level. We utilize this when we are engineering stuff, right? We have to. We're taking control of stuff. Do you know how plumbing works?
No.
Okay, so pipes with water in. You understand if pipe is facing downwards, the water goes down. But if the pipe is facing upwards and the water's at the bottom, it doesn't go upwards unless you pump it, right?
Yes.
If there was a curvature in the pipe, it would pull somewhere, wouldn't it?
If there was a curvature in the pipe, it would.
Yeah. So eventually, over a distance of the Earth, water, whether it's contained within, say, a lake or a canal, which we're talking about, the Suez Canal, or a pipe, would have to practically be level. If we're to engineer in the way that we practically do,
obviously.
Yeah, exactly. So utilising the surface of the Earth, which is primarily water, 73%, that's where we observe the curvature of the Earth from when we see pictures from space. Yeah, that bit there. We don't practically measure any curvature, especially when we're engineering stuff. And like I pointed out, when we navigate across it using angle measuring devices. That's why water is so important. So the belief is that eventually, if I increase the size of my swimming pool, I'm going to have to curve my swimming pool because the water within it is going to start to curve.
Well, obviously, because wait, are you? I think I know where the confusion is because when you dig for a bigger pool, you have to go down, right? And down is towards the center of the earth. So basically, it would look weird if we were to look from let's say
We're measuring the top of the water. We're not measuring anything at the surface of the water.
Stop. Okay, thank you. So, basically, let's say we were viewing a person from outside of the earth, like a circle or a sphere, and that person is from the top of the earth starting to dig for a pool. It's not doesn't matter what depth. Let's say 2 meters. Eventually, it will look like as if he was digging sideways or digging upside down. Crazy, right?
No. Sorry.
No.
You started off you started off by saying this is where the confusion lies, and what you're talking about is not what we're talking about. I think this is your confusion because we're talking about the surface of the water. We're not caring about what's underneath it and how far we dig down. We're caring about the surface of the water.
Well, obviously, the surface of water goes towards the center of the earth.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. You say, yeah, obviously, but when we try to find it using the math given to us because of the size of the earth, we don't observe it, we don't measure it, but what we do is practically utilize the fact that it is level. When we navigate it across the surface of water using angle measuring devices, and when engineering and stuff like building canals.
Okay.
We use the natural dynamics of water. Water is level on its surface. Remember the cup of coffee that we were drinking? Then we went and had a bath. Then we went to a swimming pool and we made the swimming pool bigger so I could literally call it a canal because it was that long. The idea is that curves over distance, but we don't observe or measure it anywhere.
So we don't observe or measure curvature of the water.
Correct.
But
Yes.
water does not curve. It does not.
You're right. It doesn't.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, correct.
Literally, globe Earths agree on this as well. I don't know what's the confusion.
No, it's supposed to be curved. You see the pictures from quote unquote space.
The
they show
confusion,
curved lakes and oceans.
the confusion is this: one of us is accepting a contradiction, and the other is not. We don't accept the contradiction. You do.
Huh?
The difference.
The
where
others
the confusion. Where the
others
I'm going to repeat it.
Other curves.
I'm going to repeat it one time.
Okay.
The confusion lies in this. There's a contradiction. Globe Earthers accept the contradiction. We do not.
Oh, so you're saying if I accept the contradiction, I'm automatically a flat earther? That's what you're saying?
No, you're not. You already accept the contradiction. We don't. If the math does not line up with what we observe in reality, then no matter what you think, the math is wrong because it's contradictory to reality. Despite the math being contradictory to reality, you accept it.
Oh,
yeah, you don't care that the math that it's wrong. You don't care that when you put in the Earth curve calculator and it said this should be missing, that we could still see the ship. You don't care about that. You still think you live on a ball.
Or whatever you say, Redvin. Honestly,
well, is that not true?
There's no how do they say this? You can even look it up on like other people who ask this. There's no viable proof that the water indeed curves because the water, goes towards the center of the earth with gravity. And
wait, no, that's
what gives the curvature.
How would there be any land masses at the equator if that was true?
If water were all pulling toward the center of the earth, it would curve on the surface.
No, because
wait a minute. Don't you understand? Hold on. You need to understand. If I say my table is flat, it's flat, right? And we observe it, it's flat. You can't just say it's also a ball. You can only have flat means it can't be curved.
Okay.
How are you not understanding that what you're saying is literally a contradiction? And guys, I want to unpack this.
Sorry, I'm back. So wait, what did I say? What confused you?
You said the water is curving around the ball towards the center of the Earth.
No.
Then how is the water curving?
Water is only being pulled down by gravity towards the center of the
My
Earth.
man, listen to me. Do you live on a ball? Do you live on
not curve, pulled down?
Do you live on a ball? Do you live on a ball?
I live in a sphere. Yes.
Okay, that's a ball.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you live in a ball. So
Okay.
all those vast areas like the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the South Pacific, that water is not curving around the ball?
Water takes the shape of its container, okay?
Container. The container that it's in, not on.
Level on the surface. Level on the surface. In a container, your cup, we had our cup of coffee in, level on the surface. Earth's surface. This water is eventually going to have to curve. Pictures from space show you the Earth to be curved, primarily over the waters of the Earth. This bit here, it cannot be level and curved at the same time.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, I see.
Yes.
I
Okay,
misunderstood.
so now who's confused? Who is confused? Who's suffering from confusion?
Me, honestly.
Confused, but he got this, Barrett.
Thanks for being honest. Well done.
Whatever you say, old Haas Radborn.
I was complimenting you. Excusez-moi.
So do you now understand the contradiction that Meme is really eager to point out to you? Get it now.
Globe Earthers, they... Okay, I see. Okay. Honestly, like when Radburn spoke,
I don't know if I accept that answer of I say it. Do you understand? Can you maybe give me a sentence or two to restate what we're saying to you? So I know you understand.
Probably.
Go on then.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
We want you to tell our argument back to us.
So basically, your argument is that pictures from space, it shows the water curving, even though was it something about mathematical equations that it shouldn't or something? I don't know.
No. When we look at reality, it doesn't curve.
Oh, okay.
When you stand outside and you measure water and you look across the sea, it doesn't curve. No water anywhere curves.
Well, because the curvature goes down, you can't see through the air.
Second of all, the thing that you said earlier about going to the center of the Earth, you're relating that or trying to equate that to level being equidistant from the center. There is no evidence for that, though.
I barely can hear you. I'm so sorry. I can barely hear you. Can someone repeat to me what he said?
No, I'll repeat it.
But I can barely hear you. Like, I don't know how I heard you just now. If anyone heard him, like, clearly, can someone...
I'll repeat it if you're okay with that.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so what you are doing is arguing that from wherever you are on the Earth, which is a begging the question fallacy, because that's the thing that we're trying to prove, you're stating that water is, or the level water is equidistant from the center of the Earth. First of all, the Earth, according to them, is an oblate spheroid, so that can't be true because the math stipulates that it has to be a perfect circle, or a sphere, or a ball.
The Earth is not a perfect circle. It has a bulge.
That's the point. But everything has been back calculated from a perfect circle. That's how you get the radius of the Earth. You know, the center, you keep talking about 3,959 miles. But if you use the formula to the horizon, the thing that's supposed to block you from seeing Chicago, Cali from Dover, or wherever it is that these gentlemen have explained to you and given examples about, the fact that they're seeing them, the math dictates that there should be obstruction in between. That obstruction is the Earth that you live on. That's not there.
Oh, so that's what you said. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for repeating it to me. So basically, another repetition of I see too far. I
Whatever you
shouldn't
say,
be.
man.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Just whatever you say, man.
Well, the whole VC is laughing, honestly, bro. Everyone's laughing. Anyway, so yeah, it's basically another argument of I am seeing too far. I shouldn't be able to see this.
So basically,
talking to.
Whatever you say, Redvin. Whatever you say. Honestly, I'm getting so
everybody's
lost.
been trying. Hold on, wait, damn.
Why don't you just let the guy finish what he was trying to say and then talk to him?
No, I'm already getting lost in this topic, so I don't know what to do now, honestly.
It's just
I was talking to the other guy who keeps interrupting you.
Yeah, it's Redvin.
No, not him. Never mind. It's okay.
Oh, you mean the Athergrass?
Well, you just finish your point, and then whoever wants to jump in, go ahead and address him.
Well, honestly, it's been an issue for me a very long time. This seeing too far away thing. I shouldn't be able to see this, see that. It's been a hard argument for me. Even the guy who I debated, I think I've said it in the chat before today. I've had a debate with some guy who sat on a table with a paper in front. Okay, old dude. So yeah, he brought up this argument. I got very confused because yeah, there are some points which I am not in, should I say, an expert of, such as this one, such as seeing too far, that there should be obstruction in between.
Get the overall premise though.
Wait,
So yeah,
what grade
I'm
are you
basically
in?
getting lost in the.
What school level did you reach, my friend?
Please shut the fuck up, honestly, bro.
No, you shut the fuck up, dude. Honestly,
not
you've been
interrupt him.
taking a
Let's not
piss out of everyone here for the past hour. All I wanted to do is ask a question. You're being rude, man. Gosh.
Y'all got to remember though, the guys who come in here, the guys who come in here are usually like 10 on 1. So give them some leeway.
Honest. Okay, ask your question, Ethergrass, because honestly, what you've been doing for the past hour is just say whatever you say or something.
Yes, he wants his subject changed.
Yeah, you want the subject changed? Okay.
No. That's a lie. No, that's a lie. You're blatantly lying out, Bill. I actually, when I said that was the first time I'd said it at all. And I was mocking you because you had said that to all my friends here, every one of them. Whatever you say, so and so, and you'd say their name. And that's recorded.
Say what?
And you wonder, whatever you say, man. Like you kept on saying that, dude.
I only said
really, my only question though is, all right, okay, I got no problem with you, and I just only want to talk about that. I don't care. I forgive you. You forgive me, please. Like, let's move on. I just want to ask you, how high do you got to go before I can get like a full ball Earth in the center of my vision and take a picture? Like, how high do you think you'd have to be? Like, where does it start to bend and make that shape? That's what I want to know.
Well, obviously, you can't see the full sphere of the Earth at once. You can basically see like a half of it max. No,
yeah, obviously you're only going to ever see one face of a ball.
No.
You want to know how far away do you have to be from said ball?
So basically, how high you would have to be? I'm not sure. I would.
I got a picture for you. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, so let's move on from this topic.
You go talk.
I'll keep you on this point. I'll keep you on this point. How far away from the surface of the Earth do you think you have to be before you see one side of the Earth, like half a sphere?
So how high I would have to be?
Yeah.
Let's see. Commercial airlines are like 30,000 feet. There's no way you can see all of Earth from that. From the International Space Station, let me see the distance. How far is the International?
About 250 miles up.
Only what?
So about 250 miles up.
Okay, wait.
At 17,500 miles per hour.
How far are airplanes from Earth? No. How far?
Planes are 41,000 feet. Commercial aircraft.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was so confused. The previous result says like 408 kilometers, and I thought that said 408 feet. So that honestly confused me. Let me see. So I think you should be able to see most of the Earth, if not like the full half of it, from the height of the International Space Station. That's my theory.
It came from your head or from calculation?
That's incorrect. You can only see 3% of the Earth from the ISS, according to a Larson Planetarium director, who apparently has a ticket.
Have the source of that?
He gave it to you.
Oh,
I just told you.
Well, I need to see the link. That's what I'm asking. I want to.
Isn't it good when someone gives you a name and the credentials of someone? Don't you have a system for actually researching what someone has said versus just believing them?
Elijah, he has Google open. He just said, "Let me look that up," so he can look that up too.
Yeah, I want to see where you got that. What's the site name? Like, where'd you get that from? I want to.
Larson.
He did a speech at the planetarium. He was doing a lecture on Eratosthenes, and he was explaining that when flat earthers say that you can't see the curvature of Earth, even from the ISS, he was saying they're correct, because when you do the math, your horizon is only about 3% of the rest of the Earth, which would look flat, is what he said. Now, I can get you the link to that lecture, which is on YouTube, or you can do the math.
Oh, okay. Let me see. That's 3% of the Earth. That's crazy. Hold on. Someone said something about like seeing 3% of the Earth. I think I heard correctly. I don't know who said it, but like that does not look like 3% of the Earth. Nah.
That's all you see from the ISS altitude, and that's compared to the dimensions of the globe. With 3959 mile radius sphere, you would only see 3% of the surface at a time from that height.
That's what you're saying. All this from the pictures from space, from the moon, the space, all this that you've sent me is 3% of the Earth.
No.
The ISS, not the moon, not the moon. The ISS. Yeah, if we had pictures from.
When you asked me how high you'd have to be, yeah. Okay. Well, I already said that's my theory, not my actual knowledge. So yeah,
that's fine. So yeah, probably
from the moon, you would obviously see it, like yeah.
Dude, so how come we don't have? We don't have more pictures? That's the whole point. Okay. Oh well, yeah. The other guy that asked him that question, can you do your follow up? Because everybody wants to.
Yeah, I was just asking a question related, and that's another thing, man. Like, I'm not trying to attack you with any of this stuff, though. I do get offended when I feel like somebody's getting kind of a little rude with my peeps, but that's fine. It's okay, because everybody gets aggressive here. It feels kind of there's a lot of energy. It gets heated a little bit. That's okay. But I really just want to show you stuff that I find to be curious, interesting, like weird. I'll go to NASA's website and find conflicting information. I'm like, this picture and this picture do not make sense when you put them next to each other. This is weird. Like right here.
So basically,
like all right, I want to share it with you is all, and be like, hey, dude, look at this, man. Like, isn't this weird though? I take the. So you got this one. It's the moon photobombs the Earth, and then you compare that to when they landed on the moon, right? Isn't there something peculiar about the size of the Earth and the moon between those two pictures? It's a little off.
Let me see. Wait. I know that throughout the years, the moon, I think, gets either closer or further away from the Earth. I'm not sure, but those two pictures. Let's see.
But did they?
It's probably
get bigger or smaller?
No, the Earth is not small. It doesn't like shrink all of a sudden.
Bigger or small? Like, yeah, like they can't, right?
Well, it's definitely because of the cameras.
They can't.
Like, the cameras, like in 1968, you couldn't even see the surrounding stars. But I'm not really sure why you can't see most of the Earth. Probably because of Earth's
right here. This is Earthrise, right? This is supposedly when they're coming around the moon. They whipped around and they're about to land on the other side, and they see the Earth coming in, and this is what they see. So they're right over the moon, pretty close. You can see the horizon on the moon there, and then that's supposed to be the Earth. Now imagine you're on that tiny Earth over there that's floating around that one that's turning. Like it's.
Oh, sorry.
Compare the two. It's all.
I was looking at the picture.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Earth behind the moon, Earth from the moon. So both of those were taken from the moon, right? The 1968 and 2015 one.
Well, one's supposed to. Well, the one that's moving, that's animated, is supposed to be from a satellite, and it has a camera device on it, and it takes a picture from behind the moon, and it's supposed to have the Earth there in the background, and then the moon in front of it as it passes through. And they said, it photobombed it, got in the way of the picture. But then you compare that to the Earth process, they're supposed to be on the moon. It's like, why is the Earth so small in the distance? And yet it's so big when you're behind the moon. Like, how does something get bigger when you go further away from it?
Probably,
it's very peculiar.
Probably, since obviously the moon is also a sphere, I hope you don't believe the moon is flat. Probably, when you, for example, take.
He just posted a picture of the moon from the last mission NASA took. You can see that it's obviously not a sphere; it's some kind of egg.
Do you believe that we went to the moon?
Egg?
How does that? Sorry, while we're on the moon, what did we go to the moon, or is it a sphere? Like moralistically asked, is it flat? How's it work?
Well, flat Earth doesn't mean space disks all of a sudden. Like, you don't just squash everything to a disk and that's flat Earth. It's the farthest thing from it. So people ask, is the sun flat? Is the moon flat? You've got the wrong idea. It's not some type of flat disk floating around in space.
Okay. And did we go there? So you're referring to these pictures from the moon, so you must believe we've been to the moon, because I know that's
okay,
allegedly.
My mic was I got punished for swearing. I'm in detention now. I can't see shit. Anyway, when you take like so first of all, the Earth obviously isn't a perfect sphere. There's a bulge around the equator. Second of all, when you take a picture of the Earth, for example,
well, that's true. That means the elevation angles from Polaris that they took to give us a 3,959 mile radius. If it's bulging and then we don't live on a sphere, then that math is wrong. Why? Because when we're traveling on different latitudes or longitudinally, it wouldn't match up to the grid that they're using. So it would have to be a perfect sphere. It can't be bulging at the equator, because then all of celestial navigation would be off.
Anyway, could you please let me explain the first thing I wanted to explain? Thank you. So
I'm gonna say that it's not. You don't have to really explain things, because you're explaining things to people who understand it likely better than you. So we used to believe this. So it's not a lack of explanations that we have. It's a lack of evidence or proof of these things. So let us know when you find the proof. We can talk about that.
Would you please let me explain, or are we done here?
But I just told you that you don't have to explain it, because we understand it. So you don't have to explain it to people who understand it probably better than you do.
But you just asked, but someone else just asked, how does the Earth look different from these two pictures of the moon from like decades ago? That's what the question was, and I was trying to answer, to explain it, why it looks different. And now you're saying I don't need to explain because you understand it better than me. Okay, let's move on then. Since you guys don't need an explanation nor answers, I won't even try. I don't know.
It's about what you can prove. Repeating the story one more time isn't what people are looking for here. We're looking to either prove the story to be true or falsify it completely. So it's not like we just need to go over it one more time. Let's get the storybooks out and read it one more time, and then everyone's going to get on board. That's not what's necessary.
Are we done? Are we done? Okay. Honestly, the reason I repeat. Okay, I'm just getting interrupted at this point. Sorry. So
I'm not sure you can understand who your target audience is, but I'm trying to help you understand that the audience here are people who used to believe in the globe. So you don't have to say it like no one's ever heard it before.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I'm not like teaching children 1 + 1. I'm basically explaining to them why a thing happens, why
prove to us that it is happening. That's what needs to be done.
You don't even know what I'm trying to explain. That's the point.
Oh, I do.
We do know what you're trying to explain. We know exactly. We were there. I believed what you believed for 35 years before I believed this. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't think you know what I'm trying to explain right now at the topic. I don't think you know the topic of my.
I think ultimately you're saying believe in the pictures you see, believe in the stories you're told. That's what you're saying.
No,
pretty much.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
No.
The only way to deduce anything from what you're saying is the reliance on pictures and stories. The only way to deduce anything from what you're saying is the reliance of pictures and stories.
Okay.
Do you have another way? Do you have another way that you yourself can go up and get a God's eye view of the Earth?
So, other than being in the International Space Station, you can only see a bit of the Earth.
Not you, not me. You can't do that. You are relying on stories and pictures, yes?
But wouldn't technically that mean that you do as well? Did you ever go up yourself?
Yes, I went to the beach and I saw things
No, I'm not talking about the beach. I'm talking about up in space. You literally asked me if I
can't go somewhere that does not. You stop it.
Brother,
we're talking about measuring the Earth. Stop being a dildo. Stop being a dildo. Stop being a mental dildo. Stop it. You're being a child right now. Do not ask people, have you been to space? You fucking mongoloid. What is wrong with you? How stupid are you? Are you European?
Who are we talking to?
We're talking to some degenerate.
Who?
Moralistic.
I never.
You just asked me. I just said, can you do something that you can confirm independently? And your response was to ask me if I could just go to space. How stupid are you?
All right,
I'd actually love to go to space, but I can't.
Yeah, me too. I would love to
How stupid are you? How stupid are you? I'm asking you. No. The question is now just straight mockery. How stupid are you? I was patient with you.
Let's move on to the next topic, since now you're just.
We're not going to move on to the next topic. I'm the admin here. I can ban anybody. I will ban anyone who tries to change the subject.
Ouch.
Yeah. Why did you ask that question?
What question? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
What was the last thing you asked me? You repeat to me the last thing you asked me.
Anyway, so
you asked, haven't you gone to space? That's what you asked me.
Can you not mute me, please?
I'm not going to mute you. Answer the question. We're not moving on to another subject. You're going to ask me the same stupid question you just asked me. We're going to take that apart.
You don't want to let me talk about something else?
No, I'm not going to let you talk about anything else until we address, until we hold you accountable. And I realize accountability is like kryptonite to you people, but this is what it is. You say something stupid, you're going to be held accountable for it.
Okay, are you done muting me now? Can I speak?
If you respond to me, yes.
All right, no, thank
you. He's gone.
Let him respond. Okay, good.
Did he just rage quit?
Can I say something?
I don't know.
Whether he left or not, it wasn't a debate. It never was. It wasn't up for debate.
He left on his own.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's not going to let that sit. Too much pride.
No, of course not.
Oh, dude, yeah, there's an apartment complex, and we all live rent-free in his head now.
Yeah.
So, hey, guys, can we change the subject now?
Yeah.
I love that line of reasoning that's like, if you haven't been to Narnia, then you can't tell me Aslan doesn't exist.
Correct.
Yo, this entire time, I wasn't even trying to like butt in or say. I just wanted to ask that same exact question that I ended up asking was like, how high do you have to go before you can kind of visualize a ball and take a picture? Like, that's all I wanted to say.
You need to do. Oh, sorry.
And he straight up lied, saying that I kept on saying, like, he was like projecting. He kept on saying whatever you say, and then he'd like say all his names. I noticed that. I picked it up on it. He didn't say it to me because I didn't say anything to him. But then I decided that I was going to be the one to say that to him before he could say it to me. And then he accused me of doing that to him. Started cussing me out, flipping out at me. I'm like, triggered much. This guy here, man, he was already angry when he came in here. Because he started out not giving a shit and playing his game. Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was playing my game. And you made him stop his game. And now he's mad. The kid got to put his game down. Educate some poor, ignorant, flat earthers and teach them something. Take him to kindergarten. Like, he literally if you heard, like, you can rewind it and listen. He said these little subliminal things that he said, like, oh my gosh. There's a reason why I'm reacting this way. And if you rewind and watch, just replay, do an instant replay and see what just happened.
I believe you. I believe you.
I heard everything he said the whole time.
Yeah, and I know y'all are experienced, so you know. Yeah. You already know. And so my only reaction is I see this dude disrespecting my friends, and this rage had been building up in me the whole time, and then I just want to ask one question. And then he tells me to STFU? Excuse me, sir.
My blood is boiling right now. I can barely keep my composure right now.
Anyway, and whoever said I was trying to change this, I wasn't trying to change the subject. I just wanted to ask him how high you got to go before you see a ball.
Oh, he's hiding in the chat, guys. Literally hiding in the chat now.
Mice go to their holes.
Guten Tag.
In a world where no one can prove a measurable curvature.
In a world where nobody knows what the word is.
Yeah. You don't even know where you live. Aliens could abduct you and you wouldn't know how to get back home. And you could literally probably be a block away from your house and you still probably wouldn't know how to get back home. And the aliens would probably be Mexicans in like a blacked out minivan.
But at least he listened the first half, that about curvature. That means he can check it now.
Dude, when who was it that he was talking to him like for so long? And I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Like, bro, God, that was when my blood wasn't even starting to boil, but then that would kind of started the pilot light. I was like trying to keep it from boiling. I was trying to like keep it low. Throw some ice cubes in there, keep it from boiling. Bro, you can't waste our time like this. There are millions of people out there who would rather, like, we could talk to, or we could talk to each other and not have to deal with such bullshit. This is a school, and people are here to learn, not to teach. Yeah, you come here to learn from the teachers that are already here, that have tenure.
Maybe that should be a role. Maybe somebody should get tenure. I reckon Crypto should get tenure. Crypto, you there?
Sweet, yeah, I'll take tenure.
I reckon you should get tenure, mate. You've been around here long enough. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm getting old, man. How about you?
Same as, brother. Definitely getting older. Can't deny that. But you're keeping good,
man.
Yeah, very well. Just, keep it on. What about you?
Yeah, like I said, mate, apart from getting older, I am doing really well. I just wanted to give you a shout out, mate, say hello to you. That's all I wanted to do, gentlemen. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Hey.
Yeah, I should probably get a new hobby.
Jedi Master Chris. May the Force be with you always.
I got some news for you all. It's pretty scary. They're
news or bad
in Australia, dude. Listen, in Australia, they're researching the link between climate change and gene expression. I hope you know what that means.
That means if you're white.
Oh God, the climate's making people gay.
Yeah.
When you the weather boy.
If you're what? If you're wait, what?
If you're
I have no idea how those two are correlated.
The air's making me gay. Is that the claim?
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Yeah, that, but in
No, but somebody was going to say something else, and then
it's if you're white, you cause climate change.
If you're white, you cause
right.
If you're white male, white heterosexual male, you cause climate change.
Yep. Oh, dude, if you're a white heterosexual male, you literally invented hell and you created the devil, and you are the devil, and it's your fault that people die.
Man, sounds like we've been elevated to godhood status.
Or like absolute demon or something. That's trying to think of the most demonic. Yep, let's demonize the white people as far as we can go. Quite literally Satan.
The only problem, what that really does is that actually elevates white people and says that it's not just an illusion that they're superior. It says white people are superior because they have all this power. So it's almost like it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
When you play the victim, you take on the role of the inferior.
Yep. Faith works both ways. So if you try and build up your enemy like they're some kind of demon, then yeah, they're going to have the power of the demon in your mind, and they will terrify you like that.
Yeah.
If moralistically comes back in, can I give him my the pale sort of imitation of Miggy's 3-point question, which is my 3 logical fallacy point question, to see if he can actually get
Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
Crypto's gonna put him in the crypt.
Well, yeah, that's the plan.
I told him to rejoin.
Somebody needs an ego death. What's up, buddy? Let's see. Let's send that.
I think you gave him a boner meme.
Oh yeah, I sent something to you, CB, earlier. It's like 16 seconds long, but it's funny, and I think I cropped it and modified it right so that it'll sound well on the feed, like on your thing. You don't have to like do anything with it now, but I think that you'll find it funny, especially the very last part of it. It's something that if somebody starts talking some crazy stuff, you can just play that in the background, and it'll gently like bring in to the crescendo of it, and I think that would be kind of hilarious.
I'll check it out.
Crazy. I got a couple more, but I don't like flooding your whole DMs with like 30 or 40 sound effects. I just give you like one cool one here and there. You got your own stuff going on.
Send the good ones. Send anything. Send the good ones, man. I'll filter through.
Yeah.
We're flaming them with gifts in the chat.
But it's Crazy by Patsy Cline, and I just kind of cropped out the very beginning where it brings in, and just the part where she says crazy. That song started playing in my head like the other day while I was walking around the property or like near the house, and I'm like, that would be a hilarious soundbite. And then I remembered having that thought later on and decided to go ahead and flip it and make it. Constantly thinking about everything all the time. Never let myself know my next move. If I don't know my next move, my enemies surely don't.
I'm interested to know, sorry buddy to interrupt, but I'm interested to know what those 3 questions were.
The base foundational.
Yeah, it's just a simple what is an atom, what is a straw man, what is a red herring.
Okay.
Nice. Dude, yes. Yeah,
They're like the three most common fallacies.
Wait, did you say Adham?
Yeah,
was that the first? Okay, I thought that was the first. I was gonna say, I was thinking if that wasn't the first, that should be a bonus question.
All right, buddy. So I might be being really dumb here, but hopefully I'm going to ask you a good question. How's this going to apply to taking an argument forward? So, for example, with Miggy's 3 questions, it goes somewhere. Where are you going with this? I think that's what I'm.
Oh no, I mean it's nothing. Yeah, it's not.
I have a point for you. I got a point to add to that dart.
But can I answer the question? Yeah, I mean it's obviously not as good as Miggy's, but it's just like a way of, if they don't know what those are, then there's kind of no point talking to them anyway, because they don't understand. So it's more of a time saver for you than it is like a conversation starter.
I get you, buddy. I'll be interested to hear that then.
What I was going to say, though, is it gives you kind of a foundation to explain to them that they don't know crap about the stuff that was taught to people who were in honors classes. They have no idea. They were never shown it. There's a huge amount of information that was just never taught to them in school. It's not common knowledge. Logical fallacies like that are mostly honors classes level stuff. Like, ordinary kids didn't get taught all that. They didn't get taught how to debate and discuss, and none of that. They just scraped through with no child left behind. When these people come in here, like, we've got experience talking to people and learning about this stuff. Like, we've researched ourselves to teach ourselves so we knew what we were talking about, to the point to be able to handle the people who knew what they were talking about. That's how everybody here got to where they are. They taught themselves how to, they picked up a shovel and started digging. Like, everybody here who's on some kind of high level, or they're like actively all the time, like doing stuff all the time, they have like a high level of experience with at least one particular subject that they know far more than you probably do, whoever the heck I'm talking to. Because there's so many pros here who are on this. Oh, well, no flat earther would ever be a blah, blah, blah. Insert this into the blank. Yeah, we got one, though. Probably more than one.
Let me show you how we do it in the pros.
Are the people acting like we're fools? Like, these are some of the most intelligent people in the entire world who are critically thinking enough to actually question the narrative that was fed to them by the little baby spoon from birth. We did not crawl out the womb thinking, hey, everything's flat and everything that the government says is like retarded, and I'm gonna believe what I want and just go jump off the deep end. We had to question this crap. And then we had to face the shame of dealing with our friends and family like, you're an idiot. The hell's wrong with you? The earth is not flat. You're a dumbass. You effing stupid? You not pay attention in school? Like, we were taught this. You weren't paying attention. You didn't listen. Like, we weren't turbo nerds who wanted to go to space and get like freaking lightsabers and laser guns and spaceships and shit. Go hang out with some aliens. Whatever. Boldly go where no man has gone before, and all that crap, to infinity and beyond. Everybody wanted to do it. Everybody here. We thought about it in one way or another. There was a fantasy somewhere. And then we realized it's all fantasy. It's fake. It's not real. And that's the part that hurts you guys the most. It's not real. We're taking away your Santa Claus, and mommy and daddy are liars. Measure curvature, or we win by default. That's the rules here. Burden of proof. That's funny too. When they try and put the burden of proof on flat earthers, as though the grandiose claim is that there isn't a curvature, as though this is some ancient thing. And yeah, the gods of old, they told us that you live on a ball, and here you go. You idiots think you don't live on something, obviously. That one guy, like, for 2,000, a really tiny cult about 2,000 years ago started screwing around with spheres because they love perfection. Even if he was a glober, I do think that, burning somebody at the stake for thinking they live on a ball is that's a little overboard. I see why they did it, though. Look how big of a problem it became. Ooh. I knew that was
believe
you.
that story.
Your microphone is unmuted, Ashley. Like, I don't know if you know it is or...
What?
I was saying that your microphone is unmuted. So any noise that you make, we can hear. And I didn't want you to...
I did not know that. My bad.
Yeah, well, there you go. Now you know. The more you know sound effect. That's funny. This mic work.
Just listen.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Well then, down Mike.
I think someone earlier piped in and asked about the moon landings. Was that you, Brown Bear? By any chance? Somebody piped in. They're like, so what about the moon landings?
Yeah, there was somebody trying to throw in another rabbit right there for us to chase. Like, hey, chase this rabbit. Let's release that in the middle of the room.
I'm not sure who that was.
I don't know. I didn't catch their name, but I knew that it was like a new Globy guy.
I just told him to do research on the Antarctic Treaty and the operations. That'll open his mind up.
No, they'll just take it as, go do research, and then they'll feel like, I'm not doing homework, and go play a video game.
Yeah. Well, when you see Antarctic Treaty, when I first saw it, I was like, what the hell is this? I ain't never heard of this before, and I got curious.
I love when people are curious and they actually pick up a shovel and start digging on their own. Like, hey, there's something shiny down there.
Had me wondering.
I don't know why people.
Then you actually read about it.
Good.
You don't know why, it overlapped.
Well, I was just going to say, people say, well, do you guys believe in the moon landing? Why? I don't know why anyone would believe it to begin with. It's like, I was one of the biggest space believers and everything, and even then, I didn't buy that garbage.
I'd believe in it if it didn't look like a low budget, B movie. Like, obvious fake.
All people really got to do now is download the WikiLeaks.
Oh, they won't. And they think that if the government says don't look at that, it's dangerous, they won't look at it. Like, don't they listen to their government?
Well, on my hard drive, my 1 terabyte hard drive, I have all the WikiLeaks.
Don't
tell people the classified information you have.
Just let her finish the sentence before you start yours.
I'm picking. I was picking on her. No, go ahead. I thought she did finish. Go ahead and say what you said, Ashley. Repeat it. Yeah, tell them.
My hard drive. No, I said on my hard drive, that 1 terabyte hard drive, I have all the WikiLeaks, all the stuff there where it actually proves that the Earth is flat and about all these operations and all the stuff that the government's hiding from us. Well, try to.
One of the dumps.
Right? That's probably why not too long after, though, I started downloading a bunch of stuff that, against like Donald Trump. Because a lot of people were like, oh, Donald Trump, da-da-da-da. And I started going down the rabbit hole. And after I started uploading a bunch of stuff, my computer shut down. And it's messed up.
Almost a brick.
Godfather of the bags. Yeah.
I've unbricked so many bricked computers after posting so many things that society says I shouldn't post.
Right. Then I got banned from Facebook for like I got like close to 30 days.
Facebook jail.
But you can't
Yeah,
do
that's
this
funny.
to me.
It was terrible.
We
All
both
I
post
did
kind
was
of equally controversial stuff, but she posts some things that I don't know how. She was always getting banned or like these different things where Facebook was rebuking her for posting different stuff. I'm like, dang.
Well, once they catch on to your account, they just ban it over and over every single time you post something they don't want. Like if you stay under the radar, if you somehow manage to stay under the radar, you can get away with posting all that stuff. But by the time they notice you, it's over. They're just going to keep banning you forever.
Right. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't banned my account like completely. Like I've seen so many people where they ban their accounts and like they have to create a new one. And I'm just like over here, like, okay, why haven't I been banned? I'm trying to get banned and I can't get banned. They're just like, you got to shut up for 30 days.
I think they've changed the methods a bit so that they're doing more shadow banning than actually outright banning people. So that way they think that they've got reach, but they don't. And then they just wonder, why does nobody react to my stuff? Maybe nobody agrees with me and thinks that what I'm posting is stupid. And nobody's seen it, man.
One thing that's funny about all the censorship too is like they like to paint flat earthers as, we're stupid, but then at the same time we're pulling some freaking genius psyop off on the public that they have to protect them from.
Right.
Too dangerous to be left alive.
Wow.
Hey, Ashley, how many times have random strangers told us that they hope that we or our children perish due to our beliefs? Like, too many to count, right?
Say that again? I missed it. Sayla came in.
Too many to count. Oh, hold on.
What did you say?
I said, how many times have random strangers told us basically that they hope that we or our children perish due to our beliefs, like on, pharmakia and the shape of the world,
all the
amongst other things. I'd be hoping some.
I've had people talk about
stuff,
like talking. I've had threats too, like talking about how like my wound should have been stabbed and like all this crazy shit. Like people are freaking insane. Like the minute you tell somebody, "Oh, you're not vaxxed, your kids are homeschooled, you're Torah observant, you don't participate in Christmas and all, Easter, these pagan holidays," they
start plotting.
Crazy. People are nuts.
They start plotting to try and make stuff happen, and then they get so mad when nothing happens because, like, you know where you come from and you know your protection. And
try
it's
to
just
check
funny.
in with somebody. See if we can get anybody.
Yeah, let's go.
We got some new people. Well, Van is here. Van, if you want to say hello, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise,
yeah, I'm gonna play my harmonica.
Don't do that.
My life has changed. That was wonderful. I'll never be the same.
Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Is that a G major I heard?
There's also Tabling. Welcome, VC Verified.
I wrote a song about it. I'd like to hear it. Here it go.
I mean, that is a creative troll, to be fair. I kind of wanted to hear more.
That really was.
Let's see if it's still. I guess we can see if it's still going.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Why did you mute me?
No.
Did you not like my harmonica?
It was beautiful.
I've heard better.
Now we just need an accordion.
I can go again.
Don't do that. Please don't troll.
What the hell was that?
Oh my god.
My ears.
Ow.
My ears.
I'm turning your volume down.
All right. Well,
yeah. Please don't troll in the key of C.
Now somebody bust out the accordion.
I kind of like it. It was the most talented Glover that has been here so far.
True.
Well, I love the first one, but the sequel was really bad.
Yeah, true. A bit too loud.
It was nothing like the first.
I don't know. I've never played this instrument, so I don't know.
I'm just saying that the lyrics sucked really bad. The artist should rethink.
I was just gonna leave him on mute. But y'all were like, "Oh, I like it. Let's hear some more."
The lyrics are the best part.
Holy shit!
I just like how he instantly quit it because of fear.
Anyway, there's some other people. There's Gale here, no roles. There is a
Tabbling.
Yeah. Gale? What do you
Hello,
say?
Gale. I heard his mic pop up.
And do burnouts on your front lawn, and then I'm gonna.
The heck was that?
What's going on?
He seems sincere.
Is somebody hear you?
This guy trolling?
Oh,
Let him speak. Let him speak. He was saying something.
Think I'm a fucking ding.
He is trolling. He is trolling, bro. Gale, can you please calm down, sir?
He's trying to explain a globe, guys. Let him have some time.
I seriously kind of want to hear it. I want, like, don't talk over him next time.
You think you don't read my comments on Facebook? I'll take it out of that bonnet and carry on driving, you little dings. Whilst we're on that Facebook subject, this is a message for Phil Trout. You want to take piss out of my curtains, mate?
These Scousers? What's going on?
It's got to be a recording. Watch it for copyrights.
I hear Patty Pimblett right there.
Do you speak any English?
Yeah, bro.
Very
they weren't Scouse. They were Northern, but they weren't Scouse.
But is there any other globe trying to explain a globe?
Look at Gale's pro. Oh, he left, bro. He has his PlayStation account link to his Discord.
Screenshot it and send him a message on PlayStation.
As you know, I'm kind of a gamer.
And get flat smack him on PlayStation. We got any PlayStation users want to flat smack this guy on the PlayStation Network?
But I gotta say, these two globers, they had very good arguments so far. Like, I think the last one was very promising.
I have to admit that the best argument that I've heard for the globe so far was those two harmonica blasts in my noise canceling earphones directly into my head.
Yeah, that was the best argument, I think.
Wait, I saw the curvature for a second there. Like, I swear, I almost saw. I think I almost saw it, man. It was pretty loud.
But I can't hear what you said.
Yeah, once they give you the same kind of brain damage that they have, you can see the curve.
Ah, that's what it is. I gotta go backwards so I can go forward. Okay.
See, that's the thing. They want to give us brain damage so we can believe in the globe again.
We don't believe in backsliding here.
That's a lot of damage.
What?
Anybody remember Home Improvement when like Tim Allen would make that confused sound effect, like that weird grunt? Right, that would be hilarious. If somebody does something really like super flabbergastingly dumb, you just play that. I can't even make the noise. Now I got to download that byte and send it to CV. Right, here you go. Have this weird noise.
Is there any other glober that wants to bring forth their their smart ideas about the globe? Arguments.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should start a band. I started thinking after that harmonica guy.
Right? We just need an accordion.
Yeah. How about I get the ball rolling?
We might need a ball first.
Do you guys need drums?
Feel free to sing along, guys.
I'd have to sing before you play the music so it lines up when everybody else hears it.
I hear that.
Oh boy.
We have Glober's heads for drums. They sound like coconuts.
Homer plays Mr. Burns' head as a bongo.
I was just thinking bongos because they're hollow, like really, really hollow sounding, like more than the the loud banging of a ordinary stage drum, like drum set. But yeah, that hollow sound of the bongo, that's probably what it sounds like when you bonk one of those big round noggins. The oblate spheroid noggin.
Oh boy.
Maybe that's how they like do their globe Earth education these days, just in a musical. We're all in this together.
Glee Club.
Is there no other way?
That's High School Musical. High School Globesicle.
So E minor, A, D, G.
Sounds like April Sun in Cuba.
Not a bad progression. Fix your mic though.
Yeah, that's what we played in Vietnam before they before we went in. So many dead. So many dead people. Everywhere, just blood everywhere.
Later. Gotta cut 'em.
Well,
You can run
I
on
think,
for a long time. Hey, I want to show you guys something.
Is there any better argument you have for the globe, Lewis?
Any better argument than me playing a guitar for you, serenading your ears?
Yeah.
For the globe?
Yeah.
Listen, I personally believe it's rectangular.
What?
It's a story.
Wait.
Bro, there are like edges and shit.
He's got a point for the simple fact that there's no curvature, and that makes at least a little bit more sense than a ball.
Yeah. Because when I step out, like, there's a bunch of edges and shit. Like, why wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like,
hey, I'm just picking and joking. Like, I obviously disagree with what you're saying and know that you're just kind of.
That's fine.
Also,
you're allowed to disagree.
But
I mean,
that actually legit does line up with the truth. Like what I said was true. Though it does line up with the truth more than a ball.
Yeah, because there are like people at different locations. So I mean, it would make sense. Like it would cater to the argument that like people think that like they're on different sides, like up and down.
What? Yeah, this isn't really a meme server, bro. Like it's all well and good having like a joke. Yeah, you are.
I'm not memeing.
No, you are.
Why can't I?
Go ahead, finish crypto.
Bro, you objectively are memeing. So we're okay with the joke, but it'll get old quickly if you're like, oh yeah, man, I think it's a rectangle. Like you're just gonna waste everyone's time. So just get serious.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that one.
Well, you wouldn't like to be silenced.
Well, that's the thing. This is a school, and people come here to learn. They come here to listen to teachers here.
Well, no. Okay, so just to answer that, like I was talking and you were talking over me, so you're actually silencing me. So someone else muted you so that I could get my sentence finished. So if you don't want to be silenced, then don't silence other people. All I was saying, and I will say it again, just get serious, man. Like,
I feel like you interrupted me though.
No. Also, stop muting him. Come on, I'm a big boy. Yeah. The problem is, dude, is that like.
What's the problem?
When people come up with these when people come in with these attitudes, you can tell a mile off that it's like.
I don't have an attitude.
Yeah, the thing is that you're talking over me constantly. That's number one.
When have I talked over you?
Oh, just now. Literally,
that's what a conversation is, isn't it? To like
no, the
talk and
conversation is
discuss,
waiting for someone to finish, and then
you just cut me off.
No, I was
Sorry,
still
Big
going
Al.
on with the
Sorry,
point that you
just say
took
what you have
over
to say. I'm not
twice.
gonna. He's not just gonna sit here and interrupt you.
Yeah, don't mute him. It's fine. Bro, you keep talking over me. That's why
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
trying to listen.
He thinks it's clever.
Yeah, it's not funny, bro.
What?
Just get,
Well,
get
why?
serious.
Well, why can't I?
Listen. You don't try
Why
to
can't-
listen. You actively listen. It's not a matter of try. It's do. See?
Well, I just feel like this is not really an environment where I can present my thoughts.
Do you have any?
You're saying that you think you live on a rectangle, which is obviously you trolling. So get serious.
Why is that trolling?
Well, okay, what's your main evidence for it?
What's my main evidence for it?
Yeah.
Well, people keep telling me that like they live on the other side of the world, which is up and down. Like, you know what I mean? Like people say that they're like below me on the globe. I don't believe in a globe. Neither do you. So we've got some common ground there. You know what I mean?
No. We know the globe doesn't exist.
Guys, let
Why don't Lewis? Why don't you believe in the globe? We got pictures from space.
Guys, honestly, I'm a big boy. I can handle a conversation on my own. I appreciate everyone.
Listen to this idiot though, Crypto. It's obvious what he's up to.
I know.
Anyway.
I mean, hypothetically, how do we know those pictures are real? That's what I've been saying.
You're trolling, but that's true.
How am I trolling if it's true?
I can just tell by the snarky tone that you're just kind of clowning on us. But that's true. How do you verify those pictures?
Yeah. I wouldn't verify those pictures.
What is verification?
Well, verification is like, it's a social construct, isn't it? It's like we place power in the hands of people. It's imagined.
No, verification has a very specific definition. It's got nothing to do with social.
Well, verification is like if a certain power is verifying something, we believe in that verification because we believe in the power.
No, that's literally called an appeal to authority fallacy.
What's that called?
That's an appeal to authority fallacy.
An appeal to authority fantasy.
Fallacy. Nothing to say about that. Okay, cool. We can move on.
Nothing to say about what?
Your fallacy.
Or you can just start over and be a regular, normal, globe-believing person.
Hello?
The acting is just so bad.
Hello?
Yep, Superman.
Hello.
I have a question about your flat Earth. Is this flat Earth society, yes or not only a Discord?
Nope.
Superman.
Well, some of us believe that it's a rectangle.
No, Lewis,
Superman.
I have questions about a shadow government that have been spreading information that this whole flat Earth, it's the shadow government that they're trying to cause a split in the people.
Blah 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 blah.
Yes, they did, and they're also hiding all the cheese behind the moon.
Guys.
But I've heard that the shadow government, they're trying to cause this divide so that they can legalize new.
Superman, you asked one question. Let's get to the first question. This is not the Flat Earth Society. Do you understand that?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
This is not the Flat Earth Society. So.
What? Where am I?
Then you need to leave if you don't know where
am I?
Reassess
You are with people. You are with people who researched why Earth is not a globe.
Guys.
Buddy, did you think that you were in a server where people think they live on a frisbee?
The funny thing is, he doesn't even realize that he just makes himself look dumb. That's why
Superman, what do you think you live on? Any ideas? Any idea as to what you live on? Any particular shape in mind? Ah, okay.
That's unfortunate.
Silenced. That was
you can listen on YouTube. If you don't want to talk, you can go listen on YouTube.
He realized that his trolling is not very effective and
Exactly.
rather be annoying, it's entertaining actually.
We're not here to talk about a shadow.
Exposing his incompetence to actually bring forth a real argument.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We're not here to talk about a shadow government. We're not here to talk about anything beyond the realm we're dealing with and upon.
Kiwi, it's great that you were the next person to talk because I was just about to say, by the time the second guy started talking, in my head, the theme song for Sending the Clowns started playing like ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da. All they started to try and clown even harder.
It's unfortunate when the clown steps in and I, have to keep the room accountable. No, not the room. Sorry, not the room. Sorry, I honestly, that was a terrible mistake. I mean, this man accountable for what the hell he was talking about. Shadow government. We don't do that here. That's not what we're here for, man. We want to talk about real stuff, and if we want to engage with your senses and your mind. If we want to know what in your senses tells you we're on a ball. That's what it is. We're appealing to your senses at this point. That's all.
I have a thought since we're not on top.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have someone named. Oh, sorry.
No. T-Wad. Go ahead.
We have someone in the chat called the Music Man who has a listening pass and is requesting to be unmuted. Over and out.
Hey guys. Welcome, Music Man. Right. How are you, sir?
That was the guy who played the accordion.
This is round 2, Music Van, so don't do that again.
Sorry. I just got my heroin.
He's gonna do it again because there's nothing else he can do.
Sorry, what?
So, what tells you within your senses that you're on a ball, my friend?
He's just gonna use anything else to make noise. Just wait.
Was he here for ASMR?
No, I just wanted to...
I'm asking you a question. Okay, let me ask you a question specifically, my friend. And what within your senses and your purview tells you that you are on a ball?
Nothing.
Awesome.
I don't know what you're talking. I'm honestly just here to make friends, guys. I don't even know what the server is.
So...
It's written. It's written on the top.
Round or flat?
Oh.
I have a question. I have a question.
Ether, speak it.
How did you get here if you don't know what this place is?
Oh, I went on twitch.tv and there's this channel called Flat Earth Channel, and it had a Discord link to here. So
yeah.
I joined.
So you were interested in the subject then?
No, I just don't wanna be lonely anymore.
Did you try with some? Did you try?
Yeah, soundboard.
Did you try with meet up with somebody server or something like that?
Yeah, but I got banned.
Oh shit.
Did you try any other server? Food server?
Yeah.
Dance server?
I've been to a Russian server too, but I don't speak Russian, so they kicked me.
But you speak.
Okay, I have a question or / comment about Flat Earth.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this isn't 100% coherent, but I'm just kind of planting a seed, so maybe somebody can elaborate on my thought. When all these people come in and they think that they're on a floating disc in space, and they're like, well, what are we on? What are we on? Is there some way to make them, especially there's a lot of gamers, so if you're playing the game Red Dead Redemption, you're not on a ball. Like, man, this sounded better in my head. Like, I thought you guys might be able to make it sound, just to make these people understand what we think. Because you say you don't live on a ball, they can't perceive not living in space. So how do you, if it, you know what I'm trying to get at? I just thought somebody might be able to elaborate on my thought and make it sound better.
Say that games are simulated as flat, like the world is flat in a game.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, they think it's absurd. You know, they think they can't get rid of space. So this might need some more thinking.
Well,
it's just hard to make people understand or fathom that space isn't real.
Yeah, that is the biggest.
In a game, when you're playing a game and you're in this massive sandbox environment.
You're roboting. Is he roboting for everybody else?
He's roboting.
Okay, yeah, it's just
check roboting.
But yeah, that is probably the biggest stumbling block for people on this subject, is to realize that they're not in space.
And it is a good point. Video game design is based on planar design. Thank you for that point, my guy. No worries.
Yeah, I mean, why would you base it on a globe?
Globes are dumb. Who would want to build on a globe?
Yeah, and that's the point. That's the point. Like, if you're inside that game, if you're Arthur or whatever the dude's name is in Skyrim, is there anything to lead you to believe that you're on a ball floating in a bunch of other stuff, or is this world just the world?
Well, again, I like saying this specifically to people just so they can. It's a check-in. You have to literally disregard. That means ignore all of your senses. That means plug your ears, everything else, sit in the corner and say la 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 la, and strictly focus on the story that they are telling you. Because there's nothing within yourself, and I 100% guarantee it, that can stonewall any of the stuff that they are telling you. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Yes, please.
Go.
I just have a question. What does Red Dead Redemption and games have to do with the Earth? I'm just curious about that. I don't know how we.
That's a great question.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. So.
Specifically, Red Dead Redemption. I don't know, but
I guess it's just saying, like, the Glober game trolls, I guess they just experience a simulated flat reality all day long, and then they come here and they think the idea is crazy.
Right, because it has to be simulated. We are the crazy ones who see it and experience it as flat and stationary, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
We're all going about our day getting in car wrecks, fucking going all over the place because we think it's flat and stationary when it's really moving and curved.
Yes.
We can't handle life outside of our house. That's exactly why we're flat earthers. Well, I would like to see some globe evidence. Earlier I was asking, very obnoxiously, because you know how I do, I was asking the Earth Awakenings channel if they could tell me where on Earth, the coordinates, right? What country, what city, etc. What location could I find the curvature? They couldn't tell me. They said, oh, well, it's everywhere. I said, yeah, okay, so can I have a location of some? They couldn't do it.
And if they do, Sean, you will be Glober for sure.
Is that so?
It's in the code, man.
It's all in the code, bro.
We call it the Sky Code or the Space Code.
Space.
Space, the final. Oh shit, Bobby, we said it again. There's no space.
I like space so much. It's the best place.
Immeasurable curvature.
It comes back.
I hope you guys like space too. Space. So good.
Okay, so since we don't have anybody to talk to right now, I'm curious, is there anybody in here who did not believe in God until they proved that the world was not a ball and now does believe in God? Just curious.
Yeah, once you realize that this had to be created, there's got to be a creator. Didn't just happen over several billion years.
Net created space. I like Nesta.
No, I actually I didn't believe in a creator when I found out that the Earth is actually not a sphere. But I was amazed when I finally, for once in my life, started reading the first page of the Bible, and being a flat earther revealed to me, I was like, wow, this stuff sounds legit. Makes sense now,
Yeah, definitely. It's a very wild ride.
I found the creator when I realized what is information.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? I don't really understand what that means.
That means that any information you cannot get from nothing. It must come from something. Any information.
So what you're saying is information can't be created or destroyed, only transferred or transformed.
Yep.
Okay.
You cannot start to speak English in another part of world. You start to speak Croatian,
Well, I got a question.
You cannot call tree a tree, because why is tree called tree? We can call tree a car. Because the word tree didn't came from Big Bang.
Okay, yeah. So when was the last time an explosion created something? That's what I want to know. Usually when I see things explode, stuff gets beyond, it's the opposite of creation. It becomes disassimilated, right?
Volcanoes.
So about demolish a building, given enough time, will a new building form in that location?
Yep.
On its own?
It'll be a building that knows how to tie its shoes. Evolution, baby.
Yeah, how does an explosion create a seed for a specific tree that grows itself and deposits its own seeds for itself?
Yep.
Separately from all the other trees.
How we know that was explosion in the first place?
Hey, also, how does sun and moonlight not get obstructed at all by any kind of refraction or any atmospheric conditions? Just comes in clear. Why's that? Oh, except for clouds, of course.
Magic.
Yeah. It's a long distance to travel.
Gravity.
Do you think they got the size right? 800,000 miles diameter?
Refraction.
It's a long way to go with absolutely no interference, as you stated, beyond clouds.
Not only that, how does light travel in a non-medium? God damn it, their story sucks, doesn't it?
It's refracted gravity. Refracted gravity explains it all.
Refravity! It's
Refravity.
2023's new word.
Refravity. That's the best one yet.
No, but seriously, folks, how does light propagate in a non-medium? I want to know.
It projects from the source. Strictly.
And it stays parallel for 93 million miles until like the last few thousand feet or so, where the atmosphere and the clouds scatter and diffuse it every which way, so it's not parallel anymore, like it needs to be.
That's a leap.
Damn.
No.
Don't you just love that, though? Sunlight is parallel. Oh, how come this light isn't parallel? Oh, because the atmosphere diffused it. Oh, so it actually isn't parallel.
It looks local. That's how we know it's far away.
It was parallel until the point where it needed to be, where it hit the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that helps.
I got a question.
Speak.
Are we moving in space?
We're not.
That's a question for them. We haven't figured it out yet.
You want to know how we are moving in space? So you think we are moving in space? Is that right?
Yeah, what's space? Tell me what space is, and I'll tell you how we can move in it.
I don't know what space.
Okay, so let's keep it simple. What makes you think we're moving?
No. I'm just asking. I don't think we're moving.
Oh.
Okay, cool. He was being rhetorical.
Well, yeah, we can't move. Okay, so they say space is a place where there's nothing, right? So not only do they want us to believe that rocket boosters can propel themselves off of nothing, right? No resistance, no propulsion. But they also want us to believe that things like light can travel, right? Even though light needs a medium to travel. They think things like gas pressure can exist open to a non-container, right? So it's not gonna fill the gas isn't gonna go everywhere. No. Even though it doesn't have a physical barrier, it's still being contained somehow, and that's magic. So outer space is a big, nice little adventure of magic and fairy tale that most people have a hard time getting rid of. They can't let it go.
Adventure time.
So yeah, we can't move in what they call space. There's no way for even movement to happen. What's propelling it? Was it the explosion? Are we slowing down or speeding up, guys? What's going on?
You're confusing my brains so much.
Sorry, I'll stop there.
It's not flat.
Anything but flat.
Who touched you in your moving spot? Who told you it was moving?
Right. Listen, would you ever have come to the conclusion on your own that the Earth were spinning and curved everywhere if no one had told you that?
But we're not smart enough to understand it.
Well, to be fair, when we observe the sun and moon, one of two things is happening, probably. We're stationary and those things are moving, or those things are stationary and we're...
Would you have ever thought that we're the one moving if somebody hadn't said that, though? I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, there's only kind of really two options, two obvious options. So all of the heliocentric model has just decided to go down one option and just completely demonize the other option entirely.
Right. Well, here's the difference, though.
And it really isn't even an option.
Hold on. How does it present itself? Does it present itself as us on the stationary ground, the thing above us moving? Or does it present itself as, holy shit, we're moving?
Right.
Well, but again, if we're moving so slow that we wouldn't feel it, then, well, it could be. I mean, that's how it's been perpetuated.
You'd have to test it on Earth.
But you just said it yourself. You don't feel it, so there's no indication that you're actually the thing moving. So far as you can tell, it's just the luminaries in the sky moving.
And this is the mind virus. This is the mind virus that Miggy talks about. Because if somebody hadn't implanted that mind virus that you're moving, even though you don't feel like you're moving, you would never think you were moving. And once it's implanted, it's just rooted, and you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of...
It just looks to me like the lights in the sky.
Oh, sorry, my finger slipped on the button. No, I was just going to say that it is a core belief for most people that you have to believe in before you believe in Santa Claus. You can't believe in Santa Claus without a North Pole. So yeah, it's definitely a core problematic thing to deal with for a lot of people.
You got that wrong. I can't believe in Santa Claus without the presents. Nah, I mean, I was just kidding. I'm being silly.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
but no, you need that. You need that.
So we got Gail.
Those.
Yeah, Fuzzy. Sorry, you're sort of cutting in and out. But
Sorry,
we have
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I didn't want to cut you off there. It's just that you were kind of cutting out anyway. But,
it's totally my fault. It's cold. And my finger is like the push to talk. My fingers keep going numb.
Gotcha. Anyway, the person I was going to talk to is gone, so never mind.
He wants to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Harper has walked out of the ring.
Wait, what?
I cannot believe this.
I've never seen this before.
He walked out of the ring.
He's not fighting this guy.
He walked out of the ring.
Yeah, those presents, that's what makes you believe in it, because that's the evidence. You have physical, tangible things you can play with that obviously came from the magical guy with the magic reindeer down the chimney. So obviously you're playing with something that he brought to you. So clearly Santa is real. I mean, I have evidence for it. Good evidence, solid, physical evidence.
Technically, everybody's parents are accomplices of this said Santa crime, if you know what I mean.
No, there's no way that's true, because how could that many people be in on it? That's impossible. It's too big a lie for too many people to hold. Someone would have told us the truth by now.
So we might have some fresh meat in the check-in. So be on the lookout for some newbies joining. Otherwise, a lot of familiar faces rocking with us now. There is a Transy. Don't be shy if you have any questions. We'd love to hear from you. Yuri L. I think you should be able to chat. Who else? Just those two plus a foul on who's deafened. So. Pretty big panel, though. We got 39 people in the panel. We have ladies' night in 1 hour and 7 minutes.
Do you mind if my daughter joins? Would that be okay?
You don't have to ask. Yeah, this is an open panel. If you have any ladies in your friend list, send them a little message, give them a reminder. 1 hour T minus to the ladies' night. Shout out to KJ for making a post for that.
Is ladies' night like lady flat earthers just talking, or lady globe people?
The lady flat earthers handle the globers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've had a lady flat earther talk to a lady glober in quite some time.
That sounds like it will be interesting. I will tune in.
Yeah, it's always a good time. It's nice to hear a break from the guys yelling at each other.
Maybe I can talk my wife into.
Does it get heated with the women?
Just do it!
Do it now.
Does it get heated with the women?
No.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
They hold it
not
down
really.
like the queens do around here, know what I mean?
Not generally.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they do.
I remember Master Level, things got really heated.
The thing is, though, you'll notice people come out of the woodworks. They think the ladies are some type of easy target. You'll see a whole bunch of people come out of the woodworks trying to get their conversation in. It's hilarious. So just be on the lookout. We got 39 now. Just wait. If Ladies Night pops off, you might see like 50 in here. They think for some reason it's like easier. It's not.
Got that walk-in music ready.
I might need to go check on the check-in because I think they're giving their whole life story up there to this guy. Jeez.
Damn, it's popping up there. Holy. 1, 2, 3. Who's up there?
All the guys that got muted here, I just kicked them up there, and then some people got actually checked in.
Jokes. And a shout out to the panel, man.
Anyway, should I go up there and check on them, or just somebody?
Well, I mean, some of us can be a bit long-winded checking them in, so yeah, probably go do that.
I was gonna say, I know. Given the whole life run.
Yeah, you got it.
Give me a sec. I'll go grab. Give me a sec.
So, I just had a bowl of cereal because I felt like having cereal. And I was pouring the milk into the bowl. And I thought to myself, regardless of how much milk likes to stick together and be synonymous with itself, milk likes to stick together. Bottom line is, if that milk didn't get poured into a container, we would have a serious case of madness on our hands.
We'd have a serious case of spilt milk on our hands.
Well, I'm talking about. Question is, would I start crying? Hey! Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Don't cry over spilled milk.
Hey, so do you pour the milk first or the cereal first, Kiwi?
So I do the cereal first, then I do the milk.
Okay.
I gotta make sure.
I pour the bowl first.
Pour the bowl? What? That sounds like...
Yeah.
How are you going to pour the container first?
One way to break shit.
The container's not a medium.
I can show you it's gravity.
He pours some concrete into a mold and he makes a bowl.
Ooh.
Waits for it to solidify, then he pours the cereal.
But you can also just put the cereal into your mouth and then pour it in the milk, so you don't need a bowl.
But just like your neck, we are clay under seal, therefore soft, so that we seal. Correct?
Yes.
Oh, did I just blow your mind with your own nickname? Hey, I want to roll. Somebody stop me. I'll stop. I will. I'm sorry.
Does that mean you pour your milk first, KJ? Is that what that means?
Oh, no. I was just making sure Kiwi got himself straight,
She was doing her version of reality check-in.
I just got back from the...
You just got back, CB?
Yeah, I hit the rescue mission to the VC check-in. I think I grabbed a few. So we have Lewis. Welcome back, Lewis, and Mohammed. So how did the check-in go?
Hey, guys.
Went great.
What's poppin'?
Mohammed and I got acquainted as well, so it's been a good experience overall.
Well, time to ruin that. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to the community, guys. What are you thinking about this place that we're hanging out on?
Thank you. It's a great platform. It must be hard to run it.
The community's the community. When you stay fast in the truth, it's actually pretty easy to stick with it. You just put a few questions to folks and see how they respond. So again, my question to you being, what do you think about this realm that we're hanging out upon?
Like the Discord server, or like literally the world that we exist in?
This place that we exist within, the place we're hanging out, this realm we're with it.
Well, Spake actually went into the dome thing, which I found really interesting, to be honest. And I have some questions about that. Like theoretically, if there were anything outside of the dome or not. I don't know if anyone knows a lot about the dome. Those were my thoughts.
Well, the thing is that we have to be in a contained environment here. We can't be adjacent to like a outer space vacuum or anything like that, because the air here would leave. It would fill that vacuum, right? So if air can't leave this place because it's contained, then neither can we, and so we can't say what's outside of it.
Yeah. But like, has anyone ever like explored the idea of like what's around that? I mean, like what's outside of that, or like is that even like, is that just like null? Is that just a zero? Does that make any sense? Like, am I making any sense?
We're locked down. We're contained in this place. So how do we go and explore a place that we can't get to? How do we get out of here to explore what's beyond when we can't get out of here?
Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's practically possible. But it was just a thought that arose from the dome theory, because I found that really interesting in general with the dome. Because I mean, you'll talk to like a person who believes in the mainstream stuff, and they'll say that there's space, and there's a lot of stuff outside of the realm they live in. Which you can obviously I have my thoughts about that. Everyone can have their thoughts about that, but
you can speculate.
Exactly, you can speculate. Yeah, that's my point. So I was just wondering if the dome like thing can just out of pure interest, if that considered any of that, or if that doesn't really exist in that belief.
Well, let me say this, if I could. There's a difference, is that like on the globe side, there's a whole bunch of bedtime stories you can get tucked into. But here we try to stick to things we actually know, so we won't really have any stories to offer you about like potential what's outside or all this.
Okay, that's fair.
And then I'll say this as my second thought, is just like, if you're familiar with Minecraft, like when you join the game, you get like a little map that's not filled in, so you have to explore to sort of fill in the map a little bit. So most people have barely explored their 5-mile radius around their house. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but then they want to come and like, well, tell me what's beyond all. It's like, dude, you haven't even explored your town. Like, so why don't you worry about that first before you like try to figure out what the whole Earth is, explore the entire Earth. So that's what I would say to that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think Minecraft is a really good comparison.
So pulling it back to yourself, and again asking you the question, what are your thoughts with respects to this place we're hanging out upon?
Well, I mean, it kind of goes a lot hand in hand with like what I know and what I don't. I'm generally a very critical person of what I'm being told, and I'm just don't really kind of believe in what I'm being spoon-fed by other people who supposedly know things, so I'm kind of just here to find different perspectives. I don't really know what to believe right now.
And going with what you just said, like even with us, check out everything that we say to you. Check out everything that anybody says to you, right? We're just people on the internet, right? We're giving you another story, a different narrative. Go and try to verify everything.
Yeah. Well, how do you go about verifying, like if two people are saying like two different things, like how would one verify that, and how do you as a community relate to each other if two people were to believe in two different things within the confines of a flat earth belief?
Well, up front, I mean, you've got the globe, right? That's what's been put forward to everybody up front, first and foremost. That's what we're supposed to believe. That's what we're brought up our whole lives, being told and taught. So that's the thing that should be tested first, right? They've given specific dimensions for it, right? It's got a specific size. It should drop at a certain rate, the curvature. So that's all stuff that you can go and check for. And what we find is that none of it holds true. We don't find the expected drop rate, the expected curvature, any of that stuff that we should see if we do live on this ball. right? That they claim that we're on. So that's the whole thing, basically.
Makes sense to me.
Like,
so there's like a core where everyone unites here. Am I understanding that correctly?
We don't observe the globe in reality, and we don't measure any kind of a curve when we try to, right? Which leaves us with what? Flatness.
Yeah, so you're saying how do you figure out with two people are saying two different things? Well, just looking at something simple, and again keeping it with respects to the globe, how do you have mediums without containment? First question.
Mediums without containment. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's an idea of keeping gas in place. How is gas kept in place here for us to engage with? How come it doesn't escape? They suggest it's an open system. Space shuttles, satellites, whatever, they can go back and forth, but the air seems to just be kept here for us to engage with. It doesn't fly away. But the second law of thermodynamics states that if you have an open system, you're going to have confusion, right? Those gas pressures will go everywhere. So my question to you is, engaging with mediums, do you think that a medium requires a containment?
Well, I don't know anything about containment. I mean, it would make sense to me that if you'd have an open area that gas could escape into wherever the infinite confines of that area would be, and if there would be a space, it would disappear into nothingness, theoretically speaking, right? But I mean, all I know is that if the trees put out oxygen and I give them CO2 in which they take in, then that's a rotation that seems to make sense to me. Now, whether or not my oxygen goes elsewhere, I mean, yeah, I could, it might be pretty difficult.
The constant is 14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level. Right now, a passenger car requires like 36 psi to go down the street. So 14.7 psi is a pretty substantial pressure, right? And the thing is, to boot, and I'll withdraw after this point, is that pressure is maintained without any turbulence observed. Thank you.
That's a lot of information for me to take in.
Yeah, well, it's you had it right. The way you detailed it was proper. There's a space to fill. The gas will fill the space. It's just basic entropy, second law of thermodynamics stuff. But yeah, that's the challenge. They show us this vast space. They show us the gas pressure, but there doesn't seem to be anything there to contain that gas. And that's one of the challenges you'll find here is how do you contain gas without a container? So that's one of the things that you said there was some standards. That's definitely one of the pillars here.
Yeah.
You need gas pressure to have a container. Or you need a container to have gas pressure, sorry.
What about because this is something that I've never heard before. Like, what about something like the sun? Like, how do you guys look upon that?
I was going to touch on something like this just a few minutes ago. So I said that people here typically like to stick to things that we know. And then, so that means there are some unknowns. Flat Earth involves a little bit of mystery, if I'm being honest, because you look at the globe and they give you explanations for just about everything, don't they? What's the sun? Oh, it's this plasma, 93 million miles away. There's lore attached. So for this side of the fence, we don't have a bunch of lore or stories to make up for what the sun is. We don't know. There is some mystery. Go ahead. Someone was trying to say something.
No, I was just saying we're not afraid to say we don't know, because yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, because we don't have $50 million a day to research this stuff. We don't get taxpayer funds to go and try to figure out these answers. People are doing it independently, but there's a lot of stuff like the sun we don't know. Why would we even make up a story? Because we can't verify anything about the sun. We observe it optically, and that's about it.
Central, do you want to say
something? So can I just ask? Is it like safe to assume that can one believe in the sun if you believe in a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. This is what I was going to say. There is stuff that we can know. We just don't go beyond the observable and the knowable, right? We don't attach a bunch of lore or stories to what we're looking at. We just go with what we're looking at. We can know the sun is a light, right? It's a luminary. It gives us night and day. Obviously, it gives us seasons. These are things that we can know. But getting into specifics about how far away it is, what exact size it is, how it does all this stuff, what the mechanisms behind it are, that's within the realm of the unknowable. But we can know that there is a sun and that it transits the Earth. It has a certain path that it takes through the sky, through the year, etc. I mean, that stuff is just observable, right?
Yeah, it's the funny that you ask it that way. Just like, do you believe in the sun? It's like, well, so we don't go outside and see the sun and go, ah! You're like, what is that? Like, we all see the sun. It's just that there's a story attached to it. That
it's kind of poorly worded on my end, but it's just like I don't really know how to phrase the question.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's just the story that's attached to the sun is that I'm not buying the story that goes along with it. But we all see and experience the same Earth as you.
Yeah, we're all in the same place.
This one thing too. The Globe Earth, they do admit that there are some mysteries. They'll say that they've explored more of outer space than the oceans. So they're saying there's like some mystery to the ocean. So if you could understand that, then you could probably understand that there is some element of mystery here as well. Yeah. What is the sun? What is the moon? Yeah.
They have an element of they still don't even know what causes or what gravity is, but they use it with everything in the heliocentric model.
Right. So we'll just stick to things that we'll be like, well, we even have a whole day. We'll speculate. Speculation Sunday. Typically, we stick to things that we know.
Can I just ask, is Lewis following along with the live stream voice text?
No, I'm not.
It's just advisable if you join that text chat. It correlates to what's being discussed here, and people may post things relevant that help make the point.
Visual aids. It's above. It's right above where you click to join the voice chat.
All right, I didn't understand that there was a text associated as well.
No, that's fine. No problem. That's why he was asking because this is perfect because a lot of people have been posting images so that to help visualize or understand.
Oh yeah, this could be a great help for me actually.
Awesome.
It's just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
And dude, I apologize so much if I steamrolled you with that 14.7 psi observance and whatnot. It's the idea. The only thing I'm just trying to instill with you is the idea that we observe a very calm presence in terms of the air that's here, unless it's obviously a windy day. But the idea that this constant pressure is maintained without any turbulence is the thing that keeps stonewalling this idea that we're in a closed, contained system. Thank you.
Yeah. About as much as I understood of that was the PSI part, because I know that stands for pressure. But yeah, other than that, there were a couple of difficult terms there that I didn't snap up.
It's all good. You'll definitely learn in short time. There's a lot of things that I didn't know when I believed in the globe as well. But then you get here and you learn about gas pressure and axial rotation and stuff like curvature and all these things. So you'll pick up on it. These terms you'll come to be familiar with in
and all the technical details aside, like you already got the gist of it, which is high pressure goes to low pressure. It's going to fill the available space. That's basically it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. If you know what PSI stands for, pounds per square inch, well, square inch of what? If there's no container, what are you pressing against? PSI, it's in the definition, and if it's not there, that should throw up a red flag, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, man. Just like the overall, if you haven't caught the vibe yet, just like the overall pro tip is just stop just believing like random dudes saying random things. You should go out and test and check these things. Like, you don't want to just believe what they're saying on Google. You don't want to just believe what we're saying. You want to sort of check and verify some things if you can.
Yeah, I appreciate that sort of advertised openness on all ends, regardless of what camp you're in. I do appreciate that. How would you go about testing things? Like how have you guys tested things, for example?
one of the best ways to find out about something is to see whether or not it stands up to any kind of logical fallacy.
Right. What kind of like tests can you run, for example?
Well, that's the thing, is that a lot of what astrophysics or a lot of astro everything, you can't test it. It's just looking up in the sky and coming up with a story that you can't physically go test. That's part of the problem. So if you understand what affirming the consequent is, then and you can start to recognize it with any explanation for the globe, if that makes sense. So like, how do we the globe, if the Earth was spinning at a certain rate, we would see XYZ. Well, we see XYZ, therefore Earth is spinning at a certain rate. But you can't prove that one way or the other. You can make the assumption, look for the evidence that proves that assumption, and then just say that your assumption is correct. No, that's not true. I could say unicorns are what caused the sun to come up in the east. If you look every day in the east, the sun is coming up. Therefore, unicorns exist? No.
Yeah.
So he's giving you an example of how you would test claims, because a lot of times the claims within themselves have these fallacies just written within them. But let me try to answer your question in another way.
It's not even worth testing if it doesn't even stand up to its own scrutiny, is I guess one of my point. It's not even worth testing because it's like that doesn't prove anything. But go, yeah.
Right. Yeah, you can dismiss things like that. So, so let's say you made a claim that you were a certain height, right? So how would we go about testing that claim? We would just go and measure your height. And so either it stands up to the claim, like we verify it, you are what you said you are, or right, we debunk that claim. And so it's the same thing with the Earth. They said the Earth is a certain height or radius value. So you just go out and test that claim in the same way you would test someone saying how tall they are. And so how specifically people have done long distance observations. So what I did, I took a month vacation and went off to San Diego. So I was on the beach like every day, not specifically for this, but while I had the opportunity, I definitely took the chance to do some long distance observations. So we have this, you know how people say the globe model makes predictions. You've heard that before? We have the globe model that makes these predictions. Yeah. So basically one of those predictions would be how far away the horizon would be based off of the size. And so that's what you're testing. You're testing these globe predictions that they say is always so accurate. So
Can I just stop and point something out real quick? You're essentially asking, how do you go about validating whether you live on a flat Earth or not? And my question to you is, when did you validate whether or not you live on a globe Earth?
Well, I haven't validated anything. That's why I'm having the conversation.
I guess that's what his point is that a lot of people don't even question whether or not they lived on a globe and then accepted it for their whole life. And only now when they're being told about the flat Earth, there's all this scrutiny that needs to be held up. It's like, well, you didn't have the same, sure. But you're a different story because you are coming in saying you were trying to feed both sides of it. And so that's cool. But I think that's just his point.
For sure. Yeah, no. I took personally him as an example, but I mean, it's like Spake said before when I talked to him, like there's a lot of taboo planted in a lot of people, and no one really thinks twice about what they've been told and what they've learned growing up. So naturally, you'll have a large camp on one side and a smaller camp on the other that's questioning it. That's just the mainstream for you, isn't it?
You got it.
You're already well ahead of a lot of people because you're right. A lot of people just accept what is spoon fed to them, and you're at least not quite in that group. So that's good on you.
So I'm sure you've been hearing reasons for why you live on a globe your entire life. If you could, in your own words, in your own opinion, what is the single most important reason for you living on a globe? You can only present one reason for why you live on a globe. Go ahead and present that for us.
Well, I thought it was interesting us talking about gas pressure and a lot of that, because a lot of people who believe in the globe being, or the Earth being a globe, sorry about that, the Earth being a globe, would say that the ozone layer has a lot to do with the fact that gas stays within our confines, but also interacts with outer space and the sun. So that's what pops into my head when talking about gas pressure and stuff like that, if we were to stick to topic, like as an opposition to what we discussed.
Okay,
what is the ozone made up of? Sorry, go ahead.
Let me take a step back. Let me ask the simplest question. What would you say is the most distinguishing characteristic of a sphere?
The most distinguishing characteristic of a sphere, I would say that the only characteristic of a sphere is that it's round.
It's curvature, correct?
Curvature.
So don't you think you should start the investigation there?
What's the definition of a? I'm just playing devil's advocate here for the record, but what's the definition of curvature?
Well, how many 500-mile stretches of flat land is there in a circle? How many flat lines are in a circle?
Well, I can't answer that, but what we're talking about when like it's a sphere or a curvature, I mean, you're asking me what a sphere is. To me, that's You do live
on a globe, right? Globe and sphere, same thing?
I don't know what I live on, first of all. Let's make that clear.
Okay.
But
I think he's playing devil's advocate from the other side. Like he's taking that.
I think we're both playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, no.
But to answer your question,
he's pretending you're straight up a glober, so that to try to force.
But to answer your question, like what was the question? What's a sphere? Or what was the question about that?
Yeah,
because it was interesting that you brought up. It was interesting that you brought up curvature, and to me, like the number one characteristic is the fact that it's round, because a sphere indicates that the object is round, and that point A will lead to point B, which is also point A. Not that something has curvature. Curvature can be involved in something that's misshaped, for all you know.
That's true. So a flattened basketball of a football doesn't have curvature to it?
No, it does, but a sphere has curvature, but curvature is not necessarily a sphere.
Okay. So has it ever been? Do you feel you've ever had a valid demonstration of the Earth's surface curving at any point in your life?
No, I haven't.
Do you find that a little odd that we've supposedly been going to space for 50 years now, and nobody's actually proven that there's curvature on the Earth except for some images from NASA?
Well, I mean, theoretically, were it to be true or not to be true, the only one who could prove it would be the one outside looking at us. And the only one who's supposedly done that is NASA. So you can't try it or test it.
Yeah, but you know what, though? The thing is that they would already have to have measured the globe before they left the system or did any of that stuff that they're talking about, right? So it'd have to have been measured from the ground to begin with.
You can't orbit something that you don't know the size of.
Yeah. Right. And that's how they claim they did do it, right? They say that they took measurements from the surface, right, to calculate the dimensions of the globe. It's not their claim that, like, they went to space in the 3rd century BC or something like that and saw it as a globe, right? They say that they did it from the surface. And so now if they want to move the goalposts, which some globers do, to, like, we got to go to space in order to know this, well, I mean, they're just defeating their own claim.
Yeah.
If I could, I want to touch on just two things that was mentioned before we brush past and move on. These are good questions. So about like the curvature versus round. So you can have things that are round and not spheres. A coin, pizza. I mean, even like a tree trunk, you can just consider that round in a way. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So curvature, I think curvature would be the better word that we're looking for. Not me specifically, but just that's probably the word you would be looking for. Now, so what's the difference between like something curved and not curved? This is where we get into what flat is. So if you look at this picture I posted, I just took a picture of my wall. So this is 24 minutes past the hour. You see how it's clearly not it's not smooth, right? It's got bumps on it. You know, you can see the paint kind of bubbled up in certain areas. There's grooves and so on. So this wall is not a curved wall. So I would say that's flat. Bumps and all. Yeah. So some people get tripped up on the word flat. They're thinking, oh, well, that must mean smooth or thin like a line or something like that. We're just saying there is no curvature. So it can have bumps, topography, grooves, and all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But I mean, in the example that you draw up now, and I'm purely just continuing to play the devil's advocate here.
Sure.
Like in the example that you draw up, like looking at your wall, for example, like wouldn't we define like this sort of I mean, if you sorry, English is not my primary language here, but like between the two like stones of this wall, there is like a space in between, kind of like a trench. Wouldn't we define that as a bit of a curve inwards?
Sure, but overall, we're talking about like, so I would say if you take a moment to look around, you're right that little divot would be a small amount of curvature, but that doesn't make the wall curved. Does that make sense?
That would be topography.
Yeah, that doesn't like those little you're right. There's a little bit of curvature there, but that doesn't make the wall itself now curved. It's still a flat wall. Same thing with, let's think of like a carpeted floor, right? Underneath the carpet, you've got somewhat of a flat, level floor. And it doesn't matter what kind of rug you put on top. It could be a lion, a zebra, just a nice, smooth, or a very plush rug. It doesn't matter. It's never going to make the floor curved. So that's the point I wanted to make, is that when we say flat Earth, of course, it's going to have bumps and trees and valleys and hills, but it's not overall curved like a sphere needs to be. Go ahead.
On top of, if you see the divot in the stone, right, and then if you're able to see the other stone across from that divot, well, then you know that it's not fully curving in that direction. There's just a divot because you can see beyond it. If I can see something in the horizon, in the distance, and it's beyond what I should be seeing based on whatever it should be curving, and if I can still see beyond that, then it's like you definitely know it's not curving at the rate that someone said it was curving, because you can see beyond that. You can see beyond that little divot in the stone. You can see the other stone, if that makes sense. So you know it's not curving inward. It's it's not curving in that way because you can see it further out. You can see that it's more flat overall. Not in just one specific.
So it's kind of like an overall perception of the object, which dictates whether it's flat or curved.
Right. You know the game Minecraft, right? It's one.
I love Minecraft.
No, right, but there's lots of hills and valleys and caves and mountains, but overall the entire map is flat, right?
Yeah.
It can't be both.
Everyone in this fucking Discord, you go brain dead. Go
It can only be
fucking
one or the
find a
other.
girlfriend.
So I'm just gonna mute this guy. Someone already did.
Wow.
But it can't be both. It can only be one or the other. So if it lacks curvature, then it's flat. And if it has curvature at all, like if the oceans are curved, it's not a flat Earth. So
but that's why he asked, how many flat sections of Earth can you see? If we can observe something hundreds of miles away, and that meaning it's flat, because if it wasn't, it should be curving and we wouldn't be able to see it. So if we can see hundreds of miles away, how many 100 miles of flat surface does it take to eventually curve around to make a ball?
Yeah, another way of saying it is how big does a body of water need to be before it will demonstrate curvature? Because there's frozen lakes that are 75 miles wide and they're flat as a pancake. They freeze solid. You can shoot a laser across them. They're still flat. So how big does a body of water, meaning the oceans, before it will show curvature? And then has anybody ever demonstrated that they are in fact curving?
I mean, that's true. You gotta, if the Earth is a globe, you gotta walk a long while before it starts to curve. You know.
Well, why would the behavior of water suddenly change because it got larger? It wouldn't. Doesn't matter how big the body of water is; it's still going to lay flat. So why, in your mind, is the water of the ocean curving around the outside of a spinning, orbiting, revolving ball?
Yeah, where would it go?
And to be clear, you don't have to necessarily go that far for it to start curving. It should start curving or optically curving after 3 miles, not 100. You should not be able to go 100 miles and still see something that should have been curved over beyond. You can't. I mean,
yeah. You know how much drop there should be at 100 miles? It should be 6,666 feet of drop. So anything that's shorter than that at 100 miles, you should not be able to see. But we do.
By the way, that's 666 miles, right? But this other guy, this is one of the things that was the hugest red flag at the time years ago for me, was if I already didn't believe a lot of what I'm being spoon-fed by the propaganda and the powers that be, the fact that you got 6,666, Newton discovered gravity in year 1666. You've got the rotation, or the tilt of the Earth is 66.6. The speed of the Earth around the sun is something 66.6 thousand miles. The astronaut's longest amount of time in space was 666 days. The Vatican has a telescope named Lucifer. Tell me who's lying.
Clearly, you just made all that up. No,
Check it out.
I also wanted to address another thing about, just to go back a little bit, but the ozone layer. Because when I was a kid, I thought the ozone layer was like an eggshell. That was like hard because they said there was a hole in it, right? So people have said this before, oh, the ozone layer holds all the gas in. But what they don't realize is that the ozone is part of the same very gas that still needs containment.
Ozone is made up of gases.
Louis, I'm not trying to
contain gases.
Louis, I'm not trying to make fun of you, but I asked you for your number one best globe proof, and
He's not arguing for the globe.
I know, but that's the first thing that came to his mind. I'm just trying to let him realize, like, how does the ozone layer prove if the water is curving or not? It's just a little strange that's what popped into your mind, is all I'm saying.
Well, it popped in my mind because we were talking about the dome. I was asking about all that.
I got you.
Yeah. But isn't that interesting, though, like, basically anything that I thought the same way. That's why it took me so long to come to this conclusion, because I tried to track down every possible explanation for the globe, because clearly it can't be flat. This is ridiculous. Only idiots believe in flat Earth. So you try to look into it. You can't, and every time you come up with a subject, come up with your second best proof of the globe, and we'll destroy that too. It's like there's so many avenues to go down, and if that's your best one, it didn't even stand a chance. It's sort of, that's what blew my mind too, is that you think that there's all this tangible proof and all of this history of years of science and proof, and you realize that none of it stands up, or there's literally proof for none of it. That happens all the time. I love that question when people come in here and someone asks, what's your gun to your head? What is the absolute, like, if you had to convince someone the Earth is a globe, go. And for years now, no one has come up with anything. If anything, it helps people become flat earthers, because you still see how the indoctrination works, because everyone thinks they have the exact same proof, and none of it stands to reason.
You you compare a gas tank with the air pressure, right, to the Earth. The Earth is an interstellar object, so can you really compare a gas tank to say, like, well, the gas? Can you explain air pressure?
Yeah, just begs the question. The one example of Earth, or of gas being contained without a container, is the very thing that we're trying to prove. That's convenient.
Yes. But
that's very convenient.
An interstellar
Brown Bear. It's not saying the claim one more time. That's not the goal. We understand what the claim is.
No, but
we're looking for either a demonstration of this claim, or we're going to falsify it. And repeating the claim one more time isn't going to help anybody, of course.
Hold on, let him speak.
You've often compared, like, I don't know, a gas cylinder to the Earth, whatever shape it may be, when the size of the two objects are so astronomically different, the forces on both, like the gravity, the gravity on the molecules of the actual gas.
Can you demonstrate that it works that way at the scale of the entire Earth?
the gas doesn't escape because it's weighed down by gravity itself.
Well, okay, so Brown Bear, this is what I mean by this is the claim that we're well aware of. So let us know when you have a demonstration of this claim. So just saying the claim over and over and over and over again isn't proving the claim to be true.
Oh, okay.
It's not a matter of
affirming the
scale.
consequence. That's
not
an
a matter
example
of
of affirming
scale.
the consequence.
It's not a matter of scale. It's not a comparison of scaling, right? It's about the principles, the behaviors, the fundamental behaviors and principles of gas.
Also, Tiwa, that's exactly the point. I would say this as well, is that before you can even begin to make a reference to scale, you need some measurements. Because I know how tall I am. You probably know how tall you are. But no one's because we've measured that, and no one has measured the size of the globe. So that's just another claim that you'd have to defend.
I'm saying a fundamental
assuming
level,
the radius.
At a fundamental level to explain the gas pressure by comparing a cylinder on Earth to the Earth itself, the many forces, whatever they are, gravity.
No, that's a cop out. You can't argue that. You can't argue that it works differently on the scale of a
I'm saying
Hold on.
Hold on. What forces are you talking about? What forces are you talking about?
Just hold on,
Fuzzy. Hold on.
Yeah, no. So we don't have a demonstration of gas behaving the way that you're talking about on any scale. So invoking scale doesn't do anything to help.
On top of the fact that you're already assuming the radius that you already assumed to know, which we're here trying to figure out.
I also wouldn't just assume that, the way natural law and physics work would just all of a sudden stop working or reverse just because something has gained size.
Exactly. No, but I mean the gas molecules themselves are going to react very differently to the forces in a container on Earth to the forces.
But that's just
by a gravity.
Remember, Brown.
I'm sure we can both agree that the Earth, whatever shape it is, exists in some sort of stellar atmosphere.
No, we don't agree with that. No.
What makes you think that?
You don't think we're talking about like a floating disk in a stellar area, like you were saying, do you?
Is that not what flat Earth is?
Hell no!
So what about the
of course
moon?
not.
There's not a single person in the flat Earth community believes that that's what's actually happening. Not a single person.
So what is it? A globe?
No. Why would that be the only other option? It's either a disk or a globe.
Is it just like a never-ending treadmill of land?
Why would that be the only option?
No. What we can say for sure is that we don't know what space. We can't justify space. I mean that realm. Yeah. But you're assuming that that's real for all your entire explanation of both models.
Okay, but what do you believe though? So
not okay. Not okay. Like we again, we're not going to speculate as to what could be outside whatever is containing the air. We can't speculate. It's speculation, right?
Right.
We don't know, and to claim that realm is real in any way is silly to confirm both models either way.
Right, but this is actually part of the entire argument. The gas pressure. This is the whole argument. So if we can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, sure, you can have this outside area, no problem. But if not, then you don't get that outside area to talk about. Yeah.
So is the theory being that there's some sort of lid or dome? Is that?
Well, here's the thing. It's not a theory. It's demonstration versus lack of demonstration. So we have demonstrations all over of gas pressure requiring some sort of containment, a container. There is no demonstration of the opposite.
So where are we now? Are we in a dome? Are we in a container?
Well, I mean, unless you want to demonstrate
I don't know.
gas pressure without a container, then you could logically infer.
Exactly.
How we can know?
Falsification is independent of replacement. Just because we don't know what it is doesn't mean it's still a globe.
Yes, exactly. So my globe theory is a theory just as much as your flat Earth theory, because at the end of the day,
there's no theory. No one's offering it. Listen, let me just say this again. Hold on, let me just say this one more time.
neither
Wait, hold
of
on,
us
Brown
have,
Bear.
have
1 second, Brown
proved
Bear.
it
1 second, Brown Bear.
indefinitely.
1 second, Brown Bear. Remember, this is a demonstration versus lack of demonstration. So, do we need to talk about that again? What are the demonstrations that's being requested? A demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Right.
So that's the lack of demonstration. It's not a theory. That's what you can and can't demonstrate. So there's no theory involved. This is just natural gas laws.
So what is currently holding the gas in then? Is it a dome? Is it a container?
We said we don't know. We don't know.
Well, look, gas pressure requires a container unless you can demonstrate otherwise, right? So if you're asking,
has anyone ever reached the edge of the container?
No one has anyone presented you any edge.
Has anyone reached the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, or the edge of known space? No one's but you might believe in that, right?
Yeah, maybe what Brown Bear needs to understand is that we're not making really a positive claim as to what the Earth is. We're saying what it isn't. It's not a globe.
No, that's fair enough. I understand.
But it does. The surface measures flat. The water is level. Gas requires a container. So all the evidence is pointing to it being a topographical level plane that's motionless, and it's a contained system. So that's what we know.
And the people who claim to have flown completely around the world, like there was that solar powered plane that apparently flew around it like twice non-stop or something. What have they flown around?
You can trace your finger around the edge of a dinner plate, for example, in a circle, and end up back where you started, right? Being on a flat surface doesn't mean you can't travel in a circle over it.
But what's on the other side of them? To the left. If they're
to the left,
flying clockwise. If they're flying clockwise.
So east and west is circles. East and west is circles. No one's going north to south. Like over the top and then around, coming out the bottom. No one's doing that.
So the people that think they've flown around the Earth have just flown around the edge of a circle.
Well, they've flown in a circle over the surface of the Earth.
Sorry?
Well, they're not traveling in a straight line going dead east anyway. They're always correcting their course when they're heading east.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's like you always see the claims of like this person flew non-stop around the globe, or this is
but it's like walking. It's like going round a roundabout and saying that you went round a ball.
Right. Okay. So if they're going around the edge of the roundabout or the plate, what's to the left of them if they're going clockwise?
Well, no one's saying they're on an edge. We're saying they can travel in a circle over a flat surface and end up back at the start, because that's where a circle would end, right? Back where you started. We're not saying they're on an edge.
Yeah, you don't have to be on the edge of the dinner plate. You could be somewhere from the middle of the dinner plate to somewhere along the radius.
And that's hypothetical, because by saying dinner plate, I'm just giving you a comparison. I'm not saying that it's a circle or that it's a square or that it's any shape.
How do they become under the illusion?
Because they're told on TV that they're going around a ball, like we were, like you've been.
This plane takes off from London, right? And they circumnavigate the globe like bloody what's his face
no globe
in that movie with Jackie Chan.
Well, there's no globe to go around, so they're just traveling over a flat surface.
They've circumnavigated a globe.
Yeah.
That's because they think they're on a globe and they went around it, whatever this is.
How would they not realize? How would they not realize?
Because you're told that the Earth's so big that you can't see curve, and that the movement is such that you don't experience any movement. So what you experience is traveling over a flat, motionless plane. What you believe is that you're traveling over a ball so big that it appears flat and motionless.
Yeah, imagine your roundabout. Imagine if someone said this roundabout is so big that it's a ball, but you can't see. But as long as you go around the roundabout, and if someone told you it was a ball, oh, I must have gone around the ball.
Yeah, when somebody circumnavigates the Earth and then says, I circumnavigated the globe, that's just because they went in a circle and they already just think that the Earth is a globe, and then they say they circumnavigated it. That's it.
Yeah. Can I give you an example, Brown Bear, if this isn't coming through clear? I'm assuming you're inside a room at this moment. So if you drop the fireman's pole right down the center of the room, can you go around that pole and end up where you started? Is he still with us?
Saying it could go around that pole and then turn back on myself and end up where I'm starting.
No, can you just go around? Can you come back to where you started by going around the pole?
Yeah, but I realize I've come back on myself. I'm
but now that's what I'm saying. Imagine it's a big room.
Huge, exactly.
So the American aviator Wiley Post apparently flew solo around the world in 7 days. So he thinks so he's navigating under the assumption that the globe is round.
Yeah.
And he's the first person to navigate around the globe, assuming it's round, but it's not.
Bro, here's the thing: you just went in a circle.
He doesn't realize while doing so. Sorry. He doesn't realize while flying around the globe that it's
but he's not accounting. He's not accounting for curvature. He's not accounting for motion of Earth. He is trained to treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane that he's flying over. So at no point is he doing anything physically that would indicate flying over a curved surface that's in motion. This is just what they assume because it's what they've been told.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. I just find it fascinating that somebody who thinks they're circumnavigating a globe would do so successfully, but not realize that it's not a globe.
They're trained to treat it as flat and motionless. They're trained to treat it as flat and motionless, right?
Yeah, and there's no reason they have to treat it as a globe to circumnavigate it or fly over it. It's just their belief that the Earth is a globe. They went around it, then they go, I went around the globe. That's literally it.
The pilot sees the same flat Earth in front of them.
They're coming back to where they started and saying, see, look, that means I went around a globe. But like you saw in the roundabout or your room, you can go back, you can go around in a circle and come back where you started. There is no globe involved.
So on a world map, just humor me just for 2 more minutes, and then I'll shut up. I promise you. So on a world map, which is a rectangle with no shape, okay? So it doesn't matter. So just humor me. So explain to me how someone leaves London, flies west.
Which map you think? There is a billion map.
Oh, it's a rectangle. So it's
there is a billion rectangle.
No, it's just
map.
like you'd find on a primary school. Like you find on a primary
he's meaning Mercator.
Wrong.
He means Mercator. He means a Mercator projection. Just quickly, Brown Bear, do you see the live stream voice text channel just above this one?
One second. Live stream.
So it's a text channel just above this. Has he got the role?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've just posted a link to one of the additional information channels, which is Flight Path. Do you see that?
Okay.
So you can click on that, and it'll give you a whole bunch of information about Flight Path. And I've just posted maps as well. So there's loads of information on the server that you can read in your own time, and if you've got questions about it, come in here, ask.
Okay.
Don't worry about taking up our time. We're here 24/7, so ask all the questions that you've got.
That's cool, mate. So do you not want to discuss this rectangular map?
Well, you've got the wrong idea. What you're going to ask is if I just keep going left, then what? But you're not understanding is that that's that map is not the terrain of the Earth. You're not walking around on a rectangular map outside in reality. That's just one way to represent the Earth. Just like there's many different maps. Your teacher didn't just put on the one rectangular map. There was like 3, 4, 5 behind it. So there's many different maps. There isn't
I posted 8.
And then let me just finish by saying this, bro. You just point and shoot. You just go to. You need to go to the grocery store. You head to the grocery store. You don't just go left or go right. You just go wherever you're headed. So that would be the answer. Is how do you go from London to this place? You just go directly straight there. You don't need to go left off the map or anything like that.
But can you not fly? So on a compass,
for example, let me just go. Let's go back to the room example real quick. Just imagine that the room is the entirety of the Earth. So you can't go off the map. You can't go left or go right. It's either you have north in the center.
Yeah.
And then everywhere around that north is south. So if you're going to go in one direction, you're going to hit the wall at some point, right, in the room.
I can hit a wall.
So there's no going off the map like you're saying. You don't like loop around like freaking Pac-Man.
So I can hit a wall. So has anyone ever been to the wall?
Okay, so have you explored, like, I don't know, your entire town?
Well, yeah.
Okay, what about your entire state?
Well, it's country, but yeah.
Okay, your entire country.
Yes.
You explored your entire country.
Yes.
We're talking to Indiana
Okay.
Jones here.
Okay, so what about your continent?
The whole border?
Have you explored your
the
continent?
entire country? Of course not. Of course not. No.
Okay,
no
so but here's the thing. But what you're asking us is, well, haven't you explored the whole Earth? Of course not. I haven't been to the entirety of the Earth, bro.
I mean,
let alone the South.
Have we explored an area which is off limits by law, by decree of 35 nations of the United Nations? No,
Yeah, exactly.
we haven't done that independently because there's a government problem in the way.
But you don't need to do that to know that the Earth isn't a globe, right? Because the other things we discussed about the curvature and the gas pressure and all that tells us that it's not a globe. It just means that whatever this topographical level plane is, its full sizes, dimensions, shape, whatever, are unknown.
So, okay, a compass. So if you take off from London, excuse my bias, but and fly west to Canada, you can fly west again on a compass to Russia, and then west again to London.
You should get a better map. Have you ever heard of the Gleason's map? You can go west. You can do that entire route headed west on a Gleason's map all the way back to London.
I mean,
heading west the entire time.
I've heard
I'll post a map that's showing air routes from like World War II. It's in the live stream voice text. You see that? That's on an azimuthal equidistant projection and live stream voice text. See the map?
So if you want to talk about the Perry Reese map, then we can talk about that. But
No. I'm talking about the map that I just posted. Wolfgang Hope at 51 minutes past the hour in live stream voice text.
You know, the one that was used during the entirety of World War II? You know, that map?
Do you see it where north is in the center and all the continents are projected around it, right? So all those lines, those are flight paths.
Hang on. So
you can have a look.
So the Arctic is the middle.
So in this projection of the map, north is in the center and the rest of the map is around it.
And this is what the Earth looks like.
No. I'm not saying this is what the Earth looks like necessarily. I'm saying this is a different map projection than the one you're used to seeing.
So you're saying that we managed to absolutely whoop the Germans using a map that is not even correct to anyone's standard these days.
Brother, there's so many maps, brother. Here's what you have to understand. There are many maps.
This is just a conceptual one for you to understand the concept of traveling in a circle, going east to west, and coming back where you might have started, right?
I just gave you a Gleason's map flight from London to Canada, from other side to Canada to the other side of Canada to Russia to China back to London, all in a circle on a Gleason's map.
There are many maps. There isn't one map this is the map of the Earth. Not for the globe, not for the flat Earth. There's tons of different ways to represent map. In the same way, just real quick, just in the same way you could represent a menu. If you have food, you could lay out the burgers on top. And that doesn't matter how you do it. It's just a representation. It's not the Earth itself.
Fuzzy Swan, you thanks for the map. So so that's the route you take, which is fair enough. You know, if I'm in a plane and that's the route I take, do I know what shape of object I'm on? I do not. But surely the compass would always be pointing west. So
all navigators by sea or by air are using a map like the one shown inside the text chat.
Yeah, but the point of the map, though, was just to illustrate to him how east and west are working on a flat plane, right? Like, we're not necessarily claiming that is the true layout of the Earth or anything like that. We're just saying that that's how the cardinal directions work on a flat surface, right? East and west are circles around north.
Do you know what Dead Reckoning is?
A computer game.
No, well, sure, fair enough. To Dead Reckon in navigation.
No.
So if I take a compass reading where I'm standing right now and I find out where west is, and I find out in that my direction. Now that is my cardinal direction where I'm going to dead reckon and never leave this angle of like I'm in this trajectory and I'm just going to continue in this trajectory forever.
Exactly.
That's dead reckoning. Now hold on. If I were to travel for 100 miles and then take another compass reading, west is not going to be on my dead reckoned path. It's going to change.
Yeah, and all you're doing is correcting for north, right? If you're heading east, that's just by keeping north to your left, right?
Yeah.
It's all based around.
Sorry, I was always taught that, if you always headed west from wherever you were, you would eventually come back to where you were.
Well, that's technically true because if
you're going relative to north, which is at the center, and you're drawing a circle around that northern point because the compass only points north.
Oh, so you're saying there's one northern point. So the northern point is the center, and the southern point is the edge.
Right. Exactly. So if you're like in the
okay, I see.
In your example,
I see.
Yeah, in your example of like the pole in the middle of your room, if you were to hold one hand with the pole in the center and then put your arm out at a 90-degree west or east, or then that cardinal direction changes the way you move around. The circle. Yeah.
No, I get.
Yeah, if you imagine your arm is
fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I get you. That's.
I want to throw something in for consideration.
With that, I gotta go. Peace, y'all.
Take care, man. Just for consideration, I like using the dartboard as an example. I use the bullseye as the North Pole, right? And then everything around it is associated as such, because south is painted as a big giant ring all around north. That's the idea of circumnavigation.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Fair enough. That does make sense. I can see how that would be that is perfectly plausible. That's plausible.
I mean, and even think about like the word circumnavigation. Circum is circle.
Yeah.
Right? So it's all circle navigation. On the globe, it's a circle. On a flat Earth, it's a circle. It works the same relatively on both.
Yes.
Right. You're both traveling in a circle.
Yeah.
But in this conception, north would be your center point. South is any direction away. East and west are directions around north.
And has anyone ever? So is there an edge? Is there not?
Speculation.
Exactly, and I say this respectfully again, right? The only thing that we see in what we engage with is the higher we go, we just see the floor continues to meet with the ceiling, right? So from a speculation standpoint, right, knowing again that mediums require containment, we can say by default, but what does it look like? How does it actually happen? We have no idea. Complete speculation is what we said.
No, sorry, I was going to say, got to grab some food out the oven. I was going to say, I will give you the north, east, south, and west argument because I can see how that would work with the north point being the center and the south being the edge. However, I don't think you can compare how a gas reacts in a gas cylinder on Earth to
you can't make that comparison.
You can't make that comparison. The two big are different in size, but I'll give you the north, south.
No, I'm saying you can't make the comparison because you don't have the one size. You don't have the size of the Earth, brother.
So 50-50. I'm gonna grab my food, but yeah.
Well, come back whenever.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Take care, man.
I mean, is there any example of something like working on a small scale and then you increase the scale and it does the opposite? Is there any examples of that? Maybe not to Brown Bear, but to anyone else. Because, like, we use water as one of the examples, right? Put it in a small, you have it in a cup. Okay, still flat on the surface. Sink, same thing. Bathtub, pool, pond, lake, ocean. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter how big it gets. Doesn't change its nature just because it increases in size. Same thing with the gas pressure argument.
Oh, sorry, I'm jumping back in. Doesn't change its nature, but it changes the effects of, say, like gravity and the forces of whatever nature there is.
But the claim is that it's what the opposite is happening at an increased size. Oh, now like the complete opposite. You can just throw all those laws, just throw them out the window. You don't even need them. Like that doesn't seem to make any sense. Like
you would at least have to acknowledge that it's a claim that you can't demonstrate, and that it's just a belief to say that gas pressure doesn't require a container. can exist next to a vacuum without equalizing. That would just be a belief. That's not something that can be demonstrated.
No,
Whereas gas pressure in a container is all that can be demonstrated.
Yeah, exactly. We can demonstrate that, and I can demonstrate, the air pressure created by the force of gravity created by something the size of the Earth. Of course.
Yeah, you can't can't demonstrate that.
I know I can't. I can't demonstrate that, but I can take the tire pressure of my tires on my car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So they've got a container.
But that doesn't mean
That's
that
the container.
that doesn't mean that I can compare the tires on my car.
No, but it means you have no example of the gas pressure without the tire. It means you don't have that example to make that claim.
Right. No, it's funny that you brought that up, Brown Bear, really quickly, is that I was going to use the car tire example. So, most tires, 17, 18 inches. So if we just expand it, keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger, you're saying at some point you can just take the tire off. You don't even need it. That's the problem. We're saying, no, it doesn't matter how big the tire is. It can be the size of the Earth or 10 times the size of the Earth. It still needs to have that tire to contain the pressure on the inside.
Yes. However, the alloy wheel or whatever in the middle would become of such a size at the stage you get to the point where you don't need the tire anymore. The alloy wheel in the middle is so large. This
is where it becomes a religion, Brown Bear.
No, but I'm saying is quite potentially.
Yeah.
I'm saying
No.
I don't know, mate.
Religious belief.
Couldn't potentially the alloy wheel in that analogy become so big?
It would be a religious
I don't see that as the potential.
But the force of gravity itself.
No.
Do we not do gravity? I don't
So
know.
we don't do religious belief in something that contradicts natural law and then base our entire worldview around that belief. No, we go with what's demonstrable.
Yeah.
Gravity is also an argument about how things would work on the globe, right? You still haven't gotten the globe in the first place.
Can I use gravity in a...
No, because it's derivative of the globe itself, right? It pertains to the sphere itself and explaining how things would fall down on it and how the motions of the celestial bodies and stuff would work, assuming that the Earth is the globe in the first place. That's the thing that we need proven.
So gravity.
Highlight, bold, and underline this word, demonstration. Highlight, bold, and underline that. So if you can use gravity, I don't think you can, but you're going to need to demonstrate it. That's the thing.
So my final point before I eat my food, and shut up for a minute. I can't use gravity in my argument in relation to the size of the alloy wheel in the middle then, because we can't demonstrate gravity. So I can't use gravity, and therefore I can't use that to say it could attract the
so then we'd need to see a demonstration of that happening.
In that case, I can't disprove what you're saying. So there we go.
Fair enough.
Good stuff. Well, that's just a start for you to go and think about it and research and come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Enjoy your food.
If we take gravity off the table, then I cannot explain.
Well, it's taking begging the question off the table, right? Because that would be a logical fallacy to say I'm going to assume that it's a ball, assume gravity, then it's possible.
Well,
but that's begging the question.
All assume gravity is. I mean, I can't prove gravity. I dropped this bottle right here I dropped this bottle and it will break on the floor. I don't know why it breaks on the floor. People call it gravity. So
yeah, you already get it. You're already a flat earther. Welcome.
If I can use gravity to explain why the gas doesn't escape the sphere, then I can't explain it. Then
it's game over.
Everything.
Or you can put anything on the table as long as it's evidence that's being put on the table. Because then once you put the evidence on the table, you can put your feet on that table, lean back, and smoke your cigar. Because you can let the evidence do the talking.
But now we're trying to take gravity off the table.
No, but it wasn't. That's the thing.
Exactly.
It's not on the table right now.
Exactly.
Gravity's never been on the table. We just haven't realized it yet.
Fair enough.
There's nothing to take off the table. Just saying. Go ahead.
Well, it's just a story, right? It's just a reification. It's just if the Earth is a globe, how do things go down? How does things stay on its surface? Right? How do the motions of the celestial bodies work? How do those relationships work out? They need something to explain that with, and that's where gravity comes in. But like I said, it's already assuming the globe in the first place.
Yeah. Some apple falls on a dude's head back in the day, and he's like, gravity. That's basically what we're saying.
Yeah, but then if you get the same person to drop it at the bottom of a swimming pool and it goes up, they go, "Whoa, that's just density." So, like, is it?
Hold on. Listen, friends. Brown Bear.
Yo.
You were given a word. That word was demonstration. You responded with a word. That word was explanation. Those two are not necessarily the same thing. That's why they're different words.
Yeah.
Having an explanation is highly irrelevant if it can't be demonstrated or shown to be valid.
Yeah, but I can explain, like, you know, gas pressures and stuff in relation to a car tire, but I can't explain it to. I personally can't explain it in relation to the Earth. Of course, what the hell do I know? But
right. But listen. We both can explain the car tire, and we can both demonstrate the car tire.
Yeah.
You can explain anything you want all day long till you're blue in the face, jump up and down till you're red in the face. But until you demonstrate it, it's just fantasy.
So what are all these scientists doing then?
Okay, if I said it's just fantasy and you said what are they doing, then there's your answer, fantasy.
It's in their name, by the way. Hey, it's in their name, by the way. They're not scientists. They're theoretical scientists. It's in their job title, bro.
And even then, they don't have a scientific theory. It's just like a colloquial theory, but that's just getting into the weeds.
Yeah, but I think there's theoretical theories, and then there's theories on like how molecules react and that kind of thing. But
once again, how valid is a theory if it can never be demonstrated? What the fuck is the point?
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, but what the scientists are all
friend, hold on.
Are all the scientists lying? You know, I can look at what they're doing with, you know, some crazy experiment to do with helium or whatever in science.
No, they're not lying. They're just doing what they're paid to do.
Listen, friend, you can't paint the entire establishment with a broad brush. There's many things in science that are validated and demonstrable. And then there are many things in quote-unquote so-called science that are not. Some are and some aren't.
And what do you, if I may ask, deem as give me a couple of examples of so-called science? What
okay, for example, there's no way to validate it through systematic experimentation because you can't manipulate the independent variables. So it's never tangible to the scientific method expressly to be validated as an if-then statement because you can't manipulate the if.
So this is where you'll start learning the difference between science and pseudoscience, friend. So you have one standard to adhere to, the scientific method. If it doesn't, this is what he's describing, AI. If it doesn't, if you're not varying and manipulating this independent variable, you have a hypothesis test, then it's not science. And you have a lot of people out here punting out and pretending to be scientists, but they're not doing that. And I've got clips of this.
Hey, Brown Bear, could you restate the last question you posed? If it was you that asked the question.
What? Sorry?
Brown Bear,
Give me some examples of science fields that aren't really science.
Okay, because AI...
I was saying in the last person said there's science and pseudoscience, and I just said, okay, can you give me a couple of examples of the difference between the two? So I'm assuming like the whole gravity stuff is pseudoscience.
Well, yeah, because science is based on experiment, right? The scientific theory would be experimentally validated, right? If you don't have that experimental validation, but you're still trying to put it forward as a scientific theory, then by definition, it's pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, and again, it follows the scientific method, and so that would mean that you observe the natural phenomena first. Fine. Then you would have a hypothesis, so you would suppose what the cause of the phenomena is. Fine. Then you'd test that supposition. and either it's valid or invalid. If it's invalid, then that supports the null hypothesis, which just means that your supposition wasn't the cause, or what you supposed wasn't the cause. If you can't do that in experimental setup after observing a natural phenomena and then formulating the hypothesis first for the experiment to follow that, then it's pseudoscience. So when you say, well, I assume you guys think that gravity is pseudoscience, well, I don't know. How about we find out? Did Einstein or Newton propose any hypotheses to then be tested? Were there any tests following the scientific method? I don't know. Aren't those great questions? I know we all thought that was the case, but
so I know I appreciate that. So I've just posted a link in the chat of some scientists doing some experiment about gases escaping the atmosphere. So if they think they're researching that, but it's not true, then what are they doing? What are these people in Svalbard sending rockets up there just doing then? If they think
fireworks, just elaborate fireworks, theater. That's all.
I agree with Sandra. Well, that's where you get your fine-tooth comb out.
But look, every time you think of asking a question like that, and it's the variety of all of these people are doing this, all of these people know this, all of these people have degrees in this, all of these people have these kinds of publications. Whenever you have a question like that, so you don't just ask us a different variation of the same thing again, you have to consider this. If the Earth is actually flat, then a lot of people are deceived, and at best, they didn't ask enough questions, obviously, if we're believing that the Earth is something that it's not. If that's the case, when you say, what are they doing playing with helium? That's a good fucking question after knowing that the Earth is not a sphere. But it's a different kind of connotation now. It takes on a different kind of curiosity. Are you asking us or are you asking them? Well, what the bloody hell are you doing?
Well, I don't know, but I'm saying is,
you know,
their experimentations, they're doing so under the illusion that the Earth is a sphere.
Don't be vague. What experiment? That's the point I just brought up.
The one in the chat about the
but an experiment follows a hypothesis.
Yes.
So so in the video, pause for a second, bro. In the video, in the chat, all I want to know is, do they have a supposition where there's a cause and an effect relationship that's supposed? And is there a natural phenomena, meaning something happening in nature? Because that would be following the scientific method, as we just laid out. You have a hypothesis and then you test it. Well, is the video, what's the hypothesis? What are the variables in the experiment? And most importantly, what was the hypothesis that they were experimenting to validate in the first place? If we can't answer that, then the video, obviously, either you don't have enough information or it is pseudoscience because it's not following that method.
No, mate, I appreciate that. Thank you. I was just wondering whether or not, these scientists are out there doing the experiments, getting the results, plugging them into a sphere model, but those results are actually just the results from a flat Earth model, but they're just under the illusion that it's a sphere.
So be specific. Be specific.
Anyway, but it's fine. I'm going to go now because levelness is apparently I'm talking to myself. So I just had some questions.
Wait, yeah, Brown Bear, just everyone ignored your previous question. I found that kind of weird. No one was willing to give you any examples, specific examples that you were asking for.
Some examples, friend. Why don't you? I mean, he said he's got some food getting cold, so we're just trying to let the guy do his thing. But
honestly, it's already cold, mate. Because I'm more interested in this. I'm just trying to wonder whether or not these scientists are out there doing these experiments, plugging them into plug in the sphere model. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying these scientists plug in their numbers into a sphere model?
So they're calling themselves scientists. They're calling themselves scientists, right? You as a human being who isn't under cult supervision. I would assume that you think that, right? You're a free human being who can do whatever the fuck you like, right?
Yeah.
So you're not just going to have somebody tell you I'm doing a whole bunch of science, right? The first thing you would have to know is what science is.
So these
it's information gathered using, listen. It could be these people, those people, whichever person on the face of this earth. What I'm about to say applies. You don't have to ask me, so these people. Don't do that again. I'm not being rude. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Because I don't think you're getting it. The bottom line is, unless you understand the epistemology behind the scientific method, you're not going to understand when someone says that their science is doing experiments, because an experiment follows a valid hypothesis that can be proven or disproven. So once you understand that, you don't have to ask me what I think about people doing experiments or doing things that are not actually experiments, but they call them experiments, even though we just discussed that experiments from the epistemological approach and the scientific method actually follows a valid hypothesis, not whatever the fuck you want because you call yourself scientist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, my question is very simple. It's, you said a cult there, so these people out, so all these stories and, Science Magazine and all these people, there's some person that went to Harvard for 5 years, an astrophysicist, and he's somewhere in the Earth doing experiments, and he hasn't realized that the Earth is not a sphere, and he hasn't gone on Twitter and gone, guys, you know what? I'm in the Antarctic. I've just done an experiment. I've been in Harvard for 5 years. PhD.
How do you know he hasn't, Brown Bear?
No, fuck that question.
And then what? So he gets shot.
No disrespect. Listen to what I'm saying. You keep asking the same question. And the bottom line is, if you don't understand that I'm talking about a flaw in logic, there's the difference between begging the question or presupposition that explains something or a premise that should be valid. The premise is already assumed. That's begging the question. When you use a model to do that, that's reification on top of begging the question. What I'm talking about, it's not fine, actually. What I'm trying to tell you is, you're saying so these people don't realize that they're doing a whole bunch of nothing. And what I'm saying to you is, if you don't understand that I'm telling you that in order to follow the scientific method, you wouldn't presuppose your outcome before you did any experimentation, if you did any experimentation at all.
Okay.
So you're going to watch a video, and these people are saying, well, we're doing experiments. But I guarantee there's a begging the question in there.
Yeah. But so that article I linked about the scientists in Svalbard sending rockets into space to track atmospheric leakage from the Earth. They're doing all that. So the
Can I
argument
answer
is.
this? Let me try to answer this.
One sec. Sorry. I just want to just.
I mean, the question is, you've been asking the same question.
Say it straight. So the scientists there are doing that. So they're sending rockets up there.
No, they're not. No, they're not. How about just directly? I can't answer a question. Look, right?
So it's
obviously,
it's all fake. It's all fake.
Obviously, yes. Yes. Rockets in the vacuum of space, 10 to the negative 17 torque. That's not validatable, and it goes against what we understand about gas pressure.
So the article. So the article.
It's a story about putting something in space, which would have to utilize the geometry of the Earth, because you would have to know the radius of the Earth to do the calculations for you to send a rocket because it has to reach escape velocity to do what it has to do. So again, like you're jumping beyond premise, beyond premise, beyond premise. Now, somebody who's went to school, no, listen, yes, you are, because I'm telling you how. Somebody who's been to school for as long as you proposed just now, so they've done all of this, they become an astronaut, and maybe they become a rocket scientist, and maybe they become an engineer, and then finally they shot rockets in space, so they built up some plans based on what they've been told the shape of the Earth was. Based on that, based on the radius of the Earth, they're going to build their whatever they're going to do, and their projections and everything is going to rely on that. Okay? But they never have anything to do with the launching. They never have anything to do with anything in space. It's just, all right, we're going to send these rockets up wherever they go. I don't know what their conclusion is, whether they know that they're going into space or not, but the bottom line is, well, where the fuck is space? What is space? And in order for you to tell me that they're sending shit there, I need to know that there's a there first.
Right.
And I need to know that there's actually a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles in order for them to get there. I need to know all of that before I believe the story, because I'm forced to believe it simply because I can't go there myself, right? So I have to trust the scientists. So at the very least, the prerequisite information needs to be validated. That's all. Which means I don't care how many engineers did what.
My God. So just one second. You're saying the engineers don't know where the rocket goes, so they're not in on it. But flight control is in on the secret.
No. What I said was I
usually
don't know
they're engineers in flight control anyways.
So if I may,
this is audio chaos at this point.
My God, this guy doesn't let me just make my last point. My last point was to do this, mate. Honest to God.
I'm definitely gonna mute you. That's it. Because
just one point.
The dude
go eat, bro.
No, because you asked me a question, someone else jumped in, and then you proceeded to say, I need to make my point. That's ridiculous, don't you think? You asked me a question, I began to answer it, someone jumped ahead of me and said something, and then you said, oh God, can I finish my point? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, I apologize. May I speak for one moment, and then you may have the floor forevermore?
After you answer the question. You asked me a question, but
this isn't helping. You just let him talk. Everyone that's listening right now is trying to. These conversations come up in our daily lives, and we want to be able to take the information we learn here and take it to other people in our lives. That's what he's doing. He's trying to understand how far does this deception go. So let's help him understand that there's a big, huge deception going on, and who's involved and who isn't. None of us really know, but we can only speculate. So Brown Bear, please let your question, please ask it, and let know that everyone listening is going to take this information and put it into conversations down the road with other people.
Sorry that took so long. No, you're muted, bro. Like I said, when a person asks someone a question, it's reasonable for the person they ask the question to respond. It is unreasonable for the person who asked the question treat the person whom they asked the question answering the question as someone who's interrupting them. That is not behavior I'm going to reward over these airwaves in this discourse. That's obviously too ridiculous. Is anybody else? Does anybody else have a problem with that? So I'm gonna unmute you. Dan. Somebody tell me his name because I forgot already.
Dust.
No, the other guy.
Brown Bear.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's get some.
Answer that question. Don't ask any other question. Don't make any other statement.
He's still muted.
I'm trying to unmute him now.
Hello?
Kind of slow.
Oh, hello. Can you all hear me?
He is unmuted now. Go ahead, Brown Bear.
Thank you. The guy before that you muted, Elijah, was very reasonable. You went on a bit of a power mad moderator trip because you can mute people. So let's not do that again.
Brother,
is there a reply for what he was to his point?
Well, no, because we were talking about something else. My point being is this article here.
Brown, just go eat your dinner or whatever you have prepared, brother.
Absolutely not. I mean,
it's been a good conversation so far. Don't send it to us.
Yes, I'm trying to interrupt and be loud because my mic sucks right now. I know that's no one else's fault. But the bottom line here is I'm being very clear. I'm not going to accept any premises unless they can be validated by me as an individual, not some cult-like person who believes that someone else did it because they got a degree. And they believe, like how hard is that to understand? Now, you don't have to understand that. But when you ask me a question and I begin to answer it, someone else jumps in and then you start talking, but I go, hold on, I haven't answered the question. And then you say, oh, God, you're interrupting me. I just want to make my point. That's what's unreasonable. This isn't me power tripping. This is what world do we live in where what I described is me power tripping versus you doing something unreasonable?
Hello?
Dude, I think he's trying to learn. And Elijah, I'm sorry, but you are power tripping. I'm on his side, and I believe the earth is flat. So we're trying to educate this person if he's got questions, and we need to listen to the questions and work with him because his brain is processing it. He's not going to be able to, there's so much information here to absorb, it's going to be really hard to get it all in. So you let him ask the questions and let him talk so he can talk through the processing. We're supposed to help the people, not badger them like you are.
So besides the moderation issues, is there a question or topic that is being touched? What's going on?
Well, I'm trying to get down to the bottom of that right now, Jim. It's like too damn hard because the bottom line is, we're talking about the lack of curvature and we're talking about the lack of experimental validation. And he's like, so you're saying these scientists, well, they're not scientists. So the experiments that they're doing, they're not experiments.
Yes. But I'm trying to get in your shoes. So I'm saying is these scientists in Svalbard from that article sending rockets into space are doing so under the illusion that all their calculations, all their experiments are all plugged into the computer under the guise it's a sphere, and the results come out such. But those results are just the results from a flat Earth. It doesn't matter.
No.
So is that what we're saying? The scientists are still doing what they're doing?
No, it's not. No, that's not what we're saying. Do you mind that I interrupt you to say no? No. Let me tell you why. Because what you're saying is, so what they're doing is going to space based off a flat Earth map. No. Space. No one's going. No. There's no rockets going to space. No. Because there's no space being validated by you or me unless you believe it. In that case, you can believe it. I'm not going to take that away from you. We're talking about blasting off from the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Well, I already know that the ground that I stand on doesn't measure to be that way. You can believe it regardless of checking or validating it. And you can believe that they're using that math to do the thing that you also can't validate. You can believe all of that.
Yeah.
There's nothing to ask me. I'm very clear about what you're asking. And I'm like, well, I get it. But, at the end of the day, there's no validation there. That's the bottom line.
So the article,
Oh my gosh, Brown Bear, I have to answer your question now, bro.
Sorry, one sec.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You've asked the same question 15 times. I'm going to answer it now. This is getting super painful. So you're familiar with autopilot. So you don't have to operate on auto-believe mode. So any article you're presented with.
Two options.
Doesn't matter. Okay, he's still talking. I'm just going to mute you. So listen, you don't have to be in autopilot, auto-believing mode. Any article, doesn't matter what article you're presented with, you can now go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Is this claiming, like, is there evidence for what it's claiming? Are they adhering to the scientific method? Are they really doing science? So you don't just throw everything out. That's called an all or nothing fallacy. Oh, all science, just can throw it all out? No. You have to go through it, fine-tooth comb, and find out if what they're saying is true or not. That's why we're teaching you what the scientific method is, so now that you have a standard to adhere to when you're going through these articles. You don't just throw everything out.
My simple question, sorry, let me put this very simply. So are the scientists, is it all made up, or are they...
What did I just say?
Are they...
What did I just say?
I want to reply. Let him ask the question so I can reply it as well.
So it's not that it's all made up. So it's either all made up, the scientists don't realize that it's flat, or...
No, I think you're looking at it from the perspective that we're claiming that they're not doing any job, that they're just fakes. No. Engineers devise devices, right? They build stuff, and they maybe can send devices very high up on the medium that we're in, right? Very high up. You can do let's say the orbits that they talk about. You could do it in a circle as well, right? Like drones, drones, right? So we're not throwing away the engineers and some of the work that they do, but then people extrapolate that into making it, because engineers build technology or build devices, therefore globe. That's where the separation is. They're trying to point out to you that the globe claim that this work that is being done is not being done on a globe, because the globe is nowhere to be found in reality.
Right.
The work is being done. There is work being done, and there is research being done, and things that are being accomplished, but it's not being done on a fantasy globe. That's the point.
I've got it, Gemsy. So the scientists are actually tracking a leakage, but the leakage isn't from the globe. The leakage is
because remember the shape of the Earth. No, think about this, bro. No. Hey, bro. No, I get you. I get you what you're trying to say, but think about it. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. If I measure a table, I'm not doing science, right? We're measuring something. So when you measure reality, when you measure the waters or the Earth, there is no globe to be found in reality. We still have technology. We still have communication system. We still have vehicles, airplanes, all that stuff working in reality. But the claim of the globe is nowhere to be found in reality. That doesn't mean that technology doesn't work.
Yeah, so these stupid scientists think they're tracking gas escaping from a sphere, when really it's just escaping from whatever container.
You have to read what it's saying, bro. Don't just read the headlines and auto-believe things. That's what I'm telling you. You have to go through it. If you really want to talk about these articles, then you have to go through it particularly. What are they saying exactly? You don't just read the headline, well, it's all good or it's all bad. Read it. What is it saying?
I agree.
It's break time, bro. Just take a break. Take a break. This is not going anywhere. This conversation is spiraling.
No, you guys be probably talking to him for a while, but I mean the topic is still valid, because there is an important point that some people are just gonna say nobody's doing no work, everything is fake. Like he's presenting this kind of mindset there's engineers out there, and you people are claiming that engineers are not doing things right, and that's not how it works. That's not what is being claimed. What is being claimed that the globe is a fantasy, when the claims of the globe have been falsified in reality, and there is no globe. But the thing is, you're trying to drag it that we're saying that airplanes don't work, or technology doesn't work. It's not like that, bro. You're saying that because people are doing stuff, therefore globe, and that's not how it works.
No, I was saying these scientists are doing stuff, thinking.
Doing what? Doing what? What scientists are doing what?
No. So let me link the article again. So my point being is these scientists, right, are out there doing whatever. It's in the chat. They're doing whatever. They're doing whatever tracking. So the gas is releasing, the gas is escaping. They're like, oh, this is interesting. There's gas
escaping where? Escaping where?
On the chat, but bro, there's an article.
I know, but if you go to EDUs,
so I'm on your side.
No. Oh my God. All right. Well, I mean, you're like, oh, the gas is leaking, and isn't it like a reasonable question would be from where? Especially because we all know that no one is in, no one knows where the gas begins and where the gas ends.
So the gas is escaping, and they think, oh, this is interesting.
From where?
Escaping from the sphere, but it is escaping. It's just not a sphere.
Where?
It's just a
What
container.
altitude?
Okay. So let's say you build a contained system for whatever purpose. You can have a contained environment with valves where the gas flows in and out of the container. You could have. So just because let's say gas is doing something or going somewhere, that doesn't mean globe, right? We can agree with that.
Exactly. That's my point. It's saying is these scientists are so under the illusion that the fucking place is a sphere that they just assume the gas is escaping from a sphere, but it's actually escaping from the container of whatever the
No.
So the scientists aren't doing any science.
They're not doing that. Because you're asking me if I believe that they're doing what they're saying. Well, number one, guess what? It's not like I could know it. I would have to believe that what they put in this article, they could say they found Bigfoot, and you'd be like, so you're telling me that these scientists who have been to these regions that you have not been to, you're going to tell me that this creature, they're not out there tracking it? I don't know. That's the whole point. We don't know. Second of all, I'm asking you from that link, what altitude are they proposing that gas is leaking? Because nobody knows where space begins and gas pressure ends. That's the point. So how is this article saying anything if that's the current knowledge? Nobody knows where the gas ends and space begins. That's it. Nobody knows where the Kármán line is, and it's arbitrary, based on the arbitrary radius of the Earth, by the way, then what the fuck are they talking about in that article? And how do you validate it?
I'm literally trying to agree with you. Right now.
Oh, we're disagreeing with you.
Who's the mod in DC right now? Who's the mod in here?
Everybody's a mod. Everybody is.
Okay, I just wanted to ask where I could post a link to a Flat Earth Glober debate on Twitter /conversation. I didn't want to get banned if I drop it in here.
All right.
You can post it. You can post
put it here in the chat, brother.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. I love it in here. Appreciate the conversation. I'm not trying to take none of y'all viewers, but just letting everybody know that there's another conversation. We do it every Friday on Flat Earth Friday on Twitter Spaces for anybody that got a Twitter. So I'm gonna just post a link and y'all keep on rocking. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Crypto. Is that 100 keys? 100 crypto keys? Is that you speaking?
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna post it right in the chat.
Yeah, I've heard you before. I'll give you perms to post in here.
He's got it.
You do have perms to post. All right, so go ahead and post. No problem.
Yeah. I just didn't want to get banned for like posting out external links and stuff like that. So I was just asking for the permission, you know.
Yeah, just as long as it's on server topic, you can post your stuff as long as it's server topic. Yeah.
So I can post it in live stream voice. Is that where I posted that?
Yep. Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, y'all. So yeah, we on Twitter. We're gonna go all night. So if y'all get bored in here, we're gonna go for like 12, 15 hours.
Send it to me and I'll post it in the chat because I don't know if the bot is going to ban you. Not that you're going to be banned forever, but the shit is kind of funny. Listen, guys. Fuck. Don't talk when I'm still talking. Because I posted Justin Bieber when I was a little wee lad like y'all, and I got banned. So I'm just trying to help the guy out. He asking a specific question about, will I be banned? Well, you don't fucking know. Have you ever been banned by Justin Bieber links? Okay, then.
Yeah, but our body's biased and a little racist. That's why.
You got banned from this Discord for posting links, Eli?
Yeah. Don't ask him. He just said that.
Hey, Elijah,
Literally,
I just sent you a
all right,
friend
I'll
request.
post it in the chat. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat for you because I can't get banned by the bot. So.
All right, that's what's up. I appreciate that, yo. I'm going to slide back over here later on, but we usually go for like 8, 10, 12 hours, so I'm not really sure when, but I'll come fuck with y'all.
All right, man.
I got
all right, brother.
We discussing debunking gravity using a downward acceleration equation without the use of the gravitational constant. We don't need gravity to assume downward acceleration. We're talking about all of that today.
Cool.
Yeah, we really get to it. We like to use science against itself.
It sounds like it's worth a listen. So if anybody wants to join you guys, let's.
Bro, where's the link at?
I DM'd it to you.
I think the body
I'm about to post it right now. It's a Twitter Spaces. No, yeah. I'm going to post it in the chat now. Oh my God, yo! I swear, y'all gonna 2 months from now when I'm no longer working outside, y'all are gonna be mad because I'm gonna be muting a lot of people that are like, I love Eli. I don't give a fuck. I don't like being overtalked, not even by my mom. Now, I'm about to post it in the chat right now. Now, what I'm suggesting is, just like we used to go to, other places like YouTube chat or the other Discord servers we used to go to, we could go to this Twitter Spaces and we can go deep and represent.
I would love you for that.
And we can live.
I do a great job moderating and stuff, so that way, Elijah, can't nobody fucking cut you off and shit like that. Make sure everybody get a voice. It's way more controlled over there. So, yeah, pull up.
All
right. Go ahead and post it. Any of the new people? I mean, we've been talking to people. You guys been talking to Brown Bear. Any other topics? Anybody want to reply to Brown Bear? Or Brown Bear, you have any other questions?
Can I speak to Brown Bear for just a second?
I was gonna say, Jeff, talk to him. He's pretty cool. So anyway.
Hello?
Someone said he wants to talk to Brown Bear. Go ahead. You got the mic.
First of all, I appreciate that you've been very tolerant and patient with us, and I appreciate that. When you come into the server, obviously we're talking about flat Earth, right? And so right off the bat, it's conspiratorial, correct? Right? Like, obviously, it's weird. It's the internet, whatever. But the question that you are asking about these scientists, the ones that you keep talking about, I want to ask you a few simple questions. Do you know any of these scientists?
No.
Okay. Do you know about the equipment that they supposedly use in all of these quote-unquote experiments? Have you seen the equipment? Do you know what it is, how it works?
No.
Do you know anybody who is looking over the shoulder at some of these scientists and right alongside them, making sure that they're doing what they say that they're doing? Or is this just print on paper from a government agency?
Quite possibly the latter.
Okay, so I just want to go ahead and acknowledge that the question that you are asking is, number one, are you saying, are these scientists crazy, or are they using equipment that's faulty, or is this not happening, or are they out of their mind, or are they lying? Are we getting bad information? The answer to the question is yes. In many instances, we are getting information, propaganda, whatever, articles, videos, I don't care what it is. It's unverifiable, unfalsifiable, and a lot of the times it's downright stupid because we've applied the scientific method to a lot of the claims that they make. And when we do that, way out in front of any of the things that they're claiming in some of these articles, like, we're losing gas into space, which is debating the question fallacy on steroids, okay? We've already debunked all the claims that lead up to this, which was what Elijah was talking about. So we have to start at square one. This is what Elijah was talking about. The same thing with Creation Bear, okay? If we know that they're full of crap way back here about curvature, about physics as far as gas pressure is concerned, about all this other stuff, then we can just look at these articles and go, well, I don't know what they're doing because, number one, I can't falsify it. No one's looking over their shoulder. It's a government agency. So how am I supposed to trust all this stuff when they're already begging the question in logic way out of here, way past all the stuff that we've already debunked? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hoping that kind of answers your question. Yes, we think they are lying. We think they're giving us propaganda. And we can explain to you why if we go back to the beginning. And we're just going to start really simple. Is the Earth curving? And the answer is no. There's no measurable curvature anywhere on the Earth. So if you don't have that curvature, you ain't got no space. You ain't got no gravity. You don't have any of this stuff, okay? And we would love to have conversations with you about square one, and then if we get out here to where we think maybe a scientist is doing an experiment about, with gas pressure, then we can take that all apart way down the line. But for now, I want to keep it simple, and I'm glad that you're here, and I hope that sort of answers your question.
It does. It does.
Okay.
I mean, personally, I think I prefer the thought of. I mean, there must be thousands of scientists out there. I think I prefer the thought that they're out there doing their work. They're using a sphere model. They're getting results, plugging it into that model. But the results are the same as if you would plug it into a flat model. And rather than them all being in on a big lie, they're just all kind of following a false narrative, getting the results and doing the work that they think they're doing. But they're just plugging it into the wrong model, like a climate change model. They're plugging it into the wrong. They're plugging the numbers they get into the wrong model. They're modeling on a sphere, but it doesn't matter because even if they plug the numbers into a flat Earth model, it's the same result.
This is a good idea of the model right away, because the model is something that has to also be verified scientifically. There has to be a hypothesis. There has to be an experiment. The models that you are talking about are all, in a colloquial theory, just theoretical. They are just made-up ideas. And so they run these scenarios through an already made-up idea and come up with a conclusion and then feed it to you. Now, do you want that, or do you want people to go out and actually test things in the physical world and then give you a result? Because at the end of the day, if they just model something that they have no concrete evidence for and the basis of that doesn't even exist, what good is it? It's like a unicorn, right? It's like, oh, I got this pink unicorn over here, and I'll paint a picture for you, and I'll describe it to you. And they'll give that to you, and you're going to go, well, that's retarded because I know there's no unicorns. Who cares whether or not it's pink, right?
Yeah. That's fine. Sorry, excuse me. I'm sure that amongst amongst the people out there, that some people do think that it's all a big lie, and it's all just an illusion that's being maintained. And some people might think, like I think, where it's quite possible that everyone's just under the false impression, and all the science is being done with but the numbers are the same, irrelevant of whatever model that they're choosing, or they're getting the numbers for a flat Earth and they're plugging it into a sphere model. Like, how the hell do they know? They don't know.
Yeah, when you're trying to do something practically, let's say, for example, the airplanes, right? The airplanes, to make it practical and safe, to make it work in reality, they have to assume a motionless horizontal plane, right? Flat plane. They have to assume that, because utilizing the reality to accomplish things is important. You want to get in an airplane, go up in altitude from right, go to the airport, get in the airplane, go up in altitude, fly towards the destination that you're going, and then land, right? So when you're doing things practically and building technology, transportation vehicles or airplanes or communication systems, you do all that in the real world and you accomplish those goals, right? Then people might add their imaginary conclusions of, oh, we live in a globe, that's why we have technology. But the globe was never taken into account to accomplish any of those things in the first place.
Yeah.
Get it? Just like the first transatlantic communication from the east of the United States to the west of England, Scotland, right? It was over 3,000 miles direct message without relays, right? Line of sight, coast to coast communication, tower to tower, transmitter to receiver, right? They never have to take into account the globe for any of that. And people that believed in the globe back then, they thought they were gonna fail because that's what some people said. But the thing is that the practical way of accomplishing things, you don't take the globe into account. The only time that you take the globe into account is when you want to describe it in math or want to put it in pictures, in visualizations, like, cartoons, the visualizations that you get. You could visualize it on a globe, but when you go practical, you don't have to take account the globe. You get my point?
Yeah. So you were talking about, was it the radio message from America to Scotland or whatever? Was that what you
Yeah,
said?
that's the first transatlantic communication over 3,000 miles from East New England, United States to Scotland.
Was it not more a more popular theory that the Earth was a sphere at that time, that was done? That must
Actually, some people brought up that it might be a sphere, but they didn't have any proof. They just made cartoons about it. They didn't have NASA back then, remember?
Are we talking about the Greeks?
No, we're talking about the first transatlantic communication, like Marconi. He's saying, some people back then thought the Earth was a globe, right? But Marconi accomplished this without taking the globe into account.
Yeah, because naturally, no one even thinks about it. You don't think about it when you're doing anything, especially back in the Middle Ages up to now. You just don't think about it in your life at all. It has nothing to do with your life.
Yeah.
So it's safe to assume it. You could assume it's a turkey.
Yeah, it could well be. Who knows?
Yeah, you can depict it. You can make cartoons about Turkey and how it works in the turkey, right? It makes sense in the turkey in the turkey cartoon. But when you go to reality, you don't think about the turkey. You just doing the things, accomplishing your goals about transatlantic communication or flying, making an airplane fly. You don't take account the turkey. Go ahead.
So that communication we're talking about was 1901. So
there's many, but the first transatlantic, I think, is around that time, early 1900s. Yes.
Yeah. So at that time, what was the most popular narrative, if you wish, for the shape of the Earth at that time?
Well, of cosmology, I'm pretty sure there was the globe idea, but most of the people didn't know the globe by any means. For my comprehension. But
yeah, you're right. Probably in 1901, I would imagine that in 1901 in England, people going to the mill to the 12-year-old kid going to the mill to work all day doesn't really care what shape the Earth was in. So
and a lot of people have mentioned. Yeah, that's still true. People have mentioned that globe proponents told Marconi and the people that were trying to do this, they told them they won't be able to accomplish the direct message transmitted to receiver because of the curvature of the Earth. They said it was impossible, but guess what? It was done. They did it because there is no globe.
Yeah, I think they say that's because the radio waves bounce between the upper atmosphere, whatever it is, and the
you know when that idea was proposed? 1941, 1942. So 40 years of difference. So Marconi didn't take into account the ionosphere and bouncing anything of anything. He was doing that. They described it as a direct message without relays.
Interesting.
They didn't say, "Hey, we are bouncing radio waves of the ionosphere or whatever." They weren't claiming that. That claim came 40 years after the fact. And the transatlantic is one example of many. There's another one from Germany to New Jersey, I think it was, and that's over 4,000 miles. There's another one from England to Australia. That's from one side of the world to the other side of the world. That's over 10,000 miles, right? And that is also a direct communications message.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know whether or not they can transmit a message 10,000 kilometers because the radio waves are bouncing between the spherical Earth and the spherical atmosphere, or whether or not it's because the Earth is flat. Because at the end of the day, I'm just some guy that's going to work on Monday. So, you know what?
Don't think about when you say the Earth is flat. Don't think about. Remember, the globe is a cartoon, some type of idea that was drawn in a paper, and someone told you, "Hey, you live in this cartoon, right?"
Oh, yeah. So it's
the
like a
flat
dartboard.
Earth.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
The flat. You can grab the flat Earth and do the same thing with the globe. You can make another beautiful cartoon and say, "No, I don't like the globe cartoon. I like the flat cartoon." But they both can. Though both cartoons can be wrong.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. It's I can see the arguments behind the theory. So,
flat is a description, right? The whole construct, everything that we operate in and under, and everything we do, we can describe a table as a flat surface or a chessboard, right? We can describe it, but that is not the whole construct of it. That's just a description. It's not what reality is. Reality is not flat. You know, it's just a description of the surface. That's it. Don't think about, globe cartoon doesn't work. Let me look at the flat cartoon. The flat cartoon doesn't work either because they're just cartoons. You have to go to reality to see how things work in reality, not in the cartoons.
Yeah. So like, I think earlier I heard someone say, like, do you live in a subjective or an objective world? So I'm assuming that's what some people have heard that before. So subjectively, the world is flat because that's what I can see.
You can describe it as flat.
Yes,
You can describe it, but remember, like I'm saying, I can wear a flat earther shirt, but I'm not the shirt. I can wear the hat for my favorite team, but I'm not the hat. Okay. When someone say you are a globe earther or you are a flat earther and you're defending the globe or defending the flat earth, that's not what you are. You can talk about the globe and you know about the globe, or you can talk about the flat earth and describe it and say how things work, but that's not who you are. That's not what you are. There's way more than cartoons and descriptions of terms on the whole reality. The reality is way more complicated than terms on a piece of paper.
Oh yeah, 100%. Don't have to tell me that.
There are now 4 minutes remaining until ladies' night.
Oh shit. Well, thanks, Gemsy.
Yes, Bromber.
Talking, mate. I was interested to hear about it. Thanks for enlightening me on what your thoughts on the matter are.
Hey, Bromber. I mean, obviously he's kind of sounds like you're kind of new to the conversation. I mean, how long you been looking into questioning the claim of the globe? You've been looking into it for a while, or is it recent?
No, I'm more of a how old is the pyramid and the Sphinx of Giza, and
Okay.
was the government lying about COVID kind of conspiracy rather than
Okay, so you're looking into different topics, which is fine. I do the same thing. I did it before the cosmology, questioning the cosmology and the globe. I did it. I've been looking into topics. I mean, the cosmology of the world is just the foundation, right? It's kind of like you describing, people describing the past, the cosmology, and civilizations have different ideas. But mostly it comes kind of like to your immediate experience, bro. Your immediate experience, what your senses are dictating to you, right? You're standing on the ground, you're in the medium, standing on the ground, and you don't feel the ground moving, right? That's what your senses are telling you, that the ground is motionless. And if the ground started moving, you'll know immediately, right? You will know if the ground started moving, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, I think the theory being is that the Earth is spinning however many thousand miles an hour, and
You know what's the theory? You know what's the actual theory? They're telling you that the Earth is spinning at multiple speeds, multiple vectors, all at the same time, and you don't feel anything.
Well, it's like in a car, innit? So, when it's the
think about it logically before you make that claim.
Well, it's momentum, isn't it? So
if you take a curve in the car,
we don't feel the Earth spinning because we're already spinning on it. So we don't know.
Will you claim that when you are in a car you don't feel that you're in a car and you're moving? Will you make that claim logically?
Ladies' night begins in 1 minute.
No, so quickly.
Shut up, bitch.
I'm saying I don't know whether the Earth is spinning or not, mate. I'm just saying that if it was, maybe I wouldn't be able to tell because I was already going as fast.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You think about it coming back to your immediate experience and your senses. Think about your immediate experience, bro, because this is the thing about the globe. It's a spell that has been casted since you were a child. They telling you that your own experience, and when you can verify it, is not actually what is happening. They're telling you this story is what actually happening. When you come to your senses and your experience, and when you can verify, extend from there with devices, laser, or everything that is practical in reality. When you think about that logically, you can come to a logical conclusion that the globe is just a story. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The globe, they tell you, hey, your senses are wrong, your experience is wrong, just listen to this story, and this story is going to tell you everything you need. But you never experience that story in reality. It's just being told to you.
6 p.m.
All
right, good job, Gemsy. Good job, man.
Nice one, Gemsy. Nice one.
So, I don't know which one of you girls want to take over, but now's your chance.
What if I think that I'm a girl?
We're not doing that again. No.
I tried.
My name is female.
Hey, ladies.
Hello.
Greetings. Hello.
Got a dog barking over here. Sorry. All good.
CB, I want you to have that dead air loaded up and ready to go.
I know I had to jump up here and go grab this.
Hey, I know the lady's gonna take over. I just want to say what I've heard of Brown Bear. He's been pretty polite. He has some, questions about the topic, and he had a back and forth with many people in here. I would say safe to say that he can participate in the server. So I'm just gonna give him terms to open and close his mic later on. So welcome, Brown Bear, and speak to the ladies, bro. Speak to the ladies.
Yeah, what that's what I'm really skilled at. I'm gonna just mute my mic now. Nice one, Gemsy.
All right.
Congratulations, Brown Bear.
Cheers.
Yeah.
No, it's been good to obviously you don't often get to speak to people of different views, so it's just nice to hear those and try and understand how you see things. And yeah,
Just try to look at things logically.
Well, logically, from your point of view of what logic is, yes. But I mean, yes. So, it's been good. It's been good.
Well, we're here if anybody wants to ask us questions.
Really?
All right, ladies' night was fun. What are you guys doing?
I'm cooking homemade beef stroganoff.
Hello.
No pressure.
Guys, Izzy has something to say. Yeah, so basically Liv and I just wanted
Izzy wanted to say something.
No, Liv and I are going to be hosting a just karaoke night for anyone who wants to come by. We haven't got the date yet, but if you're interested and we get enough people, then you can all stop by for some karaoke. I know we have
And
a few
where's
ladies
this?
that wanna. Huh?
Where's karaoke night?
Oh, it's not yet.
Oh, it's right
No,
now?
where is it?
I think there's a karaoke channel, isn't there? Or did it get removed?
Oh, is there?
Because I have the role. Oh no, maybe it'll just be hosted in Chill or Cinema or something like that. Who knows?
I think karaoke night used to take place here in the live stream. I think Kai actually started it a couple years ago or something. So yeah, that role is still around.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not like official enough to be in the live stream, but like we could probably have it in Chill or like Cinema or something. So if anyone wants to like sing, just give me or Liv a message and we'll put you down and then we'll arrange a date.
And I'm pretty sure Lou
wanted to sing, I'm pretty sure.
Lou can perform his songs. Sorry?
I don't remember committing to that. I'll help you set it up in the cinema rooms, though, if you want to do it.
Yes, please.
I can't remember what lady we spoke to before.
It was Kim. She sings, I think.
Kim, you there?
Yes, I'm.
Well, no one is holding you back, girls. You can sing a song right now.
Yo, Tim, what's up?
Hey.
Okay, we won't sing.
No, you should definitely sing.
Go on, Tim, take it away.
I'm not a lady.
Spotlight's on you.
Go on, Tim.
So, I unmuted Arctos, RCTOS. Are you there? You guys want to bring any topics?
Yeah, karaoke.
Brown Bear, you have any more questions about the topics of the server?
Oh, do I have questions? Of course I do. May I?
Yeah, throw something. Let's see if he sticks to the wall.
Okay. So if the cover up, who's covering it up? Why are they covering it up? How is covering it up a benefit? Because surely it's simpler just to go, look, guys, we fucked up. You know, this whole time we thought it was a sphere, but it was actually flat. So, you know.
I think this is KJ's favorite topic. Go ahead, KJ. You want to cover this one, KJ?
Go on, Lady KJ. Go on.
Why will they lie,
what do you
KJ?
mean
Why will they
exactly
lie?
by cover up?
Sorry?
What do you mean exactly by cover up? Did you say cover up?
So NASA must be covering it up, but if NASA are covering it up, governments must be covering it up. And if how deep does the rabbit hole go?
Nobody knows.
It goes really deep. In my honest opinion, I think it really has to do with Satan, if you think about it, because in Hebrew, NASA means to deceive, and God's not the author of confusion, and Satan is basically here to steal, kill, and destroy and confuse as much as he can. And you look at the NASA, who's in charge of NASA, the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds, they are part of the fallen angels that were kicked out of heaven and that interbred with the men, the Nephilim.
Rothschild in charge of NASA. Why haven't I heard this before?
Yes.
Hold on. Hold on real quick. This is more of like a religious discussion now. Just saying. If you want to look at it critically, what they do is they do make a lot of money by hiding the truth. We don't know exactly how much money they make, but the number that they throw at us is like 63 million a day, roughly. So basically, you could say that it's for money and control. But yeah, there are some people who like to say that it is also for religious purposes. Like, yeah, there are Satanists out there, but that doesn't mean that that's the reason, right? But yeah, there are people out there with evil tendencies and stuff like that, but that's not really like the reason. We don't know what the reason is for lying, but we can come up with some that would make sense, such as money and control.
Yes, which is 100% believable when it comes to any conspiracy, because the majority of conspiracies come down to money control.
Right. I think, just chiming in on what she was saying about Satan, I think the reason why a lot of people feel that way is, and not to make it a religious talk. Anyway, the point is the Bible does say there was a firmament. So a lot of people refer to it as having some sort of insight, like how did the book know if it is real, if we are living on a level plane with some sort of dome? Because it was interesting, if NASA says we come from the Big Bang, but the Bible says that we came, heavens and the earth were made on day 1, and then day 4, the sun, the moon, the stars came after, and that's what we observe. If this is all real, the flat earth, then it's just another proof that there's some major deceit going on. And what is it? That's speculation. That would take the conversation somewhere else. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah. And then, like, when you're getting into the firmament in Hebrew, basically the firmament means vault of heaven or solid dome. So that's kind of interesting as well.
Yeah. So does religion play quite a big role in the theory, or is it something that
No, because most religions don't want to touch this topic with a 10-foot pole.
Bro, it's lady.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and like with the I mean, it kind of does. Well, looking at the lost books and stuff too. I mean, like the Bible talks. There's several versions that talk about basically a flat earth, and the Book of Enoch, the Book of Yashar, the Book of Jubilees. There's quite a couple other books too that I've read into, and it talks about that as well, talking about a dome and a flat earth, and quite interesting. And then with Hebrew, they cover up a lot of stuff with Hebrew. They put it right in our faces, and it's like, just like with the NASA meaning to deceive in Hebrew. It's like wild, digging deep down in that hole. And I also have a bunch of Aleister Crowley, into Satanism and stuff. He talks. I have a couple of his books, and somebody else, Manly P. Hall. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, a Freemason he's into with the government, with the Rothschilds, and it's really interesting. Like, I have to bust out my books and my computer. I got to try to find my hard drive, but I had a whole bunch of stuff on my old laptop with a bunch of stuff concerning, with a bunch of different like pastors and a lot of famous people, and George Orwell, and just quite a bunch of stuff. And just, I don't know, after I started posting stuff on the old server I was on, mostly level, my computer crashed. And so I had to try to back up a lot of my stuff. But there's so many books and stuff that I have, like really old books. I have this one book that's like, I actually physically have. It's like from the 1700s, and it talks about flat earth, and it's written by a Freemason who was also a father of Aleister Crowley. And they also talk about, I forgot who it was exactly, but it one of the people that got blew up in the space station. I don't know. They had an interview. He talked about, the Earth being flat and whatnot, and yeah, he was connected to a bunch of stuff, and they just they blew them up in the thing. I think it was like 2 or 3 people. I can't remember their names.
No, but so the Rothschilds, you mentioned before. You mentioned them a few times, but so you said that one of them works at NASA.
Who works at in charge of NASA. Have you ever heard of the Tavistock Institute?
Is it Lynn J. Rothschild? Is that the one? Or is it another
I
one?
can't remember I can't remember exactly, but there's quite a few.
Okay.
Linked to. I honestly can't even remember at the top of my head right now. It's all in my. I have to find. I have a 1 terabyte hard drive, and like just that we were moving and going through a bunch of stuff and transitioning, and I have to look for it. But I had taken everything off my computer before it completely crashed. But yeah, I have some books on it as well.
I mean, was it crashed? Was it crashed, or was it hacked by the CIA and crashed? You know.
Probably it was when I was leaking a bunch of stuff with it because I got the WikiLeaks and I started leaking a bunch of stuff, and I also started leaking a bunch of stuff about Donald Trump being involved because there were so many people like, oh, he's not part of the cabal and he's like our new savior or whatever. Just so many people that were just like Trump thumpers, and I was just like, I went down the rabbit hole and started sharing so much stuff, like even concerning his son. His son is literally named after a Rothschild.
Ooh,
and
Trump,
like,
is that negative? Sorry, excuse my British naivety. Is a Trump thumper good, or is that for or against Trump?
They're for Trump.
Okay.
For Trump, yes. Because I actually kind of was for him at the beginning, but then I started digging deep, going down a rabbit hole with like everything, like because just something in me was just like, I was just like, voting and stuff. I was for voting and stuff, and now I'm, really against it. Just something in my spirit was just like, don't get involved with this stuff. Like, there's really no point. It's and that's when I came to the conclusion they're same bird, just different wings. They're literally the same. And if you look at each and every president, you look at even including Trump, like all of them, they're all connected. They all line up with Rothschilds. And not even just the U.S. presidents, Putin, Stalin, Hitler, all these, and so many other people that are Kim Jong-un. They're literally all, somewhere down the line, they're literally all connected to the Rothschilds. And they're all a part of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines.
So
and
sorry, if I may. So I feel like if I started looking into the Rothschilds' connection to NASA, I would start to discover things that would make me question whether or not I could trust what they were saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I did because, I never thought about like any of this stuff. And just, I started doing, that Bible verse that kept getting to me, study to show thyself approved. And that's what I would do. Like, just the Holy Spirit in me would like just stop and just like, he would tell me, he would put that in my head, study to show yourself before you open your mouth and, start saying something. And he's like, you don't want to get in any kind of foolish controversies. And so that's what I did. I just went straight down a rabbit hole and then just started sharing stuff. And then boom, my computer crashed. And I was like, you gotta be kidding. Because there was so many gigabytes worth of stuff that I had, like books, like so much, like so many PDFs. Like, it was insane. Like, I was so pissed when it happened. Like, my computer just shut down. And I was like, are you kidding me?
It's pretty suspicious.
Insane, but I did happen to, because my computer started glitching at first and just started messing up, and just like there was a time where I would be trying to share stuff off a BitChute and connect with some of my people on like YouTube and Discord, and it just, I don't know, it was just glitching. It was like messing up. Like I can't explain it. It's crazy. And then, like, so when I started it, my husband, Case Aether, he was just like, you need to go ahead and back up all your stuff as much as you can because you don't want to lose that stuff. And I tried to back up as much as I could, and then boom, my computer crashed. It won't even turn on, or it'll do nothing. Replace the battery, replace the charger, got new everything, and nothing. I was just like, what the hell?
The Rothschilds.
Crazy.
The Rothschilds got you. That's what happened.
Probably, but no, that it actually started happening when I started getting into the Tavistock Institute. Started researching that because that's where I got into us. I got into the Rothschilds and I got into the Tavistock Institute, and I found that and I was like, what the heck is this? And then you look into the Tavistock Institute, and literally the Tavistock Institute controls everything, everything in the whole entire world, all countries, everything. They, you know how churches get their 401c, they get that money every month. The only reason why they got that money is they signed a contract with the Tavistock Institute to teach what they're told to teach. That's why you don't see a lot of churches, open on the true Sabbath, or they're celebrating Halloween, Christmas, Easter, teaching all these pagan traditions, and they're told to teach, and then coming up with the law's done away with, and all this other kind of crap that they get into, and that's what they teach at church. I've been to so many teachers where they teach the same thing over again, and tithing. And then you go into church, and they take around their little bowl. No, in the Bible, it was food. It was never money at all. And then the Roman Catholic Church changed everything. Constantine's, he's the one who changed everything. Brought in the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah.
Brought in everything.
Right. So before you used to get the plate in the church, did that used to give? So the church used to give people food, or used to donate food instead of money?
No, that's what tithing really was about. It was they would do, like, how you see these food what are they called? They're food pantries or something, where you can go to different churches, and they help.
Food banks. Yeah, we got them in the UK.
Yeah, food banks.
Big problem. You'd think that in a first world country you wouldn't have food banks, but yeah, in the UK, all the rage.
Yeah. And see, that's what it's supposed to be. They did that stuff with food. You look at certain books, like that's what they did. That was the true tithing, was food and necessities that people needed, like blankets, clothing, whatnot. Not money, because the churches get so much money every month. And then and then you look at how corrupt a lot of these churches are, where a lot of the money, what are they doing with the money? They're putting it in their own pocket. And then, and then a lot of these churches are involved with Freemason. And it's like, what in the world? And it just, I literally went down the rabbit hole, and it was insane. And it's not even only churches, it's churches, schools, just so many things, like Planned Parenthood, and oh my goodness, it's wild.
And are you a religious person, if I may ask that?
Yes, actually, yes. Torah observant. I mean, I don't really put I don't really call myself religious that much. I like to call myself a believer. And when a lot of people ask me, well, what religion and stuff are you? And I'm like, well, I'm not really any religion, because the Bible says religion is basically going out and helping the orphans and the widows and helping the homeless, basically helping your brothers and sisters. That's true religion.
Hey, you can be a good person without religion. So, that said, can we maybe bring it back to Flat Earth? I do apologize.
Hey, it's ladies' night. Shut up.
I was just rolling with the flow, mate.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
Hey, the ladies have control. You can talk about whatever you want. If some other lady wants to say something else, they can talk. Yeah. The guys can, if the ladies want to take a break and there's some silence, the guys can jump in, have a back and forth. but you take the wheel, lady, and you drive. Okay, you set the pace.
And if I may,
if you guys don't like it, hey, if the guys don't like what you're saying, they can tune into another station.
And I was going to bring it back to the flat Earth. I was going to ask, sorry, what's your tag? It's whether or not her feelings on the flat Earth linked to religion, and how prevalent that is within the flat Earth circle. You know, how often the beliefs of a flat Earth are linked to religion in itself. What was my eventual question was going to be. Hello? And
Hello?
hello? Did anyone hear that?
Oh, hey. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was dealing with my little ones.
Okay, did you hear what I asked?
My youngest, she's having a fit.
Hey,
no, I did not.
If you have to do something, get it done, and it's not a big deal. I know, but guys, listen, guys. It is ladies' night, but if the ladies are busy, they can engage like you're doing. Thank you very much for engaging. What's your name again? Clea?
It's actually Ashley. Ashley. It's Old English. But
Yeah,
no, my real name's
you
Ashley.
have control, ladies. You basically have control of over the room. Whatever you want to say, go ahead. Nobody's gonna stop you. As a server topic, obviously, right? But if you have to do something like taking care of your child, just mute yourself and don't worry about us, okay?
Okay. Did I mute
Go
myself?
ahead. I think Brown Bear had a question for you. If you want to reply to him.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, did you
Here
hear
now.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard it or not.
I did not.
know.
I'm sorry.
I know. Okay, now
Should have muted myself.
So somebody was saying, can we bring it back to flat Earth? And I was going to say that was my intention. You said you were a religious person, and my question being is how much is that linked to your belief in the flat Earth, and how prevalent is that in the flat Earth circle? Where there's
Wait, she listen. You didn't say she didn't say she was religious. I think I didn't hear you saying you were religious. She was just some people were saying she's religious because she brought up God, but
No,
God has nothing to do with religion.
No, I think she did. She said that she didn't go church every Sunday, but she believes that there's something, is what I heard.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Ashlyn.
No, I believe the Bible. I'm just like, I mean, I follow the Bible. If that's what you're asking, or like,
Yeah, no.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it's just when you said before that you felt like the Rothschilds were involved. It was the flat Earth was like to do with heaven and hell, and I was just wondering how much what kind of percentage of the flat Earth what's the word? I don't want to people. No, that's not right. The flat Earth society, should we say?
No, community is fine.
Community. That's it. Community. Sorry. What kind of percentage of the flat Earth community have such beliefs based on religion? Because obviously, religion in itself is an entirely extra question. So if you're basing the theory that the Earth is flat on religion, and people question religion in itself, personally, I'm agnostic. You can't prove or disprove it, so who the hell knows really? So believe what you want to believe. But I just find it interesting that you brought it to religion, and how prevalent that is within your community, and whether or not it plays a big role in why you believe what you believe.
I guess it really depends, because see, I have I know a lot of people that are also tour observant, and they're globers. They believe in a globe Earth, and so I wouldn't say. I mean, all religion, I get. I mean, all religious people or what? I mean, I don't know. I guess it really depends on the person. I guess how much research they've done. Um, I don't know. I'm still kind of new to a lot of this flat Earth stuff. I mean, I was in a mostly level server, and that's when I really got into like searching a lot of about flat Earth, whatnot. Because I was I followed the Bible and stuff before, but I never really thought of flat Earth until I got on the server and just started doing my own research and stuff. And then the WikiLeaks came out, and then I started researching the Operation High Jump, Operation what is it, the High Jump, Fishbowl, and all this stuff, and then even getting into that stuff, like doing research on that, a lot of that, a lot of stuff with the Bible and stuff pops up, and so when even with the Book of Enoch, some people were talking about Book of Enoch, and I had the Book of Enoch, and I was just like, let me read the Book of Enoch and figure this out for myself, and then just other books of the lost books of the Bible, even the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, talked a little bit about it, and it was just like, what in the world? Like, that's interesting. And so I'm still new to a lot of this, especially with flat Earth and stuff. So
that's understandable. I mean, does anyone
if
else
you understand
know?
what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, does anyone else know how prevalent is a flat Earth in religion? How far back does it go? Was it the Book of Enoch, the Bible? In what text was it described as flat? How far back does it go? Because religion is, to be fair, our best viewpoint into the past. Because at the end of the day, the Bible was copied from a text, which was probably copied from another text, which probably dates back to an older text from the Great Flood, the mythical flood, which is prevalent in all sorts of societies. Probably actually happened way back when. So, yeah, I'm just thinking, religion, flat Earth. How often does it overlap? Does the Jewish Bible say the Earth is flat? Because I mean, the Christian
Jewish Bible.
I'm sorry.
Well, it depends on what kind of Jewish Bible, because there's several different Bibles, and Jewish. Well, looking back into now, I wouldn't really say Jewish because it really depends on what kind of. Because see, there's false Jews. There's so many different kind of Jews, and it's insane. And because the Bible even talks about that's what, like these people in Israel, the ones that wear the little hats, stuff like that. And basically, this world is like literally ran by the Jews. They're called Jesuits, Zionists, which with the Rothschilds and stuff, that's what they are. The fake Jews, the ones that killed the Messiah, is people call Jesus. I don't really say I don't say Jesus Christ. I say Yahusha Hamashiach because I've done a lot of studied into the Picto and Paleo Hebrew, and I'm into that kind of stuff. And but I don't condemn anybody that says Jesus Christ because I still say it every once in a while.
Yeah.
But those are the ones. Those these people that run the earth, they're the ones that killed him. And but digging back into the Hebrew. When you look into a lot of the Hebrew, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they actually do talk about flat Earth, and then looking up some of the words, the etymology for a lot of these things, like firmament, and which is rakia in Hebrew, which means expanse, extended service, solid, and like I was saying before, with like the firmament, meaning vault of heaven or solid dome.
No way.
And so that's after I've done I was already a believer, following the Bible and stuff. Then I got into the Hebrew and whatnot, and then that's when I got into people started talking about flat Earth, so I got into flat Earth, and I started, studying words. The etymology of a lot of these words that are, in the, in Hebrew and whatnot, and even Greek. And it's like really interesting how like everything lines up perfectly.
Yes,
Can
exactly.
you can you can you hear me? Oh, my head.
Yes. Yeah. No. That's just I was So it's interesting that in the Jewish texts that the Earth is described as being flat, because I feel like a lot of religious texts are based on some sort of very historical fact, which has been obviously morphed over time. So it's interesting that that would appear in an ancient text of Jewish origin, because in my belief that I don't know how old the texts are or the original is, but everything in the Bible and or whatever religious text actually happened in some sort of loose fashion, and that's why
Yeah.
I was bringing it to that point. But I'm sure
Yeah.
that
Well,
religious text might, yeah.
Yeah. And another thing in the even in the there is the Jewish Bible, but in a lot of the Bibles it talks about it kind of basically describes exactly what it looks like, with a dome. It even talks about it being his footstool and stuff like that, and four corners of the earth, and talks about the underworld, the great deep, and then of course the different firmaments, and then even different levels of heaven and Sheol and whatnot. It's interesting. And then it talks about the pillars of the earth, and quite interesting, digging deep into this kind of stuff and doing research. It's interesting.
It's
Can I
more
just say something?
Mm.
Can I just say something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came a little bit later, so I think the question was like what it maybe has to do, or if there is a connection, like between flat Earth and religion, or whether or not it's mentioned in the books. And now I'm gonna talk from the perspective of a Muslim person. Like I'm a Muslim person, and I myself, like I've heard like in the Bible or in the Torah from the Jews, like there are many references to flat Earth, but even in the Quran, like I've seen like many passages that say like we have straightened out the world. Like even in the Quran. Now imagine if all three religions have somewhat of a reference to the world being flat. So that's, I think, yeah, there is a little bit of connection. Like the past history, if we look like the globe Earth, that's fairly a new thing. Like maybe, I don't know, 500 years they say because of Copernicus and stuff. But yeah, it's like older data says like the Earth was flat, and newer, like after Copernicus, everything was like what was it, heliocentric. But in actuality, all the old like history books and religious books, even holy books, all say it's flat with a firmament. Most often, like
Yeah.
even the
And I've
Quran.
actually the Quran. I was about to say the Quran. I've actually talked to a lot of Muslims. I've actually talked to a lot of people that were against Muslims and stuff, and I'm like, y'all don't realize how close the Quran and the Bible actually are related, especially the Quran and the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there's so many people that were like talking bad about Muslims. Like, you have no idea. Have you even read it? Read it like I have? And like, but yeah, the Quran actually talks a lot about, flat Earth as well, and it's pretty interesting.
So just again for the person that asked, like in the flat Earth community itself, like all the people that like think yeah, geocentrism, that might be possible, like that this are not only religious people. Like I've seen even atheists or agnostic or just people that don't follow religion, even they have said yeah, it makes sense.
No, yeah. Thank you for that. No, I was interested to know, obviously, the overlap and how often the beliefs coincide with one another. So, but yeah, I find it interesting, obviously, the fact that this is present in ancient texts, and often those aren't just made up. They're based on some sort of loose historical happening.
Yeah, just a thought, just a food for thought. If you look at it from the perspective of a guy who lived 1,000 or 1,500 years ago, like just watching the stars or the planets moving, it seems as everything is revolving around us, and that's why it just makes sense. Everybody would assume the same thing just from the perspective of the person. But yeah, just the modern science says no, it's not like that. It's actually much more complex, and we revolve around the sun, and then the sun moves with I don't know how much thousands and like miles per hour around the galaxy, and it's just much more crazy theory. And to just prove that, it's much more harder. You have to put formulas and all that stuff. But if you just tell the people the Earth is flat and yeah, it's contained within the ice walls, then it's very easy to explain, and there is really just nothing that complicated. But yeah, I don't know. So I personally, I believe flat Earth makes much more sense. Seeing the evidence, seeing the fake moon landing, seeing the fake CGI pictures of NASA and all that, like it's just with your eye you can see like the pictures. It was copy pasted clouds and stuff, like, and then they say this is from the space. Like it's obviously lie, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say 100%. If you think about the government's access to technology before civilian access, the NASA is 100% capable of faking such images, whether they would do or not. The fact is, the potential possibility that they could do does exist. In a couple of years, we're going to put a VR headset on, and we're not going to know what's real and what's not.
No, hopefully not. I don't want to live in that age of the Earth. I hope so.
Not a metaverse proponent.
Yeah, like that would be a nightmare, to be honest. But I just want to say something. I believe we are right now, like, it's very funny. The moment you mention someone flat Earth, they go nuts. Like they think you are a stupid lunatic, whatever. But in reality, you're just questioning your own reality, your very perspective, your senses, and the world, the way I see the world, and with all my research that I've done with the flat Earth, it just makes much more sense, and it's just a fair ground to discuss. And people, like, they go nuts whenever I tell them, hey, it's a possibility, and they say, are you crazy, are you dumb, are you stupid? And trust me, I was the same way. Like the first time I heard it, I was like, what the fuck is that? I mean, that makes just no sense, because I was indoctrinated. I went to school, I learned the same stuff here, and everyone believes it. Like 99% of the people believe the Earth is a globe and round, and it just makes sense to them because it gets indoctrinated the moment you were born. Like the moment you were an infant, like a child, they tell you the Earth is like this. That's why the sun revolves. We saw revolve around the sun because of the sunlight, etc., etc. And the Earth revolves around itself. But in reality, we have never questioned it before. Like maybe it's not the truth. And now I'm old enough and I can say that it is a really, really questionable thing, like the whole heliocentric system. It makes much more sense, the geocentric one, from the evidence, from everything I know. Yeah, it's very crazy. Like people look at you like you're an idiot or something.
Oh, yeah. I think we're all used to that by now, mate. I've been called a conspiracy theorist more times than I can imagine.
Well, then you're already questioning things, which is good. And when you realize that, hey, the Earth might not be what you thought it is, it kind of is the foundation for many other conspiracies. And that's how I came across this stuff. I wasn't looking for flat Earth, but kind of got led to this point.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
eventually always like that. Like one thing leads to another. Like I also started with things like 9/11 first with the Illuminati. And then the more I got into it, the more I looked into it. Like first it was, I think the YouTube algorithm really just, what got me exposed to Flat Earth was the YouTube algorithm back in 2014 or 15. Like my uncle showed me a video about Flat Earth, like just the high altitude balloons. And I was like, what? That cannot be. That's crazy. And then I just started to watch those videos, and I was skeptic at first, like, but not really in that sense, like not like a globe tart, like no, no, no. I was not trying to defend it, because for me it doesn't matter whether around the world is globe or flat. You know, for me, I'm happy. You know, I don't have to defend an idea so crazy that my life depends on it. You know, and so I looked into it, and the more I looked into it, the more it made sense. It was only around the time 2014, 15, because then the YouTube algorithm was really like open for everything to watch. And now you can literally type in the title of one video of Flat Earth and it has 2.5 million views and you can't find it. Literally every word for word. It's crazy. They really try to censor everything with Flat Earth on YouTube. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was going to let someone else talk, but then no one did.
People are just listening.
Well, are boys allowed to talk? Because I was so confused.
I know. I
Oh,
don't
is it
know.
ladies'
I
night?
feel
Is this ladies' night?
Listen,
exactly.
it is ladies' night,
Oh,
and
what does
there
that
was only
mean?
one. When the ladies are in and they want to talk, they want to take over the room. The ladies are basically driving the vehicle.
Okay, that's great.
At the moment, there is one lady that was replying, but she said she was busy with a child. If there's any other ladies that want to speak, they can. But if there's no ladies speaking, other people can speak.
Okay. Is there a schedule on this Discord to see what is what night? I mean, I didn't notice that before.
There is a live now show, ladies' night. So
Yeah, I guess okay. That's cool. Well, if a lady wants to come in and steer the ship, great. If not, then I just think Brown Bear had a lot of good questions today, so I've been listening to him for the past couple hours, I would say, and as he educates himself on what the flat Earth theory is, and how there is evidence to possibly even prove it, right? So I think that's a good first step for him, is being here listening.
Hey, Ladies' Night was created for the flat Earth ladies to talk it out and talk to new people that come in, or people that want to have an argument. Because I mean, it's dominated by men all day long. You know, this server, and the live stream. So the only reason that we created Ladies' Night is so the ladies can, the flat Earth ladies can talk to the new people that join. I mean, I don't know why. How hard is that to figure out? I thought that was already established. So I bet you haven't said that, have you?
hey, many of us know that, right? But there's
you
new
didn't
people
tell
joining
him.
our
Somebody was just
design.
asking, and you didn't tell him that.
Shut
I
up,
can
Helio.
gather that.
It's ladies' night.
Yeah, no, I was just establishing. Hey, all of the men are supposed to shut up and let the lady. All the flat Earth men are supposed to talk. Shut up and let the flat Earth ladies talk to any other person. So we call it Ladies' Night for the flat Earth ladies to do their thing while the flat Earth men shut up.
Yeah, but that cannot happen. There's no conversation if none of the ladies is speaking, Helio.
No, I get that. So, but there were some ladies. I mean, sure. I mean, sometimes there's more ladies than other times, whatever. It's a preferred.
This is my first night.
Yeah, well, I get that. I get that too.
And you're doing an awesome job. You've been having a great conversation, bringing a lot of value to the server. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah,
I'm glad to be here.
We try to do this once a week, on a Friday night, and have the ladies talk. If there's sometimes there's 5 to 10 and ladies in here, and they talk. And but it's like, but the question was, some dude was like, "Oh, it's ladies' night. I can't talk." Well, if you're new to the server, or if you're a globe earther, or you have an argument, this is when you get to talk to a flat Earth lady. That was
yeah. You can talk not as much as Helio during ladies' night, but you can
Don't
talk.
worry
Definitely
about this back and forth. I just wanted to explain that. I'm out.
Guys, shut the up so we can get this over with. Shut the up.
But there's topics that ladies want to talk about, like the lady. You guys brought it full circle to the flatter and everything, obviously. But if the lady wanna engage with the other people about some specific topics, you can do that anytime. And if the new people wanna ask some questions, go right ahead. Or bring any topics. Welcome to Open Your Mics.
Yeah,
we don't turn into male phobia. There's no male phobia. Just because
that's why we created this. But yeah, I mean, if the ladies want to defer to somebody else's opinion here, the men's opinion or whatever, if it's only one lady, then it's not ladies' night, right? So that's so that's not that's not what I'm saying at all. And it has been.
It is.
Julio, I have a question. Or you go.
I just wanted to apologize to Julio because, Julio, you had drawn me out last time from my hiding to talk to a gentleman. And I did such a terrible job of it that I don't think I'm really qualified to defend the flat Earth. So I usually come in just
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
No, you did an awesome job. I don't know.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I think you
I heard what he said.
Remember.
He said that I was scary. That's what he said.
Me?
You are the least scary lady in this room. Come on.
But I mean, if I offended you or made you feel uncomfortable, that's why I was wondering. Me, not me.
Not you, but the gentleman I was speaking with. Remember?
I'm going to shut up again.
All right. Anyway,
I remember last time we talked. I freaking was like, I put you at a Globey.
That's
you
right.
Remember that night?
Right. And then he said
that was
I was scared. So I failed completely.
No, you didn't. I thought it was awesome.
I did. I know I did.
No.
So I'm not really good at this. So that's why I defer to the other lady right now.
No, but you're here now. No.
Oh.
No, I'm accusing
well, I was just going to ask what everybody's opinions were or what they knew about the Antarctic Treaty.
Could you repeat that?
Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you.
I was asking if anybody knew anything about the Antarctic Treaty. Or if they've heard of it.
Yeah, well, I think by now everybody that has researched flat Earth has come across it. Like it's just like something. It is like a treaty all countries have signed that you cannot go to Antarctica because of like nature preserve reasons. But in reality, it's just they're hiding something there, I guess.
Great reply. And you see how the lady.
Sorry, what?
Hey, when the lady asks, anybody knows about you, anybody can open their mic and reply to her because she asks, guys, anybody, go ahead. Someone get a reply already, but go ahead.
Is the Antarctic Treaty not just, world governments coming together to, shake their watch me be conserve the planet maracas, and they're not really hiding anything. They're just kind of, surely. So the Antarctica, so the Arctic exists as what we would think it does in shape, but Antarctica is the entire perimeter of the flat Earth. Is that what we're thinking? The frozen wall. Someone said before the frozen wall.
We don't actually know that for a fact, but that's what some maps depict. But we don't know that for a fact.
Hey, so what happens when the treaty expires?
We all get to go to Antarctica and sing Kumbaya.
Yay!
Yes, mine the oil and the rare minerals and destroy the environment, like we want to anyway.
Yeah.
We all gonna hold hands and do a pyramid circle around Antarctica, all flat earthers
Hey,
together.
Tim, I do know George Soros has a secret lab there.
You been there?
No, I have not. But
And you don't know?
George.
Basically, this guy that I worked for, he was a E9 in the Air Force, and I overheard him one day talking to somebody over the phone, and he was talking about George Soros having a secret lab over there where they were working on the corona. He had some Jewish German scientists working on basically creating a bioweapon, the COVID, and it was just kind of like weird. Like I was like, I can't believe what I'm listening to right now. Like it was like really weird.
Huh.
So that's what I heard. So it was kind of interesting, but he never really talked about it because I even asked him questions about the flat Earth, and he just kind of he bypassed the question, and he did tell me some other weird things with Bill Clinton and some other things that he probably wasn't supposed to tell me, and so it kind of had me question some things. I was like, what in the world?
So
Kind of had me thinking.
We can all imagine what Bill Clinton was getting up to,
Yeah, well, he was telling me about how he was. I never even knew that he was was it a mayor or something of Arkansas, and he was friends with him, and he was telling me about how they were constantly bringing in children in and out of the house. Like he was bringing little boys, but Hillary, she was bringing in girls and boys constantly throughout that, and I was, what in the world, like. What? And that's when he started talking about the world being ran by, what did he say? Sex, money, and sex, money, and something else. And I was just
Control.
like, what in the world? Control. Yeah, probably sex, money, control. And then he was then he just started telling me so much stuff, and then he said I don't know if anybody's heard of the Johnston Island. Has anybody heard of that? Where they
Talking about
they blew up the island?
maybe.
I can't remember what it was, but he wrote a paper on because we were talking about flat Earth and some other stuff, and then he went on to talk about the what is it in Arkansas? It's with the aliens, Area 51. I don't know
I think he just he just sounded like the
help me out.
typical
It was
conspiracy theorist who just
Yeah, this is kind of going off into the weeds here, real deep, real quick.
I think this guy just made a summary of every conspiracy he knows and just talked with you like it was nothing that he knew for sure. It's just his own conspiracy findings that he was telling you, I think.
and
He made it sound
well,
like
it was just weird. Well, no, what's weird is how he was going to do a speech on it, and they denied him. They were like, "No, you can't say anything to the people about that. You can't talk about that." And a couple days later, they sent him off to Johnson Island to be a guinea pig, where they blew up an island, and he was 22 miles away from where they blew it up at, and messed him up for like the rest of his life, like singed his eyebrows, like he's got hearing problems now, and it was just weird that like they sent him off to do that, and then they not too long after that they sent him off to the Mariana Trenches, and it was just weird that he knew like so much stuff, but didn't talk too much about flat Earth. It was like he was kind of scared to talk about that.
Yeah, but I mean, I always think it's interesting, if you think of other conspiracies, people think like, no way that flat Earth could be a conspiracy that's real. But then you think of what the governments have got away with in the past, and you think, actually, if they actually wanted to get away with a flat Earth,
Yeah.
calling it a sphere, they 100% could
Yeah.
do it and have most people believe it.
Yeah.
I like that thinking.
And then even looking at the
I like that thinking. That's critical thinking. Because the more you look into history, the more you see how governments, as you said, they did so much stuff, and then they would hide it, and everybody would forget what they did. Like it repeats, like history repeats itself. And what makes you think that in this age we could not be tricked the same way we did centuries ago? Like you never know, because only the winners write history, they say. Like it's a saying I've heard.
That is a valid saying. What is it? The victors write the history or something? I think is. I don't know.
The victors write the stories? I don't remember.
Yeah. Something like that.
It's just backward. History is written by the victors.
That's it.
Yeah.
You can now have the floor because you seem to know what you're talking about.
No, I'm still listening. You guys are doing great. Keep going.
Thanks. Right, so actually it's ladies' night, so I want to ask a question to ladies. Can I ask? May I ask? Is there any lady that want to talk? Yeah. So, I just want to know, how did you find out about flat Earth? Like, just tell me your story. Maybe all the girls, all the ladies here, just tell quickly, like, how they found out about the flat Earth. Like me, I told already, but I'm not a lady, so yeah, let the ladies speak.
Do you want to go
I think I
first?
kind of told my story too.
Oh, okay. Mine's kind of complicated because I don't really remember much of it. Let's see. I think it was a YouTube video that started me off. So, at the time, I was religious. I think I was a Seventh-day Adventist, either that or just a Christian. And it was a video, I think it was relating to the Bible and stuff like that. And then I went down that rabbit hole of Bible verses and stuff. And then a couple years later, like, I got back into flat Earth, and this time it was more science involved, and still had some Bible stuff involved. And then, yeah, basically that. YouTube, thanks to YouTube. And then eventually I found this place through Witsit's live streams on Facebook. So I've got Witsit to thank. I've got Rob Skiba to thank. It's funny. I got all the religious people to thank for this place and for really helping me see flat Earth, even though I am an atheist. So anyway, that's my
helped
short
me as well.
story. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said Rob Skiba actually was one of the people that helped me too. I actually talked to him quite a bit on Facebook.
Oh,
He was
cool.
a really good guy.
I always wanted to meet him. He just seemed like the most wholesome person, you know?
Yeah, he was a really cool guy. And I honestly think they took him out because he, to be so healthy and just all of a sudden out of the nowhere just die from COVID, that just don't add up.
I don't know, but just to let you know, we can't talk about that here. You know, I don't even want to say it, but we can't talk about that here. But I hear what you're saying. It was weird.
No, we
It was
can't.
right. Yeah, we can't. I think it's TOS, Discord TOS or something. We don't want to get the server shut down, but I do get what you're saying.
Okay.
It was strange to find that out about Rob.
Yeah. Yeah. It was quite sad to just be talking to him and then just all of a sudden him on ventilators, and it's like, what in the world, and his wife not knowing what to do.
Right.
Really wild.
Yes, next lady, please.
Well, I guess I've told this story before, but I'm probably the oldest flat earther
It's
here.
only 7.
Hello?
I mean, what a movie.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have muted my mic. My daughter.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, since I was let's start this way. I had a very unusual childhood. We moved around a great deal, and my father was a free thinker. And he started to study martial arts in order to help him work 3 jobs. And he was the one who taught me about meditation and about Eastern religion. And so I studied Hinduism and amongst many other things. And I saw their model of the universe, and I instinctively knew that it was true. And that is a flat earth model. So since I was in my teens, I've been a flat earth believer. That's it.
That's awesome.
Any other ladies? I think it was very interesting though with your this flat earth model of the Hinduists and stuff like that you instinctively knew. Like it's sometimes I don't know if it's woman, like all the woman, but like even I think my mother or grandmother, I asked them once, do you think the earth could be flat? And they said, yeah, when I was kid, I always thought the earth was flat. Both said the same thing, like my mom and my grandmother, you know, when I told them about the flat earth. So they instinctively knew the same thing or thought the same thing. So I guess it's just evident, like just from the perspective, just how we think, like the earth seems to be actually flat and level. Like it's very interesting, especially women seem to see this just instinctively. Like, me as a man, I like when I was a kid, I didn't know, I didn't even like think about that, but I was instantly like an astronomy believer because, or like heliocentric believer because of the school and because I played games like that had to do with space a lot, and so I was like immediately I was sold to the idea of the Earth being a ball in the space. We can fly around with spaceships. Like I really liked that idea, to be honest. So I basically fell in love. Like I was even fantasizing about building one day my own spaceship. It's very crazy, even as a child. thinking those thoughts.
Yes, I believe that they exploit human need for exploration, which we've had since the dawning of time, because otherwise we wouldn't have left Africa. We want to explore our world. And then when they told us that there was no other place to explore here because we live on a globe, then they invented a new place that we could go that would have an infinite number of planets to visit. And so I think that they used our natural human instincts also against us. That's my opinion.
I think that's a crazy idea that actually might be true. Like, as you said, they might have exploited us because like which person doesn't like to explore? And so when they say, oh, you can't anymore, like you have to build spaceships and you are not like qualified for this and etc., then automatically it becomes like a fantasy and you sort of like start to believe that. And especially as a kid, like we love those things and we believe, yeah, it's possible I can become an astronaut. Like I myself, I really was reading books about astronomy, and I wanted at one point I wanted to become an an astronaut. Yeah, I really
Astronaut.
wanted to become one. Like it's crazy. Like maybe you like I think your idea is very, very interesting. Like I think that even might be true. It's crazy.
Yeah. Could also be why people resist flat Earth so much, because they don't want to be reconfined to a place that they can't explore anymore. I think there's a tendency to feel that the flat Earth might be it might corral us in, herd us in, and that goes against our natural need to roam.
That makes
So
actually sense.
it's
That
like
makes
a
sense.
visceral resistance to that.
Do you know the Truman Show, that movie?
Yes.
The moment he finds out, it's like maybe what people like would experience if they found out like the world is actually flat. But I think it's exactly like it's the opposite actually. I mean, we don't even know like what's beyond those ice walls. Maybe there is more land. Like for me, maybe it's not even finished yet. But even if it was finished, like it would be a huge relief knowing that we are here and we know where we actually live, where we actually exist, and we are like my whole existence. If that were like if the place where I'm living, if that was faked all my life like along, then this is like not a good place or a good feeling. Like yeah, you would
Do
want
you
to know the
believe
truth.
in
Yeah.
Admiral Byrd?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've read about him or watched videos
Yes.
about him as well. Like he has done so much exploration to Antarctica, and his findings were quite astonishing. Like they were all, I like it. It was all supporting flat Earth actually, and not globe Earth, as we know.
So in his words, there's far more land to be discovered. It seems to me a lot of people in the flat Earth movement here hold his opinion with skepticism, because he made it only briefly and then he died soon after. So since we can't verify what he said, it's held in the realm of speculation. But I feel, when I watched his videos, when I heard him talk, I felt he was extremely sincere. He did not seem like he was fabricating it.
Yeah, like just for like a reference, like what a person looks like who lies. Just watch the Apollo 11 group. Like
Yeah.
the moment after they landed, they came to Earth, and then they had like a press conference or something. And just look at their faces. Just look at them, and they don't look like if they just came back from the moon land. They look like depressed people who are like forced to lie or something. Like really they were not looking good and like looking like they were fabricating something. And on the other hand, Admiral Richard Byrd, like he really was, as you said, like really looking sincere there.
Mhm. And the fact that Antarctica has now become the elite's meeting place for their secret conferences seems to me also very suspicious of the fact that they may be doing the explorations and sharing the information amongst themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it would only make sense. Like, if we are not allowed to go there, but they are, and they can use any like transportation means, what are like things, then they have like so much capabilities to explore everything, and we just don't know what it is happening there, like what they're exploring, what they're finding out, and it's I'm kind of like jealous at one point. Like I would like to explore Antarctica myself if I could, but that's not possible, unfortunately. And yeah, they are just there and they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, and Bill Gates recently bought a bunch of land there. But he's buying up so much land everywhere. It's insane.
He's buying land in Antarctica, or what?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I didn't think
Yeah, he bought.
I didn't think anyone was allowed to purchase land in Antarctica.
Yeah, well, apparently, Bill Gates. I was reading something where they were talking about him buying up land in Antarctica, and I'm just like, for what? Like, why does he need to? What is he?
I thought the treaty forbade that from happening because they need to preserve it. At least that's the story as a natural preserve, so they can't sell it.
Yes, correct. It happened. It was, I think it was 2021, I believe, where I was looking into that.
I've never heard of that, but I'll look into it myself then.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, what in the world?
Do we have any like at least one like source of popular like mainstream media or something, so we can just see that this actually maybe happened? Like, cause maybe it's true, but I don't know. Like, if you could at least give us an article or something, maybe, so we can
I
also
would,
verify this at least.
but I really would, but that was on my old computer that I was talking about, the computer that crashed. And that's why I have to try to find my hard drive, because that has like a lot of stuff on it, like a lot of sources, like so much stuff. I could try looking for it again though.
I found that. That's something to do with the Gates Foundation, I think. And where the Gates Foundation is, something fishy is afoot.
Oh yeah, especially with the agenda 2021. Oh yeah, then they have a new agenda in 2023. I'm just waiting for that. It was a long. I know I watched the agenda 2021, and it was like 7-8 hours long. And yeah, they talking about coming up with another one in 2023. Is that your link? Gates notes.
No idea. Just Google gave me that.
What was that? 2010. Oh wow. Hmm.
So according to Google, it says that you cannot buy land in Antarctica because there is no authority there to sell it to you. Period. No one can own it. No one owns it, so no one can sell it to you. See?
Also, I've heard that Bill Gates has bought a lot of US land, like farmland, maybe that kind of stuff. But like he's
Yeah, I know
actually the
they've done that
largest
here in North
farmland.
Carolina.
Yeah, he's like the largest farmland owner. I've heard that, but like buying land in Antarctica, that's almost impossible. Like, I'm like on the same side as the older lady. What's her name actually? Like
I'm Ildiko.
Ameldika.
Ildiko. It's Hungarian.
Very complicated. Can you repeat, please?
Ildiko. 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 It's a Hungarian name. Very hard.
Ildiko. Ildiko. Like
Where are
Ildiko
you from?
mentioned it's not possible. Like I am from like I live in Switzerland actually.
You're Swiss.
No.
Not Swiss.
Balkan person. Balkan. From the Balkan.
You're a Balkan. You live in the Balkans.
Yes.
All right.
It's
We're very close.
Sometimes different people can be seen here, I think, in flat earth community. Not always just US people. Yeah, so as Ildiko mentioned, it's not possible, like just from the Antarctic treaty alone and everything. Like, who's gonna sell it? Like, it's not possible. Like Bill Gates, maybe you've like switched things up. Like maybe you were like meaning the U.S. farmlands. It's my opinion.
Yes, it's the only piece of land on Earth that isn't allowed to be owned by anyone, according to the treaty.
Yeah. Hmm.
How long does this ladies' night like? How long does it go? Like, because I'm here in Europe and like right now it's night. It's midnight. Like it's 1 a.m. here. Does anyone know?
It goes until they decide it's not ladies' night anymore. Oh. Y'all got some dead air in here.
I've had some connection issues. Sorry. So I've missed a lot. If anybody wants to catch me up, or if it's not worth it, that's fine too.
No, it's actually ladies' night. So, like we had some talk before about whether religion plays a role in this whole thing, and I was saying like we have people like from every belief, like no matter what they believe, because it's just logics as well. It's not just the religions. You know, religions are just one more evidence. Like you can use that as evidence for yourself to believe more in that. But at the end of the day, it's just logics itself proves, like for us, for most people, like here that are flat earthers, that the Earth could be probably flat, and like also that many religions, like even the because I'm a Muslim, like even the Quran mentioned this, and yeah, things like that. And then I asked all the ladies, whether they can tell me or us how they found out about this. And so I think everybody had his fair share. Now, if you want, you can also tell about your side of finding the flat Earth theory, Kim.
Yeah. Um. Pretty much. A lot of things went down these past couple of years, and I started looking into it. Found out, a lot, and I found I found the creator before I found flat Earth. It was it was one of those things that just happened all of a sudden. And then I ran into flat Earth and looked into it because I had thought it was stupid at first, just like anybody, and maybe not stupid, but just not something to look into, and kept brushing it off. And finally, when I looked into it, it was obvious. It's very obvious, and pretty much gives the answers to the deception all over now. You can use it as your skeleton key.
So you basically went down like a rabbit hole of things, and especially, but you also find the creator, like you started to believe, and then it like this combination of both, maybe. Did I hear right?
Yeah, it was obvious once you look into it that there's no curvature anywhere, and if you have no curvature, you have no ball.
It's very crazy, like how they always told us the moment like a ship goes over, like when you go on the beach, you see a ship, it goes over the horizon, you can see it with your own eyes. But that has been just debunked, and this was like their go-to proof that the Earth is curved. But it's so easy to debunk it. Like you can just, yeah, just zoom in with your binoculars or your zoom-powered camera, and you can immediately, like, yeah, spawn it back basically in gaming terms. Like, hey, ladies. Did you ever had like a conversation with a globe earther outside of this Discord channel, like in real, like away from keyboard? Did you ever had like a discussion with someone who was not a flat earther, and how did it go? Like the discussion. Can somebody tell one
Boy,
experience or something?
my parents. That didn't go well. Not explaining it to your parents.
I'm an open book, so everybody that knows me knows that I am a flat earther. Now I just wait for people to ask me about it.
Well, mine, yeah, mine. I never really talked to anybody about it, with this, outside Discord, except my parents. That was about the only time that I've really talked to anybody about globe Earth. Family members and stuff. But that didn't go very well.
Well, imagine
But
if it doesn't go well even with your parents, like the persons you know your whole entire life. Just imagine me, like I've talked to so many people about it. I don't know, I just can't shut up about the truth, and that's actually a problem, like has been a problem for me, like actually for everyone who speaks about the truth in any part of the world. If the moment you start talking about something that might be true and goes against the mainstream, like you get
Yeah.
either cancelled or discriminated, and or people don't want to talk to you anymore or call you idiot. And it's crazy.
Yep.
Like, I've talked to so many people, and I never had success, like almost never. It's crazy.
Yeah. What's worse is even showing them evidence, showing them stuff, and it's just like it goes right over their heads, and they don't even want to think. They don't even, because they don't. A lot of people don't like change. They don't like getting their mind blown. They don't even want to think about it. Until you start like dwelling in deep into like certain things, like the Antarctic Treaty and the operations and stuff, and it kind of gets them thinking. It's like, well, what's that? And do research. I kind of opened up my mom's mind a little bit to a lot of stuff, concerning this. But it's kind of hard with her boyfriend, because he is like so close-minded. It's like insane. Like I can have a open conversation with my mom and talk to her about this stuff, but he comes in and he's just like, oh, that's so stupid, and da 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 da. They found there's like a moon rock at this certain spot and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay. Like there's a moon rock, like seriously, like, oh my god, it's crazy. And people just they're not ready for change. They don't want to accept anything like
I
that.
think we have here like one, two, or maybe three dilemmas at the same time. Like first dilemma is information. Like every information they have been getting and finding in the internet from their perspective is all the Earth is a globe. The Earth is spins around itself
Yeah.
and around the sun. Like it's just the information that they can find and that they know, right? So first dilemma is information. Like nobody's just gonna go and type YouTube yeah, ODD TV, let me watch his videos, or Eric Dubay or whatever. Like they don't even know those people. Like they don't even know the first YouTubers that were around back then and doing first videos of Flat Earth. Or just the Discord channel here, for example, to talk to even Flat Earth people. Like they don't have like information, first of all, like the source. And especially because they are also late. The moment you type in flat Earth on YouTube, the immediately videos come up with, oh, how the flat Earth is stupid, etc., etc. So that's the first dilemma. The second dilemma is what we call what was this again? Like there was a specific term for that. Maybe one of you guys know it. It's psychological. It's like your beliefs get like destroyed basically, and it's very psychologically demanding. What was it again?
Demoralization or ideological subversion?
None of both. I think it was
You're either talking about a paradigm shift or the death of ego.
none of
Cognitive
both.
dissonance.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Cognitive
cognitive.
dissonance. Cognitive dissonance. I was talking about that. Like, can somebody like explain cognitive dissonance in better words? Like, has anybody a definition of it? What it was?
It's when your way of thinking is challenged, and it's like a state of grief or something like that with